Our adventure begins in a Korean school at the end of the day. A beautiful face of a girl appears in front of us, looking very surprised. It turns out that a boy, probably her classmate, has just confessed his love to her. Judging by the expression on his face, he really wants her to believe his words and says that he fell in love with her at first sight. The teenagers spent enough time talking to each other to get closer, so the young man became even more immersed in his feelings for Daisy. However, Daisy is not at all happy about the news and is in despair over the exciting event. The lover notices that the reaction is not as positive as he would like to receive, which makes him even more sad. He is well aware of his situation, so he apologizes for everything he said a minute ago and lets her know that he is aware of the lack of feelings on the part of the beauty. The girl feels very embarrassed by his truthful words, so she decides to justify herself to him. Throughout the dialogue, we learn that the boy's name is Sam, and Daisy describes him as kind and cheerful, not knowing how to do otherwise. The tension is growing, and the result of his initiative is already becoming visible. Now he clearly does not have a relationship with the beautiful Daisy. We see a lively schoolyard, where every student is busy with his or her own business and active recreation. We notice a tall, black-haired, handsome man who appears to be waiting for someone. Immediately, we get an answer to our question. He was waiting for Sam and knew about his plans, so he asks how everything went. It's easy to see that Sam is having a bad day, so his friend's question no longer made sense. Chonyavi asks whether our protagonist was prepared for such a scenario, but he did not receive an answer. Sam is very disappointed with the girl's rejection and says that the main reason for her failure is that she would like to focus on her studies. For both young men, this sounds very untrue, knowing that she is far from an excellent student. In his utter sadness, it would seem that Sam should not have noticed the soccer ball flying directly in his direction, but he was so focused that he caught it without any extra effort. The boys from whom the ball came threw it so hard unintentionally, and they are very worried about the condition of our lover. It's a pity that he doesn't even pay attention to all this, because he's plunged into the abyss of thinking about his appearance. His friend can't figure out the secret of Sam's appearance either. After all, a fat man seems to lead an active lifestyle and play sports. He counts the calories he consumes because he cares about this issue. In fact, Sam tries so hard that if everyone worked out like him, the world would forget about obesity. The last thing his friend is interested in is the fact that he visited the hospital and the doctor's verdict. Of course, the guy visited the hospital, even more than once, but the likelihood that it was genetics is too high. Sam has returned home after a hard day at school, and he doesn't look energetic or happy. At the entrance, his attention is drawn to the family photos, which are prominently displayed and do not hesitate to show the people depicted in the photos. One of them shows the boy's parents, and the other shows him as a preschooler, who is also fat, which really suggests genetics. The parents look happy and quite handsome and fit in the photo when they were young. And his mother, even as a mature woman, is still the standard of beauty, and compliments are already something familiar to her. Samuel doesn't know his father at all and has never even met him, but he still has some information. His father was a successful Sareum fighter and was clearly proud of this type of fighting. Thanks to his strength, he received many awards and remained a legend in the sport. The boy noticed that his mother had kindly left him a ready-made portion of a delicious salad, but it didn't make him feel any better. He was tired of cleaning himself up. Sam is very angry about the whole situation, according to his mother. It should be very easy for him to pump his muscles, which is not happening. He begins to sink into despair and wants to give in to a momentary weakness that was very strong under the pressure of disappointment. His hand reaches for junk food. The young man begins to wonder whether all these diets make sense if they don't change anything in his life. You can see that all his food has always been healthy, and he's been eating this way for many years, putting a lot of effort and willpower into it. Under the influence of stress, he is already beginning to open fast food. Still, something stops him, and he realizes that something is wrong with this situation. Luckily for him, he was a very strong-minded boy, so he decided not to cheat on himself and chose a portion of his mother's healthy salad. It's already evening, but Sam has a routine that he can't skip in order to maintain his discipline. Jogging is hard and tires him out as much as he allows it to. As usual, he decided to cover the 4 kilometers without any doubts. Still, all these problems have only made him stronger, so without realizing it, his running pace is faster today. He would like to have a romantic relationship with Daisy so much that he is willing to try harder for the sake of their future together. It is already dark and there is no one on the treadmill. Everyone has finished their classes. Of course, except for Sam, who, thanks to his motivation, ran 15.5 kilometers, breaking his old record, and is not going to stop there. However, he realizes that it is too much for him, and he feels it in every muscle. After stopping for a minute, he notices that he is in a place that is unknown to him, and he doesn't even remember if it was there at all. Just as he reached for his phone to look up his location on the map, a strange shadow appeared on the bridge, calling the boy a speedster. In the silhouette, you can see an old man of rather athletic build, saying some incomprehensible things about blood. The old man needed to get closer to the young man, so he decided to jump off the bridge to him. This is very surprising for a schoolboy. This man has just jumped from a height of 6 meters and remained intact, as if nothing had happened. Without any hint of dialogue, the old man says that he is not hunting the young man and assures him that there is nothing to be afraid of. The man introduces himself as Grandfather Babai, who serves as a judge, but it is unclear where. He says that he is responsible for the monsters living on this peninsula and has to keep an eye on them. Babai sees that Samuel does not understand what is being said and remarks out loud. Therefore, instead of the usual explanation in words, Grandpa Babai decided to move on to actions, taking out a piece of cloth that he takes away from our protagonist. He still does not understand what is happening, whether it is true at all, is in a state of shock, and still accepts his fate without a word, and does not even resist the strange forces that want to take him away. The fabric completely enveloped him and did not leave even a single chance for him to get out. After what seems like an eternity, he finds himself free, but still unable to come to any logical conclusion about all these events. He is thrown to the ground very roughly and disrespectfully from a great height, but he remains conscious. In an attempt to recover from his severe fall, he finally asks the appropriate question, in which he wants to know what the hell is going on. But he only had to open his eyes for a second to understand everything without words. Sam found himself in a completely different world, with completely different rules, looks, and an atmosphere that screamed danger, death, and chaos. Now he is in a world of monsters from which he will definitely not find a way out on his own in this condition. And to confirm such a simple name, one had only to look around, as scary monsters were everywhere. This is not what Sammy would like to hear, but the inhabitants of this world are monsters. There are no other creatures here. Once upon a time, people were afraid of monsters, so they had no choice but to worship them as gods, and now they can only be mentioned in a story. Babai tells us about the festival, which takes place every 666 years, and its goal is to elect a monster king from among all the young candidates who have been proven to be suitable for the job. Exactly 666 years ago, a young and talented monster managed to ascend as a king. Sam begins to realize what the old man is getting at, so he panics and starts asking why he's here in the first place. It turned out that our protagonist, a seemingly ordinary schoolboy, was the only one who had inherited the blood of a goblin. So because he had this blood in him, he was the only worthy candidate. Probably, such information would not have made anyone happy, and even more so for Sam, because every second he realized more and more what he had gotten himself into and could not find any way out of this situation. The guy is a goblin, like in the 4th or 5th generation, but they chose him even so. But Sam doesn't want to accept this fact, and the information about all these bloodlines and generations seems so meaningless that he denies it all and claims that there was a selection error. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly felt something approaching, not just from the sky, but from the sky. This is something very big and strong, a conclusion that is not difficult to draw judging by the force with which this creature landed. And in the same second, we will learn about a test that will show how useful the selected hero will be in the future. In front of the little boy stood a giant, the size of a 10-story building, with giant fangs and a strange feature of no eyes. But the appearance of the monster was not the most frightening thing in this situation. If the test failed, the person would be eaten as a condition. The ferocious monster, which is ready to attack, is called a large-mouthed goblin, a name that coincided with reality. People come to this world once every 666 years, so you can't miss this chance to savor a human being, and he's a monster who will do anything for it. Little Sammy was well aware of his situation, and what he should have done in such a situation was not clear at all. But one thing was clear. He was powerless here. The giant no doubt decided that there was nothing to wait for, and immediately launched an attack. The first and abnormally strong blow was delivered directly to the boy's stomach. He had never felt such pain before. An ordinary person would never, under any circumstances, be able to resist such beastly power, so the boy could not do anything against him, let alone resist. The shockwave was enormous, and in the normal world in which we were born and used to living, it would have been enough to wipe out the living. Much to his surprise, the young man was still breathing and feeling alive, but the thought that even with the goblin blood coursing through his veins, he was just an ordinary, unprepared person made sense. The battle was not for life, but for death, and Babai's grandfather was determined to see just such a spectacle, so the hero had to fight under any circumstances to survive. It would seem that the fight was over. Sam had already accepted defeat, but suddenly he felt a painful touch and the absence of ground under his feet. The goblin decided to strike a decisive blow that would definitely guarantee his victory, so he decided to throw the boy again and with no less force. Perhaps this blow was even stronger and more painful. The young man remained conscious and understood perfectly well what was happening to him. Of course, he was very angry at his helplessness. The terrible goblin was surprised at the endurance and resilience of a seemingly ordinary person who had not even been formed yet, because the boy was still alive. The last step, or rather a slap, and the fight is over, so the big mouth hurries to finish it. Swinging ruthlessly, he didn't even think about other options, except for a delicious dinner, which is so rare in this world. So the goblin spared no effort. However, something is not right, as if it is too quiet and the giant's palm does not feel light, but rather strong resistance from nowhere. No one expected such a sudden change in the battle, and everything changed dramatically when a slender and very handsome young man, apparently Sam, appeared under the monster's palm. In a fit of uncontrollable aggression, he didn't even make any effort to resist the terrible and strong big-mouthed goblin. The opponent himself was not at all prepared for such a drastic change in the rules of the game. He was simply in complete despair and confusion. All his life, Fat Sammy has carried a powerful and very scary talent, an instinct that no one taught him, but he could use it from birth. Without any hesitation, the guy picks up the model in his arms and holds him effortlessly in order to perform a trick with him. He takes the enemy into a mountainous throw, which he knows from this second, and can use it to its fullest. His power seems limitless because of the skill and strength he put into this technique and did not doubt for a second. Samuel emerged victorious, having honestly fought for his piece of life and hope. Exhausted and still shocked by what has just happened, he tries to recover and look at his new reality from a different angle. Now he is a completely different person, with a completely different outlook and principles, because his awakening has been completed and now he is a half-goblin. We return to our usual reality on a very comfortable and cute dolly, where our main characters are in one of the cafes. Sam decided to share this very unusual and unconventional adventure with a close friend. They both realized that it was all just a bad dream, not a reality. Sammy then shares what he didn't like about being there, namely, feeling weak and frail. His friend is generally surprised by this dream and finds it very unclear how to explain the fact that it was Sam who got a lot in the dream and not vice versa, which is very atypical for people's dreams. Before that, the only thing that bothered the fat man was that he hadn't learned to fight, so he kept dreaming about boxing, which helped him lose weight. The dream was really very interesting. It felt like reality, and everything was so vivid that Sam remembered it very well. He felt the same power, and if he wanted to, he would try to repeat everything he did there. From his friend's point of view, it looks pretty ridiculous, so he says that Sam is getting too involved. Still, the protagonist doesn't understand why such a dream could even occur in his head, whether he is so obsessed with the idea of losing weight, and how his body could become so textured in 1 second. No sooner had he finished his thought than he found himself back where he was, in the world of monsters, in the same beautiful form and environment. It is not easy for him to get used to the new realities, especially to a new body that is the opposite of his old form. It wasn't a dream. All this time he was in this new, incomprehensible world. Maybe he was just unconscious. The grandfather immediately answered our question. Sam just fell asleep hard, most likely from fatigue and stress. The guy is still trying to accept the fact that this is not a dream at all, and that he is a real physical body here. In fact, no one expected that the young man would win and managed to start and successfully complete the awakening. He managed to do all this thanks to the goblin's blood, which also flows in him, and it gave him a chance to win. Sam was still very stressed and nervous, and he didn't have the right words for the situation. Suddenly, Grandpa Babai decided to pass his verdict, and hitting the ground with his stick, he called the new candidate promising. He does this quite formally, telling all the other monsters around them and in the presence of one of them. From this moment on, Sam is officially a monster, not a human, and in the ordinary world he has no equal, but in this world he is to become the new law. Grandpa ordered everyone who was with them, the monsters, to spread the news throughout Busan. From that moment on, Sam will be added to the list of untouchables, and a special reason will be needed to attack him. The boy doesn't understand how important his new role is, so he nicely asks the old man if he can go back home to his homeworld. A beautiful blonde woman enters the dialogue and clearly doesn't like this question, so she firmly says that Sam is now a monster, hinting that he won't be coming home. In order to interact with people, the monster needs to prove its ability to keep itself hidden and blend in with the crowd in order to interact with ordinary mortals. Otherwise, it will have to wait up to 500 years. The guy, in a panic, claims that he has caused few problems at all. He has never gotten into fights. Unfortunately, all these excuses did not work on the grandfather, and he did not like this behavior of the new monster. Now he is confronting him with the fact that he will have to kill the candidate for such cowardice. Sam wanted to live much more than just accept his fate, so he jumps away from the attacker with lightning speed. Suddenly, he realized that it was very easy for him, and in a second, he didn't feel the ground but was in the air. This distance turned out to be abnormally large, and the monster did not expect such a new range of possibilities. At the end, he had a normal, soft landing, and he was 100 meters away from his mentors without even expecting it. Babai's grandfather's threats were empty. He only wanted his new candidate to see his own abilities. No matter who Sam thinks he is or how he identifies himself, he can never change the fact that goblin blood is the strongest and exceeds normal human strength tenfold. Now the former schoolboy is so strong that just a simple touch to a person can severely injure him. The guy is not stupid at all. He understands the danger he poses to humanity, but he does not like the prospect of waiting so long. He was quickly reassured by his grandfather, who told him that he would only have to wait 6 months and that 500 years was the new law of the king who now ruled. Now we dive into the background of this law and learn that 666 years ago, monsters could freely visit the human world. Apparently, this had only negative consequences and led to human losses because they were completely powerless against the monsters. People could only run away without looking back. They were really afraid. The easiest solution for the monster was to drive the little defenseless man into a dead end, giving him no chance of survival. There was hope only for those monsters who lived among people in order to protect the lesser ones. People were also very afraid of them, but this led to relative respect and worship as a deity. But for some reason, when a new king came to power 666 years ago, everything changed, and this law was written with the blood of his victims, and now people do not even know that there is another world, and fear is out of the question. But according to my grandfather's prediction, in 6 months there will be a completely different new king who will change this law and the existence of this world as a whole. And on the day when they are allowed to enter the world of humans, the sun will set in their kingdom, and the moment for which the monsters have been waiting for all 666 years will come. All monsters will ruthlessly plunge into people for their own pleasure and to remind them of the fear they sowed earlier. Sam begins to realize what he has gotten himself into, and now he has even more questions and misunderstandings with himself. The old man sees a little trick in the candidate's eyes and tries to guess what he is up to. The guy decided to make sure that monsters don't hurt people anymore, and he is very determined to do so. He is well aware of the complexity of this promise, but he knows exactly what he needs to do and what he can do, at least for the peace of his own soul. And he knows for sure that he must protect his family and friends. Babai assures the boy that everything will be possible with his perseverance and desire to become stronger than anyone else in this world, and then his loved ones will simply be afraid to touch him. Of course, all of this is very unlikely, but the boy always has a chance. He just needs to win the Monster Festival, and only then will he be able to extend this law. A blonde girl decides to intervene in the conversation and claims that Sam has no chance of winning this festival. Finally, they decide to tell us the name of this mysterious beauty and explain who she is. Her name is Sarah, and she also wants to take part in the festival, also for the sake of her people. But she is not at all happy to meet him and does not intend to cross paths with Sam again. She is very aggressive towards the boy and threatens him with doing something terrible if he backs down, something that will affect him. It turns out that Sarah has the same problematic situation as Sam. She has been wanting to take this test for a long time, but the old man won't give it to her, so she hopes that Sam will help her grandfather to agree to hold this event. A real hurricane of thoughts is going on in the young monster's head. He has so many questions and clarifications, but he cannot find the answers. Sarah is still trying to prove that she is worthy of being in the human world even without passing this test. She knows that her power is quite great, and compared to the monsters who were weaker than her, but were still in the human realm, they are nothing against her. But the girl does not have the most important factors for such travels. She is impatient and has no self-control at all, and that is why she needs a test. She realizes her mistake and only hopes that it is not an excuse. Grandpa Babai simply rejects this version and says that he is more concerned about the festival than about the whims of some girl. But he has an interesting offer for her. He hints at a great opportunity to prove yourself in working with people, and there is simply no better option. Now, if she wants to get into the human world so badly, she has to teach Sam everything she knows, including transformation, all of which he has to learn in a month under her guidance. Of course, no one was happy to hear this news, but the reward of living in the human world was very motivating for both of them if they made worthwhile progress. It is a pity that Sarah did not like this idea at all. She does not believe in him and is sure that he cannot learn in a month. She would have taken a simple refusal to visit people easier. Her grandfather also didn't like her reaction, and he gives her the choice of waiting or working hard for a month. It's easy to guess that Sarah doesn't know how to wait at all. She didn't even know what to say to his conditions where she had no right to her own opinion. In any case, this choice will be on her conscience, and only she can decide what fate awaits her and her now new colleague in misfortune. The last thing Grandpa Babai decides to say is an assurance that he can achieve the unreal. In his eyes, anything is possible. In a couple of seconds, the young men were left alone, with hundreds of thousands of monsters and a world where it is impossible to find a single native soul. Now they need to at least try to work together, and Sarah decides to inquire about Sam's knowledge, and starts by asking about the power of monsters. The guy answered awkwardly that he did not know what it was. He was not familiar with the new world in general. Well, the girl seems to have had no choice. She accepts her role as a sensei, and is now ready to morally try to teach him something. But something frightens Sam, something behind the girl, and it makes him stand in a stupor, shackled by fear. The big-mouthed goblin, who should have been lying lifeless for a long time, suddenly came to life and is preparing to start a new battle, and all this is happening right behind Sarah, who suspects nothing. Strashko reports that the fight is far from over, and he needs the old man to continue his work as a judge. Now Sam is in a disastrous situation in which he cannot even move a finger, let alone control his entire body. Only now did Sarah notice the threat behind her and was able to look at the terrible monster with a predatory gaze. In her opinion, it is precisely because of such reproachful monsters that few people can now reach out to people and remind them of their existence. As expected, the goblin had only a negative reaction to such words, so he immediately proceeded to attack as he had done before. Sam is a representative of people. He is used to the fact that race in his world means almost nothing, and suddenly he is in a world where your class equals your chance of survival. It is very upsetting and stressful. Sarah is well acquainted with these rules and understands how important the size-to-strength ratio is. Each type of monster has different skills and average potential that are given to them from birth, and classes have appeared in their world. But nowadays, there are no purebred goblins, which is why the strength of their class is many times less than it could be. So now there are often arguments about which class can be considered the strongest. During her thoughts, Sarah skillfully and effortlessly restrained her opponent so tightly that he could not resist, and continued her stream of thought. She believes that, despite no one's reproaches and convictions, the strongest on the Korean peninsula are the nine-tailed foxes that she herself is. Now the girl stood and watched her prey and Sam's reaction to everything that was happening around him. At that moment, hundreds of incomprehensible and seemingly fake images are flashing before his eyes. Only now he is watching it, not screaming in fear. A candidate should not just stand by and watch, especially someone like Sam. This situation requires him to be able to adapt and act with lightning speed, which is exactly what the girl pushes him to do. His new sensei starts the lesson with the basics, with energy and what types it is divided into. She assures him that between the unique and the acquired, he will be able to feel the effects of the unique energy. An example of such energy is a special goblin skill, thanks to which the blood can memorize a technique and continue to use it as if it was something very commonplace. In the case of acquired magic, you need to put in many times more effort and know how to use it correctly, because every monster can learn it. As an example of poor preparation and little effort, Sarah uses the same big-mouthed goblin who was overconfident and decided that his height and strength would defeat anyone, but now he is humiliated and bound by a simple spell. You can immediately tell that he is much weaker and stupider than Sarah. Finally, Sarah says out loud that she agrees to teach him, and now she wants to clarify a few things for both of them. The beauty is very demanding and immediately sets her sights on the best result possible. So if Sam is powerless, she advises him to give up right away. She reminds him that a few minutes ago he was a human, so all this magic will be very difficult for the new monster. But he does not plan to give up and is ready to work to the end. She was confused by the candidate's suspicious determination and is still unsure of his abilities, but Sam's words sound firm and undeniable. The blonde woman starts to remind him that he will most likely fail, but she will definitely give him a chance, so the first thing she wants to offer him is food. Sam was quite surprised by this offer. The circumstances and her instructions did not match at all. Sarah begins to explain the reasoning behind her proposal, namely that the use of magic takes energy and therefore strength. Energy can be gained simply by breathing the air of this world and eating its fruits, but the problem is that Sam has recently entered this world, so he is not adapted to this. All his life he has been on human diets, and they don't give you strength, especially here, and now he has only his innate strength. As she begins her new teaching, a twinkle appears in her eye, and Sarah asks again if Sammy is hungry, because it must be very hard after all that work. At first, he doesn't realize how important it is, so he simply answers that he's not that hungry. But the sudden pain in my arms, in every vein in them, makes me think of something else. Sam does not understand what is happening to him and what caused this reaction of his body to something that is not even clear to him. Sarah tells him straight out that he just has very little strength, but now his body is telling him about it. Thanks to the fight alone, all his energy simply disappeared, exhausted. But this is a common thing. Foxy assures him that the problem has a very simple solution. Suddenly, she points to a large-mouthed goblin that had been standing still all along, watching everything that was happening in its field of vision. Sarah begins to remind us of the same rules that Grandpa Babai announced at the very beginning of the story. Sam won this duel, and now he has the full right to control the goblin's life and decide its fate, which leads us to the monster's basic instinct. To put it bluntly, he can eat his opponent without a shred of doubt, which is what his mentor is pushing him to do. So Sam politely goes to fulfill the assignment. Foxy realized that this was the first time the newcomer had felt the demonic hunger for himself, and her whisper deepened his desire even more. Now it sees no obstacles in front of it. The new monster knows that it is a predator, and a predator has power over its prey. But no matter how confidently he moves toward the first goal, there will always be some surprisingly significant and nasty nuance. Sam has a greedy and voracious goblin soul that is not interested in such petty goals. He will only be interested in a more profitable and significant sacrifice that will be beneficial. It was for this reason that, being under the power of demonic hunger, he did not hesitate to attack his new target, which would definitely be satisfying. The girl knew about the goblin's behavior, so she was immediately ready for such an attack, and in a second she began to take educational measures. The easiest thing to do now was to restrain him, and Sarah did just that, using the appropriate spell. At this stage, Sam's hunger was quite strong, so he needed to put more energy into this work than usual. Now he stood there trying to figure out how he could get out of this trap while listening to a lecture about his bad behavior. His decision to attack Sarah really seemed rash, as she told him and assured him that Sam would not be able to touch her. At this time, the guy begins to realize that he has every chance of freedom. He just needs a little time. It seems that the sensei began to get too carried away with her monologue, but she didn't think so at all. So while she was admiring herself, Sammy managed to break her chains and set her free. It was very unusual for her to see such strength. Yes, he broke only one chain, but he did it with his arm strength, which is very frightening in places. He confidently broke out of its ranks and can return to this difficult struggle for his survival. Right now, Sam didn't look like himself at all. There was nothing left in his eyes that resembled a human being. Therefore, it is necessary to somehow counteract this monster now, to which Sarah has already found the answer and moved on to using a new spell. She realized that this little goblin had so much power in him that many people had never dreamed of. But now he needed to be controlled. And when he tries to attack her again without any plan, she already knows how to deal with him. The technique of summoning the blessed and great demon king was what she decided to use without the slightest doubt. The last thing that comes out of her mouth before the final effect of this spell is that she will call for help, namely her fist. At the same second, a huge fist knocks down the protagonist and does not plan to stop at such a short distance. Sam, who had gotten his bearings in time, puts up a block and tries to resist such a demonically strong spell, hoping that this is his maximum. But suddenly he loses his footing, and now he sees only a giant open palm in front of him, which clearly does not mean anything good. The most unexpected thing was a surprisingly strong beam of light that knocked Sam down without a chance and gave him no choice but to do something else. The goblin didn't expect such a drastic change in this duel, which he seems to have already lost. All of this happened in just one moment, and at the same moment he was plunged into the ground by a strong shockwave that no one could resist. But when she saw him alive and well, Sarah did not like this outcome. She was no longer in the mood for a peaceful conversation where they could learn something. Now she was aggressive and planned to destroy her former student. No one expected much from him, especially her, but he is here and still breathing. Perhaps it is just amazing willpower. Her eyes clearly show surprise at the realization of this information. What is even more surprising is that he has recently come to this world and has awakened very quickly and successfully, and now he is using this to the fullest, appearing before us as a real likeness of a demon. In general, goblins rarely have the honor of being gifted with unique magic, and even the strongest ones have not always possessed it. Therefore, Sam skillfully uses his uniqueness and is already preparing for new releases of his power, for which he will use his only horn. It seems that this spell is not so easy to perform, but the beginner managed to fulfill all the prerequisites. This arouses even more interest in the blonde, and she even becomes curious to see the full range of its capabilities. Because little Sammy, in a short period of time, is already using the Goblin's Club. Sarah has always been a monster who stood out from the crowd. In this world, she is a true genius who has 9 tails even before reaching the age of a century. This talent has been passed down in the family of demon foxes for 1,000 years, which gave her the ability to feel her energy so clearly. Thanks to her experience and hundreds of generations, she clearly understood that the thing in Sam's hands was as dangerous as he was. Sarah was confident and knew for sure that she was stronger and more experienced in the power of monsters, so she would not lose. But she doesn't like such incomprehensible complications in the battle at all. The young man has no control over himself and his strength. He quickly recovered from what happened to him today and is already preparing for another attack. Such persistence on his part is completely unexpected, and it is impossible to guess his next steps in battle. It is very stressful. Sam, without waiting for a sign of fate, ran to his victim with new techniques without fear and very bravely. He used a thunderbolt against his opponent, which is very costly for strength, but is useful in a fight. The fox quickly got her bearings and started running away from the battlefield as fast as possible for her own safety, because it was going to be hot in a few seconds. A huge explosion and chaos was all she could see behind her, devastation on a terrible scale. She is very confused by such a powerful newcomer's strength, and her surprise is overwhelming. It was the first time she had ever felt such a strong goblin spell, or rather, a goblin baton. The guy could not calm down and continued his attacks on the long-stunned fox. But she didn't think twice about showing him that she was the one who was called a genius here, not him, so she plans to use a new technique. Now the king's hand is pointed toward the baton itself, its purpose being to take away the weapon. The hand confidently holds the goblin's baton and already has a team to do the next one. She prepares for the next blow and makes it clear that it will hurt. The last word before the serious shaking that Sarah will say is the word command, which will trigger the spell. A grab and a strong punch and the duel can be over. The tension is rising. A new strong explosion sounded. A blow after which there can be no chance of survival. Sarah has to check how effective her magic was against him, and the result is disappointing. Sam is still standing and does not plan to let go of his baton, which he spent so much energy and effort to use. From all of this, we can conclude that because of its exposure, you will need to put it in 5 or 6 times and possibly more. Once again, the young demon decided to change the rules of the game and take full responsibility for the victory. Now he reproduces a strong push, and his opponents have no chance to recover from either pain or shock. The blonde is again in a losing position, where she has to think and come up with a plan to win faster and better. The thick dust that has risen from the slaughterhouse hides a terrible monster that seems to have no human echoes left. There is only hunger in his eyes, but his gaze does not seem to be conscious of everything that is happening now. He is just doing what he probably has to do. For everyone, such strength was a revelation. He allows himself to go against the king of demons himself and not even show fear on his face. The tension is immediately noticeable. Everyone wants to win, so they are fully invested in this case. A swing and an unencumbered look in a pile of dust and dirt does not look like a pleasant picture, and it feels even worse. Sammy finally managed to make enough effort and take his weapon from the enemy, completely taking away the role of the main villain. In fact, this baton is so strong because of its ability to change its shape as the owner wishes, which is why goblins lived more peacefully and prospered. Thanks to her ability to transform, other monsters called her a club that could be anything. Sam didn't fully understand how he knew all these techniques, but he didn't mind being able to destroy everything with a single spell. Despite his condition, he was not averse to tactics, so Sarah could not help but notice the changes in his fighting style, because now she could not control the situation. Again, it's not worth comparing the strengths of these two young men now when she has lived in this world many times longer than he has, and she knows more, so she easily managed to invent a new battle tactic. The girl decides to take away all the space in which he could continue the fight without fear of being pinned down and restrained again. Sam does not feel fear even in the face of the two hands of the Demon King. He simply fights his way to victory as if he has no fear of death at all. Now everyone is preparing for the next step that will be taken to immobilize the enemy. Sarah switches to more cunning methods and decides to use the Demon King's deception to further her attack on Sam. Now dozens of blows are flying in his direction, which really do not allow him to move freely around the territory because of his size and number. In an attempt to defend himself from a large-scale invasion, the monster uses his club as a shield and a weapon at the same time, which does not save him from other fate. He does seem to be hundreds of times stronger than monsters that are over 100 years old, if not more, and few could have survived that long. Sam is a perfect example of his kind, and it is immediately clear why the goblins were so powerful. However, Sarah sees something that others are unlikely to notice. She realizes that there has never been an eternal supply of energy, and he certainly cannot have it. His body looks tense, which can tell you a lot. But the most important thing is that his magic has already reached its peak. It won't last long, a little longer, and it will simply be torn to pieces by overvoltage. But she can't do anything about it. He wouldn't listen to her now, let alone obey her, so she has to accept her fate. The strokes are weaker and not as impulsive as before, and now he needs more time to gather his strength and make a new step. It seems that the noise here has never stopped, because Sam again inflicts phantom pain on his opponent without thinking about the consequences. It's time to end this circus, so Sarah goes to the extreme and first decides to use 3 tails. But a second later, she changes her mind and changes the number to 5, just to be sure. No matter how hard the guy tried to hold on, his strength was almost exhausted, and his last attempts to do something against conventional techniques seemed pathetic. The fox is quite ruthless with him. She no longer cares about his experience in battle or being a monster. She considers him a worthy opponent. The deception of the great Demon King began to work in full. Now the performer himself stands before us, looking very threatening and noble. It seems that he cannot be equaled in strength. The king himself has entered the battle against a monster that was a man only a short time ago, and in this case, no mercy can be expected from either side. The first and probably the last blow will be the blow of the 6 cuts of the 5 ligaments, which carries divine power. Sam has no choice but to accept defeat, and perhaps even accept his death, as there is no way he can resist such a force, so he freely obeys and flies away. It's very unpleasant to feel the taste of defeat and exhaustion, to be unable to do anything against your enemy, to be a weakling again. The tiny girl and the giant again have the honor of seeing the fruits of their hard work, which this time turned out to be gratifying. Their efforts were not spent in vain. An abyss for which there is no comparison, and all this is right in front of our eyes. It is immediately clear that it was a hard fight. Exhausted by the situation and dying of hunger, he could do nothing. And most likely even Sarah could not help him. It was over. Sam is still conscious. He can see the sky before his eyes. He can barely breathe. He feels magically exhausted. He has no chance of surviving after this. Sarah took his impending death in stride. On the contrary, he was even to blame for it. He should have known his place and not gone for the breakthrough. It would not have happened if not for his greed. Her opinion is quite simple. But looking at all this chaos around, it becomes clear that Sarah will also get it. But they didn't leave a living place on this territory from Grandpa Babai for such a mess and destruction. The girl's attention was drawn to a strange and pitiful whimper from Sam. Even in this state, he thought only about his mother, and the memory of her brought tears to his eyes, like a child who cannot exist without his family. Still, there was a hint of doubt in the predator's eyes about her cold-bloodedness toward little Sam. In fact, she still has a touch of conditional humanity in her, so even though she is dissatisfied with what is happening, she decides to help him. The completely motionless boy could be called a body. He did not resist Sarah's spell, and may not have even noticed any changes in space. With a careful movement of her fingers, she began to bring him closer to her. Taking his life into her own hands, she does something she did not expect. The girl kisses him in order to transfer her own energy to him. She gave him everything that her greed and affection for the boy allowed her to do. The blonde woman was not capable of more. The unpleasant feeling was not long in coming, and she did not plan to kiss the first person she met at least that day. She has no respect for others, so she carelessly throws it to the ground and brags to it that it now has the five-tailed energy she recently received. It won't make him feel worse, on the contrary, he should show a better side than before. So Sarah makes him work even harder and more, because she wants him to live up to her expectations. When Sam opened his eyes, he did not understand where he was and why it was so bright. Frightened by the situation, he could not understand where such a calm and quiet place came from and how he ended up here. Panicked, he turns around and hears a rustling noise from nowhere, and the door catches his attention. They did indeed cause a pleasant purple light to emanate from them, which did not inspire confidence. Fortunately, it was Sarah who brought a drink for the grieving monster, her expression embarrassed and moderately stern. She was able to throw glances that did not promise anything good, and from such tricks you want to run away and not look back, not to look into her eyes again. These were the emotions Sam felt when he saw her silhouette from behind the door. And so the longed-for moments of peace have arrived when our heroes can engage in an adequate dialogue and dot the I's and cross the T's. It turns out that Sam remembers everything he did a few hours ago, and he is very ashamed of it. He understood everything perfectly well, but he did not know how this could have happened at all. He could not control his body. The young man realizes his responsibility and is ashamed of Sarah because she tried to help him, and he failed to perceive all the information properly. The girl herself hasn't said anything about this situation yet. The only thing she asks him to do is just take a sip of the drink she brought. Of course, this stumped the guy, as if she didn't care about this situation. But she asks him in a more polite way to start drinking. The drink may get cold. Sam doesn't know what he's drinking yet. He has various options in his head, for example, local traditional medicines, but he can't be completely sure of his hypotheses. Nevertheless, the boy decides to try the unknown drink, and he does so quite confidently. He has no reason not to trust the fox. Sam did not like this treatment at all. It was disgusting. But Sarah makes him continue to drink. Most likely it is really something useful. And when the young monster asked what he was drinking, he was left without an answer, as this information would not help him interrogate. This drink is a must-have for Sam, and while he's struggling to take another sip, Sarah begins a new lecture. The first thing she noticed was that he had completely forgotten about something very important. There was nothing left in the place of that big-mouthed goblin but traces of blood, which means that he probably just ran away while Sam and Sarah were trying to work things out. By right, it still belongs to Sam, but it will not be so easy to find the goblin. Most likely he has been hiding somewhere for 100 years and is unlikely to come out. As soon as he finished his meal, he learned that this was a common snack for non-purebreds like him. After such a heavy meal, he doesn't want to live, so little Sammy has only the option of the big-mouthed goblin, which doesn't make them both very happy. Sarah is here to teach him how to survive and be prepared to become stronger at all costs, so she simply confronts him with the fact that there is no other choice. It's hard to accept the fact that you have to destroy others for your own survival, but this meal was even more unpleasant. He also realizes that despite his attitude towards them, they will always be a danger to him, so he will have to accept his fate as a killer. Sam is really taking this seriously. He will do whatever the situation requires. He has already said that he is ready to give himself completely to this cause. His question about other options was not an indicator of fear. He just wanted to know that there were other options. And no matter how hard it was, the best option to increase your strength was always to eat someone else's. But this is possible in the case of a duel when each party has agreed to it and its rules, and Sam and the big-mouthed goblin are no exception, so all agreements are valid. Besides, this monster can be considered a fairly easy prey for a novice candidate. It won't get any easier. The most difficult thing about this situation is that all the monsters saw what Sam was capable of despite his half-breed status, and his fame quickly spread throughout the neighborhood, so the weak would no longer pick a fight with him. On the contrary, only those monsters who can easily defeat him will be interested in him now. However, Sarah does not lose hope and prefers to enjoy what she has. Now she calls him to come with her, and it turns out she has a gift for him. When we get outside, we immediately return to those moments of anxiety and worry, exhaustion, but there are islands of calm everywhere. At first, Sam doesn't notice the gift that Sarah has prepared for him, but in a moment, everything changes. The girl is sitting behind an incomprehensible creature that doesn't even look much like a monster. It's completely shackled and looks not very intelligent. The young goblin also asks about his race, and the answer was ambiguous. This monster has lost the right to call itself that for one simple reason. In general, it's very easy to lose your right to be called a monster if you just give in to your instincts, as this monster and Sam did recently. But now we learn that such monsters were simply unlucky, and now they are beasts who once did something very global and bad. On the Korean peninsula, they are also called dry glot, and now Sarah is looking forward to seeing the show. This animal has long since lost its common sense, so it is not interested in the strength of the enemy and the ratio of their capabilities. It is for this reason that she immediately launches an attack with one sharp movement. Sam manages to react to her antics and now needs to think and manage himself to win the food chain. He has to react to everything with lightning speed and not pay attention to fatigue and the like. With every new minute they spend together, Sam reveals new good sides to the girl, and now she is pleasantly surprised that he is quite skillful with his body. But even with these successes, he still cannot dare to approach the beast and attack it first. He seems to be delaying this moment. Interestingly, his enemy from the family of noble dogs had a good reputation among his own before the festival, but then he was accused of stealing and eating other monsters. He absorbed too much of the power that came from new victims, and when he couldn't cope with it, he went crazy. Now he mindlessly goes into battle and cannot even think of his opponent in any other way than as prey. Sam, at the same time, analyzes every next step of the animal in an attempt to understand the strategy, which was never there in the first place. The terrible Dreglot wants to get closer to the goblin. He will do anything for this, and he almost succeeded. With a bored look, the blonde woman watched them both go. It was obvious to her that Sam would not be able to use the goblin club on his own. It doesn't look like a successful fight for Sam. Even a madman would be a level above the guy now. Moreover, the guy's usual tactics will not be enough against such a strong enemy. The only effective option is to awaken Sam's instinct. He can't do anything now. Sam is holding on and trying to join the fight, and he's still in one piece. A second later, Sarah's train of thought abruptly changes, as something she could not have expected happened on the battlefield. Sammy hit his opponent hard and didn't even flinch. Abruptly, we are transported to the world of the young man's thoughts and memories, where we find ourselves attending boxing lessons. The trainer compliments Sam on his endurance and his physical condition, which does not match the boy's strength of mind. Suddenly, his coach suggests that he take up boxing seriously. He has a gift for such sports and activity in general. But the boy objects. His weight is still too high for this. He plans to do it when he loses weight, which surprises the coach. He even offers him help in the form of constant training for 6 months and dieting. In his opinion, the weight will simply come off by itself during this period of time without any effort, and with such skills, he will quickly reach the competition. It turned out that the classes left an imprint on the guy. He remembered everything well because he had a goal. And he himself has always been different from other boys who also took martial arts classes. He just dreamed of losing weight and wanted it more than anything else. It was his usual but unattainable desire. Sam had spent his entire life exercising and dieting, but none of it had worked for him, as if it made no sense. But he never gave up, and now, when the price is not a number on the scale, but a life, he had no plans to either. He already has 16 sports on his resume, which he has been actively involved in since elementary school. 7 of them were combat ones, and he went to them with purpose and desire, which now saves his life. And in combination with the goblin's natural talent, makes him invincible to some extent. And so now he has continued the fight again and, thanks to his efforts and luck, has come out without a scratch. Sarah could not even expect that the guy had such a strong will, and it was immediately clear how much she had underestimated him. Because now the animal is lying down and doesn't even dare to turn in the direction of its new owner. There was only one problem left: how he could eat this dragnet when it was already completely submissive to him. It seems that Sam himself does not believe in his success and does not fully understand how he has overcome such a rebellious beast so quickly. It is strange to observe the ways of self-defense and attack that are peculiar only to the human race in such an opposite world. Sarah can only hope that it is not congenital and is just old habits that he has not had time to get rid of. Otherwise, it will be hard for him. He received the body of a monster not long ago, and according to Sarah, it is almost impossible to get used to it so quickly and understand all the nuances. Its potential has indeed turned out to be many times greater than it seemed at first, but now it is not clear how to work with it further. The absurd thing is that Sam himself is not sure of his victory, and he is still afraid of him, and does not know what to do with him. It was a pleasant surprise for the boy that he didn't have to eat the whole animal, but what good was it if he was not sure of winning for a reason? While no one expected it, the bogeyman finally achieved its goal, and got so close to Sam that it was able to bite him. The pain hit me like an adrenaline rush, and it was clear that I needed to react quickly. The madman was smarter than that, and immediately took hold of the young goblin and dragged him somewhere where the battlefield would seem larger. It's not clear what else he expected from Sam when he was just standing there looking him straight in the eye at a distance of 5 meters. But he could already taste the taste of a delicious lunch on his teeth, and the red colors that appeared on his face began to inspire even more fear than at the beginning, and his crazy look no longer seemed so silly. It was the first time he had seen such bloody and extensive wounds on himself. His breathing began to get out of control, and he was desperate, his eyes shouting about the real fear of the unknown and dangerous. Because of his ignorance, he was too deeply involved in this problem. The sight of this deep wound did not bode well. Sam dropped out of this world and was left alone with his fears. At this time, while Sam was losing focus, it was very easy to reach him and make the last few throws that he would not be able to deflect and do something in response. After so many victories, it's hard to take him seriously in this state, and she hopes that he will fight back and they can discuss this moment. Sammy doesn't know what he is more afraid of at this moment. His head is spinning. We are used to thinking that we are afraid of pain, but in fact, the main fear is the loss of a part of ourselves and not understanding how we can go on living. This fear is innate in every human being, comparable to the instinct of self-preservation. And Sam was also a pre-medical man, not used to losing limbs or having such serious injuries in his daily life. In addition, the circumstances themselves make you feel animal discomfort, which is enough to make a guy who hasn't even finished school have a panic attack just from the sight of his opponent. The madman decides to use his claws and takes aim and inflicts another deep wound on the young man. It looks scary, but this time the guy doesn't react as brightly because the old one healed in seconds, so he decides to wait. The wound really began to heal quite quickly, and he didn't even notice when it disappeared. Or maybe it was never there at all. That's why you need to get rid of human habits in the world of monsters, because everything happens differently here, especially slaughterhouses and their development. Sam realized this in time, and now he can fight back, knowing that the rules of the game are completely different now. In this world, if you're still breathing, you can ignore all this damage and continue the duel without hesitation. At this point, the goblin will decide who wins and who remains a body, but now he himself is throwing the animal away and starting to gain momentum. Sam himself did not expect to have the strength to hit so hard and so accurately, and the only thing that remained after this blow was pain in his arm. Looking at what he did, the guy compares his impact to a real accident where the car was traveling at its full speed. Having taken a fighting stance, he waits for some more changes and tries to move away from the information about regeneration. It was logical to assert that he was not the only one who had it, but the battle was already over. Sarah came to give her commentary, in which she feels satisfied and proud of the student, and she also lets him know that the Dreigler is not dead, but will not get up for a long time. She was interested in the boy's opinion about magic, but this time he was conscious and realized what he was doing. It must be a completely different experience. Once again, Sam did not fully understand what was happening, and he did not even notice the use of magic, although it was there. Sarah explained to him that he would not have been able to recover without the help of magic, and that the last blow could not have been so strong without her intervention. The guy really had strange sensations during the last blow. He felt like it was like an electric shock all over his body. The girl didn't just force him to fight, it was so bloody and brutal that he had to use magic. But the result they have now is also very good. Sam has started to not be afraid to recognize himself as a monster and even dared to continue the fight. He hears the words that Sammy is a very talented guy all the time, but this time it sounded especially nice and kind. After this short dialogue, the animal returns to the fight and wants to start a new round. But no one else is eager to do so, so it was decided to get rid of it once and for all. Sarah gave her sly look again and decided to ask the rather appropriate question of whether Sam had ever killed. An earthly boy who lived his normal life and breathed the idea of losing weight would never be able to say yes to this kind of question. In response, they offer to kill the madman with one strong blow. However, the blow must also be accurate, as humanoid monsters have their weakest point just above the navel, where they store their energy. It is clear that such things are very difficult for Sam now, especially from a moral point of view, but he has to do what he is told. Even now, looking the monster straight in the eye, it is very difficult for a boy to gather his strength, no matter how much he wants to become strong and how noble his goal is. He decides to do it anyway, and it's clear that the others didn't even think about other people's lives. They just did it and forgot, which makes Sam worse. Thoughts of his loved ones and family make him do such horrible things, and on the other hand, they mean much more to him than this useless animal. One more step, and the last blow was delivered right to the point of the terrible monster. The blonde woman immediately notices that Sam has something in his fist and keeps it with him. He was holding a cinnabar in his hand. In other words, it was a pearl with magic inside, and it was the pearl that needed to be swallowed in order to master this magic. Without even listening, Sam immediately eats this magic pearl and tries to feel the changes in himself. However, he does not feel anything at all about any atypical processes inside him, which makes me wonder. Suddenly, a strange black bird, which can also speak, sits on his shoulder and says that he heard a ghostly bam, 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 which did not make the situation any clearer. As soon as he noticed her and realized that this situation was very strange, he threw her off and asked her in a hysterical scream what kind of bird she was and where she came from. The bird turned out to be not only talkative, but also two-faced, because now there was a young black-haired girl standing in front of it, feathers falling off her face. Sarah is again unhappy, this time with the appearance of a mysterious bird that came uninvited. The girl who decided to visit them could not understand such a negative attitude toward her, as if true friends needed a reason to visit each other. But a second later, she admits that she came for a reason and turns her gaze to Sam. The girl introduces herself as Selena. She considers herself Sarah's childhood friend and is naturally interested in Sam's personality. Apparently, she was very interested in the rumors about him if she personally visited. The meeting turned out to be not so bad, but the reason for Selena's visit is still unclear, so Sarah asks again what the bird needs. The guest begins her story by saying that she sometimes works for Babai's grandfather, and at first she calls it human slang. She came on his orders to give a reward for the 2 demons she had already defeated on behalf of Babai's grandfather. Sarah makes a gesture of goodwill and asks to give the award to her polite student Sam, who she believes deserves it. It turns out that Selena also had the opportunity to watch the fight between the young man and the madman, and she can hardly believe that he has so much strength for a beginner. In the course of this dialogue, the bird brings up the topic of the festival and says that Sarah should have prepared for different scenarios that could happen at the festival, but the girl doesn't even give Sam a chance, cutting him off in response. Selena, in turn, does not support her childhood friend and honestly says that she sees potential in him. Finally, the conversation moved to the topic of reward, where suddenly Sam has to make a choice again. He can go home right now or stay and become a stronger monster. The mocking expression on the girl's face spoke volumes. We are back in the ordinary human world, where life is brighter and more familiar. Sam's friend says that he was worried about his neighbor and his absence from school, and his phone being turned off raised various suspicions. But this time, he picked up the phone because he was sure it was his friend. On the other end of the call is Sam, who really needs his friend's help, but has no idea how to start this dialogue. Sam has a very crazy idea, and only his best friend Yuno can help him with it, and he will not understand him if he refuses. Yuno doesn't want to drag out these secrets and asks to be told straight away what they want from him. What he heard caused a violent reaction from his friend, and he did not understand the reason for such a request. Apparently, it concerns Sam's mother, who is now working away from home and has no idea what is wrong with her son. According to the boy's plan, Yuno's family took him to their traditional martial arts center for a month, as usual, so that Sam could try to lose weight there. Of course, they won't take everyone there, but Sam has no other choice, and for him, Yuno is the best and most logical option, no matter how much he wants to put him in an awkward position. The friend agrees, but he thinks that Sam should still tell him what is happening to him and where he is now. However, Yuno sets limits and accepts the attempt to force the boy to confess the truth. Otherwise, he will not be able to enter the traditional martial arts center. You could feel the tension even through the phone, and he had no idea what he would say if asked about it. Opposite Sam sits Selena, who is now his supervisor. She also begins to put pressure on the boy and tells him to lie, because otherwise both of them will be punished. A few minutes later, Yuno listened to Sam's side of the story and kindly responded to him, asking him to keep in touch and not to be afraid to ask for help. But it seems that one of the reasons for Sam's absence did not sound so true. Yuno did not believe his friend, but did not deny it. Sam believes that he got out of this situation quite well and is now relieved to have one less problem to worry about. To understand the full picture, we are returned to the moment of choice, where Sammy decides which reward he wants to choose, and now the guy is in real shock as he can return to the normal world so easily. Sarah has to listen to the fact that now Sam, not she, will get to the people and can do it right now. The choice turned out to be difficult, but for himself, the young man chooses this world, and he will be able to return in a month. Such a non-standard choice for a monster that was recently human seems wrong, so Selena asks the reason for this choice. Sam just wants to continue his studies, which would have been impossible at home and would have ended in failure. And the massacre that took place a few minutes ago only reassured him that the experience is mandatory. He also needs strength so that in the future such situations will not cause him difficulties in resolving them. So now he prioritizes the power of the monster, and he considers this choice to be the right one. Selena interrupts him and decides to shout that all his phrases sound very cool and heroic. Sarah again intervenes in their conversation and reproaches the bird for only teasing Sam and creating the illusion of choice, when in fact there is only one reward. The blonde girl has known this girl since childhood, so she realizes that now she is just deceiving the guy to see how he reacts. However, the guest easily justifies herself by saying that this is a common procedure, which she calls dough. It's like questions that help people find out different information about each other. And now, for some reason, Selena started asking about a book that she had allegedly given to Sarah. This girl is really different from the other monsters. She seems familiar. We talked about the bird's manuscripts. She had once written rules of behavior between people and a theory on the subject. But Sarah showed no interest in it at all. She found it boring. Tired of this pointless dialogue, Selena simply asks to take Sam with her for a little while. The idea of just going home, and not alone, seemed very attractive, especially since he was released without any problems. In one fell swoop, Selena began to turn back into a bird in front of everyone. It's an impressive sight, especially when you see it for the first time in your life. In a few seconds, a sweet girl turned into a bulky demonic raven in front of them. Thanks to her class, Selena is the only one who has the right to move into the human world at any time. No matter how long, the only thing she has to do is take responsibility for her actions, and one of her privileges allows her to take any monster with her for one day once a year. This time she chose Sam, confidently took him in her paws, and together they flew to the human dimension. We are back at the girl's house. Sam gives her the phone and sincerely thanks her for it. He really felt better after that call. Selena realizes that the guy will not be here soon, so she gives him the opportunity to call someone else, or maybe he would like to meet his family. Sam has no family except for his mother, and in a way he is happy about this because no one will make unnecessary scandals about his absence. As a token of gratitude, Sam offers to buy the chick dinner, which turns out to be a very good deal for her. She has a small list of dishes that she's been wanting to try for a long time, probably since her first day in the human world. She had a hard time getting the right ingredients before Sam came to her house, but now he doesn't understand what she wants at all. The work began to boil and the guy immediately started cooking dinner. In a short time, the table was set and the kitchen was filled with the smell of delicious food. Sam has done his best by scavenging the house for food and making delicious meals out of it, but he's not sure if the monster would even like it. In fact, Selena's wish was quite simple. She wanted to try people's home-cooked food because all she ate was either store-bought or school food. At the table, they begin to discuss everyday things, such as school, for example, and it turned out that they study very close by, literally in neighboring institutions. The girl started school at the beginning of this academic year, but she hasn't found any friends, let alone those who could treat her, although she seems quite open to socializing with others. The plates that were once full were quickly emptied, which probably meant that Sam was a great cook and host. Only now is the time to show the real reward that was discussed at the very beginning. The bird shows him a scroll, which she calls the monster's inventory and compares it to a phone or a bag, but for monsters. All this time, Sam could have called up the scroll in the same way, but he didn't realize it, and to find the information he would need to swipe the paper like on a phone. And inside the scroll, he will find even more interesting search mechanics. You can store things in the scroll. There is a small case for this purpose, which you can return to your scroll after using it. Selena holds the suitcase out to Sam so that he can look at it and understand what it is. When he opened it, he saw that things were laid out quite neatly and there was no mess at all. He was given all the inventory in advance and immediately given a handful of goblin coins. This currency in the monster world is precious and not easy to earn, so the 40 coins he has now must be spent wisely. And on the right was a goblin treasure, which is passed from hand to hand. Treasures are generally useful things. They carry magical power that their previous owner endowed them with. Usually, only coins are supposed to be given for a dry glot, but Grandpa Babai obviously has some plans for the young man, so he packed him this suitcase with surprises himself. As it was easy to guess, the old man wants to see Sam win the festival, which would be a good way to glorify the peninsula where they live. It turns out that his grandfather loves to show off in front of others, and winning the festival is a very significant event for him. Last time, the monster of the Korean peninsula had every chance to become king, but the final battle failed him, and he failed to win. Interestingly, this monster was also a goblin, but so strong that it had no equal on this peninsula. Even now, holding the treasure in his hands, he does not quite believe in everything that is happening to him. Only yesterday, he was an ordinary person. Sam expects every second to wake up and forget about this stupid dream, although it seems that he has quickly adapted and accepted his new nature. In response, the girl could only say that she immediately had a good impression of him. She believed that he could achieve great things. He just needed to have a goal. Selena is well aware of the boy's fear of the new king and his plans for the people, so she decides to take advantage of it. The girl sets a huge standard for him. She offers him to become the new king. This all makes you think. But he is interested in another question, and before he can ask it, we find out that Sam is her first human friend, so she will try to answer everything. The question concerned her magical inventory, and the young man noticed that her inventory started flashing with the words, urgent. Indeed, the inventory behind her looked like that, but for some reason she didn't pay attention. It turned out that this happens quite infrequently, as such urgent calls are given to each monster in case of emergency. But if the call also works in the human world, it means that the monster has caused damage in this world, which Selena said sounded quite casual, although it wasn't. Moreover, such situations have not arisen for several decades, so why should they now? But the girl simply did not pay attention to the scroll, which still spoke of an urgent situation. She did not expect it to be true, so panic is not far off. No one understands what to do in such a situation, what happened, or how to find out information about it. It is night. The city is suspiciously quiet, but the house itself looks alive. Sam was in one of the apartments, trying to use the scroll. He is even doing quite well. At least he has learned the basic information about the inventory and can already call it up. He became curious to try to take an item from the scroll, so the first thing he tried was the goblin treasure that was there. For the boy, this is still a confusing thing. What he is supposed to do with it, and what the treasure is for, he will definitely ask later. It was already dark outside, so he decided to check the time. It's almost 10 o'clock. It's getting late for Sam, and he has to go back to the world of monsters soon. We go back to the recent past, where Selena is trying to calculate what time she has to be back, and her verdict is 10 o'clock in the evening. After that, she quickly packs up and goes out into the world, telling Sam that she won't be long and will be back soon, and that he should stay at home. In parting, she calls him a friend, and says that they can easily communicate informally. But it's almost 10 o'clock, and the house is still empty, the door not even hinting at someone's presence behind it. This causes anxiety and worry for Sam. He doesn't even know where she went, so he has no idea. Now he thought that in the future, he would need to take at least her phone number so that such situations would not arise again. Suddenly, he noticed a photo of a man on one of the shelves, which led him to completely different thoughts. The goblin blood could only come from his father, which turned out to be a real discovery for Sam. Remembering Baba's grandfather's words about the 4th or 5th generation, this theory is quite real. Did my father know about his unusual blood? Or perhaps he lived quietly without thinking about it. Something distracted him from his thoughts. Some suspicious noise from the street. The first thing that comes to mind is Selena, who should be back by now, but there are no signs of life. Suddenly, we find ourselves in a certain neighborhood of this city, which definitely does not look peaceful and calm. It was filled with the panicked screams of a man who had been attacked by a monster. Strashko was many times bigger than a human and had a very vague appearance. It was clear that he was not burdened with intelligence. In a second, he will be wounded, which scares him away and forces him to retreat from his victim. Selena is unhappy that she is constantly trying to catch him, but he won't calm down and continues to harm others. Her weapon was her own feathers, which she had already lost a lot of, but she had to keep losing because this monster would not let up. You can see from the madman that he is afraid and even worried, but the reason why he is doing this is unknown. The girl suggests a hypothesis, saying that he doesn't even feel pain, so what does fear have to do with it? The monster didn't like such reproaches and chose an easier way to move away from the victim, perhaps to hide for a while. But before he could do so, Selena immediately rushed to him to end it. However, he simply disappeared, leaving almost nothing behind but dark spots on the ground. The man who was attacked could not even say a word. What happened to him and his friend can be called a real tragedy. But the girl comforts the man, saying that the wound is shallow and will heal soon, and that an ambulance is on the way. The victim is not looking in her direction at all. His eyes and attention are riveted on the roof of one of the houses opposite. Right behind Selena was a giant the size of this house, and it looked just as scary and dangerous. As soon as the girl turned to look in his direction, he immediately ran at her, not intending to slow down. The monster did not have time to get to the bird, and in the same second, it was destroyed by someone unknown. It was the boy who asked Selena to be careful, not to let this monster get close to her. It would be a shame to lose to him. The young man was well known to the girl. She even calls him her close friend. And the bird was also sure that he would show up. The boy's real name is Castor, and he objects to the girl's words about a close friend. He likes to be addressed more respectfully, so he asks Selena to address him differently. The girl wants to call him brother, and, tired of her annoyance, he accepts it and gets to work. It changes the victim's memory, makes them think that it was just a bad day, and that the injuries are from the car that hit the man and his friend. Castor assures us that the driver has long since left the scene of the crime, and this is the version they will tell the ambulance workers. The guy turns out to be a very strong magician, because hypnosis is difficult to learn, and Selena once tried to learn how to use such spells, but nothing happened. The young man is not very interested in this conversation, so he asks only about the monsters she has already destroyed. The girl has already made 24 monsters, and interestingly, every single one of them was really crazy. In addition, all of these dragons were on a leash, most likely controlled by someone. All of them killed 7 people, and 50 were injured. It looks strange. Selena thinks it's all just for a new conflict, that wounding a person is a very serious crime. But Castor doesn't think so. Their common point of view was that it was beneficial to someone. A long time ago, when monsters had free access to the human world, they ate only humans. But hunger or sadistic deviations were not the real reason. Human flesh was and is the most useful food for monsters. The modern generation of monsters could not even guess about such a bloodthirsty version, but there were those who remembered it. You can easily gain power by simply eating people, but this information should not be popular, because then the world of people will turn into hell again. Unlike the polite Selena, who passed the proficiency test, the other young monsters won't be so bothered by this. Few people want to make their way into the human world now. It's boring, and there's no point in coming here. However, the time of the festival is very soon, and many crazy people are ready to take such risks and use their knowledge of human flesh. In a good way, the girl should also have known this information if she was helping Grandpa Babai. Castor doesn't consider stupidity an excuse, but rather a state of mind, and he would never have done that in their place. The tactic of open murder is not suitable for such purposes. It would be wiser to steal one at a time, then the noise would be avoided. The one who operates these drillers can definitely call them up and make them do all the dirty work for him, so why would he get involved himself? In a fit of anger, Selena suddenly remembers some important information, which instantly changes her expression to one of excitement. At the same moment, she makes an immediate decision to disappear from the crime scene and asks Castor to thoroughly clean up all traces in the neighborhood. At this time, Sam is still alone at home and notices strange changes. The curtains have risen by themselves in an unknown way. Suddenly, someone's silhouette is seen from behind him, and it's definitely not someone who came with good intentions. Confidently, he begins to approach the young man, looking very unpleasant and ominous. The criminal is even surprised at how defenseless Sam is now, when he thought he could have tried harder. An attempt to attack from the back seems very dishonest, but he does it. The guy doesn't seem to notice anything, he just stands there staring at nothing. A sharp evasion of the enemy's attack saves his life and honor. Sam immediately reacts to the attack and decides to use magic to buy himself some time. The unidentified man was shocked that the guy knew about his visit and was ready to attack at any second. There was an unexpected explosion, and it was so big that the destruction could not be prevented. But despite the preparations, Sammy was still scared and needed to get away from such sudden changes in his daily routine. When he saw the attacker who survived the attack, he had several questions and remorse. The half-demolished balcony foreshadowed today's stormy night. Just before the attack, Sam felt a cold chill go down his back, very similar to the first time he was bitten by a dry fly. He remembers this feeling well, and this time it saved his life. He launched this attack without even realizing it. It was so spontaneous. But fortunately, he just threw the stranger away. At first glance, Sam seemed to have knocked him to the ground pretty hard, and it takes a long time to recover from that. And on the second, after the dust settled, Sam saw that there was no one in the asphalt, just an empty hole. The mysterious visitor was already standing in a completely different city and said that this area was now completely empty. He had personally taken care of it. And taking Sam in his grip, he shared his plan, which helped him to clear the area perfectly. The serpent came to the boy because of rumors about him. He was interested in the monster's power, which the goblin has, but he expected more from him. One sharp movement of his tail and Sam will get a good beating in a second. He's not going to treat the young monster like a princess. He's going to throw it carelessly in all directions. Attempts to keep his balance and even just stay in place will not help Sam. He is many times weaker than the enemy. The snake roughly threw the boy without sparing any effort, most likely hoping that this would be enough. Such injuries do not go unnoticed, and pain throughout the body is guaranteed. The opponent mockingly asks if the floor has weakened much from such heavy blows. He is not at all interested in the future life of people in this city. He just laughs at them. As usual, Sam recovers from his injury quite quickly and tries to find a new landmark that will help him continue to act. But the snake would have been more pleased if he hadn't gotten up after the first strike. The man does not like it when he is not immediately surrendered, so he simply offers to give himself up, which will result in his death. But it will be quick. Looking at all this, the young monster realized that he was now standing right in front of the most real danger. Nevertheless, the snake allows himself to mock the boy, even asking if he should give him a chance. Sam didn't want to give up so easily. His eyes looked judgmental, and he definitely didn't want to go down without a fight. Their class difference is quite large. The outcome of the duel will be the same in different scenarios, so why not just waste time and let yourself be eaten right away? Which sounds very logical to a man. The next thing the bad guy decided to throw out was some sort of premise. In exchange for Sam's soul and strength, the stranger agrees to let the boy's mother go and have dinner with someone else. But before he could finish speaking, the boy immediately jumped into action. The words about his mother were too harsh, and the act required punishment. An accurate punch right in the face, and this will allow you to continue to dominate further. Suddenly, the man switches to a calmer tone and apologizes for such a stupid provocation, which puts the protagonist in a stupor. Even he feels that he has gone a bit overboard with such threats, but he is not going to blame himself much for it. It was hard to think of something more provocative, because he needed to get closer to the guy. Such a distance between them was necessary for his special magic, poison. In order for it to take action, it needs to touch the victim, which is what the snake has been trying to do all along. For the enemy, this magic is very problematic. He cannot use it just like that. He always has to come up with some nonsense to get attention. The weirdo started his monologue about pedigrees, which Sam was not interested in at that moment. He was chained to the ground and could not turn around. It felt like sleep paralysis. The man really seemed strange. He talked about the rules of life, and how when the laws are already established, the weak can only become victims, as if he was already sure of his victory. But he noticed the goblin's treasure on Sam's hand, and he fully agreed that using this jewelry could kill him. Only a single family photo, reminiscent of a carefree life that once was, provided a small drop of peace. It's a pity, but the snake is not interested in family drama. He is already planning his hunt for Sam when he is reborn in his next life. At this time, Sam listened to his body and came to the conclusion that he could make another strong push, or at least try. The enemy's mouth was ready for another hearty meal and was gradually approaching its goal. Panic gradually enveloped the guy's mind, but he had to keep himself in check. Having gained the strength, he put aside all emotions and went cold-bloodedly to his goal. The serpent was not prepared for such a strong will and did not even think about such a turn of events. A strong jet of magic that destroyed everything in its path was directed directly at the man. Exhausted, but interested in the outcome of his attack, Sam began to look for the target he had attacked. There was a big hole in the ceiling and a lot of dust, which settled heavily on the floor of the house. But the enemy was not visible. It was because he managed to deflect and remained unharmed after such an attack. Therefore, it was necessary to attack now, so that the guy would not continue to resist fate. Again, the same strong throw, which was not very different from the others, was all my opponent was capable of. The poison should have completely consumed the little goblin by now, so how could he give such an answer? The serpent could not come to a logical conclusion. Suddenly, the man noticed that he felt some suspicious pain in his shell, which he immediately noticed. A strange object made of wood, resembling a small club, peeked out from under the heavy scales. Of course, at such moments, one wonders where this came from and why. It just doesn't make sense if this is how they want to defeat him. A mysterious masked man who appeared there unnoticed dropped in a few phrases that referred to an unknown ministry of thunder and that he was the head of it. The masked man did not lie about the thunder, because after he finished his sentence, the snake abruptly began to hit the energy and pass completely through him. The guest decided that this night was just beginning for them and did not plan to end it. The mask is aggressive towards both of them, but first plans to subdue the most dangerous of them with its lightning. We learn from the snake that the mask is an exorcist, and he mockingly says that such people have few skills except for a deep voice. Despite the thief's self-confidence, he is still wary of the mask. He feels that this person's level is much higher than the other charlatans he has met before. He seems to be well acquainted with his work and has no unnecessary thoughts in his head. He came with a specific purpose. Now the snake has to think about its next steps. It plans to retreat, but realizes that this will do little to help it. This monster and the Dark Dreeglaw are most likely working together, and he already knows about Castor and Selena, who were after his colleague, and now he has the same problem and doesn't even know what to do. Still, the mask's weapon has done a lot of damage to the man, which makes his situation even worse. But at some point, the exorcist notices something wrong and decides to trust his senses. The wound is too severe. I can't take my hand away from the wound, and it's a blessing that the dark dragnet came to my aid. This animal probably obeys the snake. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why it listens to him and protects him from all troubles. This time, the mask should go to the exorcist, who was the one who caused such harm to the owner. Once this dark beast was known in the outskirts of the West, but somehow it came to this state, and the serpent did not refuse to take it in. A body of the divine level is never superfluous. That's why this killer is now wearing a mask, and he's poisonous for a reason. He wants to have fun with them. Watching this, Sam tried to understand the situation when at that very second the poison was destroying his body. Without fear, the man rushed into a one-on-one fight against a terrible monster that was 100 times bigger than him, or even more. Having taken out his main weapon, he wants to equalize the ratio of their forces in order to have at least a small chance of victory. He is very skillful in dealing with all difficulties, and it may seem that in battle they are even equal. In a few minutes, the dark Dreeglot was gone, quickly cut in half, and now the only thing that remains of him is a memory. How could this be expected against an ordinary human being, and whether the animal's owner himself would survive? The answer came quickly, and a masked man stood close to the snake. The last enemy on this battlefield was destroyed in a matter of minutes. When he fell dead on the ground, Sam could not find words to describe his shock at what he saw. And when the mask noticed him, it immediately decided that Sam was an ally of the two monsters, so it immediately forced the boy to answer questions. Sammy is behaving very strangely. The exorcist's voice seems familiar to him, and he says so without question. Now the young goblin asks a question, and he sweetly asks if the man recognizes his voice, and indeed, Sam himself. Finally, the identity of the masked man is revealed, and the boy can confirm his guesses. We meet Yuno, Sam's best friend, who suddenly turns out to be an exorcist. The situation seems absurd. Yuno does not recognize his friend, and he does not even know where to start this dialogue. Yoon cannot believe his eyes what has happened to his close friend. He doesn't even want to ask unnecessary questions about Sam's body, but how he managed to withstand these monsters is unknown to him. Suddenly Sam feels sick, has trouble breathing, and asks to wait. The poison began to manifest itself even more. This ability cannot be neutralized now. The medicines that are now available will not help, but this problem needs to be solved somehow. It was clear to see how the poison was acting inside Sam, and it was clear that he would not be able to survive without help. But very quickly the poison began to leave inexplicably. A second ago he was almost dying from it, and now it is disappearing. The regeneration that Yuno did not expect to see alarmed him, as this kind of wound healing is not typical for humans. But a strange noise behind them made them distracted from one problem to another. The snake was alive, and seeing that no one was paying attention to it, it decided to quickly run away. It was too weak for a new round. Yuno thought it was a weak act, but the reptile didn't matter anyway. The characters decided to go outside and discuss the situation face to face. But how can you do that calmly when such a horror has happened to you? For example, Yuno can't come to his senses at all. How should he even perceive the fact that the person with whom he has been close friends for 3 years turns out to be half a goblin and has the ability to regenerate? The guy is ashamed of his indiscretion. They had been talking for so long, and he hadn't even suspected Sam of such an extremely important factor. Sam realizes why Yuno's family has never told him about the martial arts taught at their school. It turned out that it was his family's duty to destroy monsters in the human world. The most unusual and incomprehensible thing was that Yuno knew about the festival and that it was only 6 months away. The most logical question in this situation was how often monsters penetrate this world and harm people, and Sam asked. According to the exorcist, over the past 100 years, attacks on people have been infrequent. Monsters could fight each other, but no more. But it becomes clear that everything has changed now, only when exactly is unknown. Yuno is also well acquainted with how easy it is for monsters to gain a lot of power and easily become king. In general, over the past month, disappearances of people have become many times more frequent. This is happening all over the world now. The mask is not sure that monsters are to blame for every crime, but there were traces of a struggle at the place of disappearance. But now it's very easy to meet monsters on the streets, and such impudence has become very annoying. A suspicious portal out of nowhere, which is typical of monsters when they move, made me postpone this dialogue for later and pay attention to the beam of light. The storm of expectations and fear was right in front of my eyes, and the portal was about to close, revealing the essence it carried. This terrible monster was little Selena, who had lost track of time and now had to somehow justify herself to Sam for her recklessness. However, Yuno was against their interaction, and his blade immediately headed toward the chick. When she saw the attitude of the guy, who was unknown to Selena, she became even more frightened, slowly realizing who he was. The exorcist forbids the girl to take even a step, otherwise he will consider it an attack and will be forced to use his weapon. When Sam tried to explain who this girl was and why she came, he was immediately silenced, saying that a monster should not have any other names or excuses. Yuno is very dismissive of all monsters, but he still hopes for a drop of reason in their heads, so he first warned the bird instead of killing it right away. He uses such categorical methods only for the sake of a close friend. Yuno was also well aware of the identification test, but for some reason the fact of its existence caused him surprisingly negative emotions. For him, all monsters are equally bad. Despite their different shells, they all want power, victims, and blood, so none of them can be trusted. Yoon decided to stand up for his friend's rights, saying that Sam was still half human and he didn't need some useless permission from the monsters to get home. The guy looks scared and definitely doesn't want to let his friend go back to the world where he was kidnapped and forced to become a monster. And now they won't let him go home. Selena understands why Sam's friend is reacting so aggressively to these circumstances. To him, it looks horrible, as if Sam is a victim. However, the young man is already on the list of monsters, and there is no escaping the truth. And now we need to look at the world soberly. If the boys break the rules and Sam does not return to the world of monsters, then everyone who was there will be heavily punished. Selena sees that the situation has deteriorated so much because of Yuno's panic attacks, so she has to fix it quickly and without casualties. But the girl feels a strong aura of a shaman. She has no ideas in her head. She is not yet experienced enough to solve such situations quickly. Bird officially calls himself Sam's guardian and explicitly states his intention to take him with him, which was still better than inaction. Yuno reminds him of his conditions, and now he will definitely not be able to figure out Selena's identity for a long time. Sam comes to his friend's defense and puts himself under his friend's weapon, thus showing his point of view in this situation. Now Yoon has no blade. His best friend took it away, leaving him empty-handed. Sam was also very interested in the engraving on the weapon he had just picked up and decided to look at it. The shaman doesn't understand the friend's actions, why he turned against him and doesn't even let him scare the monster. Finally, Sammy decides to speak out and directly calls Yoon a monster like Selena and the others, who also killed, as well as his closest friend, who also managed to kill, which finally kills Yuno. Speaking about his first victim, Sam is not even sure if it was a monster. He believes it was a draglot, but he was still alive, and the guy just absorbed his strength and soul. And as you can see, Sammy still doesn't want to harm people. He plans to become stronger only thanks to monsters and the help of his friends. Insulted and angry at these words, Yuno does not think that his friend has to go so far. In general, the family of exorcists does not yet have enough strength to protect at least one person, so he cannot understand why he wants to become a real monster. Sam has nothing to add except for one important point that you need to know. He has already decided to become the king of monsters, and he is not going to change his mind. This news made Yuno silent. He did not know what to think and how to act in such a situation. The reaction was not long in coming. Yoon still considered himself smarter in this situation, so he did not change his point of view on Sam's future life. But he did not care. He knew what he was doing. Sam has to take a risk for the sake of the world, or else the dire consequences will be unavoidable. Such words and stance were a real knife in the back of the shaman, a person who fights against people like Sam. The monster has fully accepted his fate and is ready to do anything to make his goal come true. For a second, it seemed that Yuno had lost faith in the whole world, not just Sam, and he looked upset. But quickly he changes his face and changes his position. He no longer wants to fight, but rather tries to trust his friend, if his intentions are really that pure. The only condition was not to cross the line. Otherwise, Yoon would destroy his friend without hesitation. You can't say anything against this. The guy is right. In case of danger to humanity, it would be a necessity. Finally, Yuno decided to ask about Selena's name and her role in the monster world, and the fact that she was a messenger there suited him. And while he had the opportunity, he decided to say his last words before he left. If the rules of the monster world are not observed, and Sam suffers for no reason, the shaman will not forget about it. He will punish everyone who was guilty of injustice to his friend. It seems sad to end the meeting on such a note, but maybe they understand each other if Yuno promises to look after Sam's mom. He left and didn't even look back. He had his own business, now more important than this. It was the first time Selena had seen an exorcist, and she was so scared just by his appearance, not to mention his aura, so she really hopes that they are not all like that. A new voice behind them draws the attention of both young monsters. It turned out to be Casta, who had followed the girl, and she was more confused than surprised. The young man immediately guessed where Selena was going, so he decided to follow her to help her in case of any problems, because neither he nor she knew why they were going to the meeting. The girl is a little ashamed of her inattention and weakness, and today she could have died because of it. And in Sam, Casta recognizes the same reckless goblin that has been rumored since yesterday. Casta decides to tell the story of another new class of monsters called beast demons, which are very closely related to their ancestors, the animals whose forms they inherited. But as they develop, they begin to change, and at the stage where they already resemble humans, they can already be called ghostly beasts. Moreover, Casta says that some outgrow their original form. They were once called divine, worshipped by both monsters and humans because of their power. So Casta turned out to be a representative of this class, and apparently he's not going to give in at the festival because he's also going to be one of Sam's opponents. A sudden change in mood, and now the future opponent kindly wants to shake hands with the goblin as a sign of acquaintance. Sam senses that something has changed in the atmosphere, but decides to shake hands out of common courtesy anyway. Selena's loud cry stops the exchange of pleasantries. She is strictly against Sam shaking hands. This method proved to be effective, and the guy abruptly pulls his hand away, waiting for the sequel. It is clear that the girl has known Castor for a long time, and now she sees through what the scoundrel is up to and stands up for Sam, proving that his day was already terrible. The young man sees no difference and no prohibitions that require him to stay in the turtle's hibernation forever. Besides, he finds it ridiculous that some unclean goblin wants to become king on his first day as a monster. And now, looking directly into Sam's eyes, he uses one of his acquired techniques, the effect of which is still unknown to us. Everything around the guys starts to burn with purple fire and looks like some kind of conscription ritual or vice versa. Right in front of Selena's eyes, who did not want to let this happen, they literally fall through the ground. A beautiful beach with golden sands and azure sea. It is clear that the island is uninhabited. The hand of man has not yet been here. This time, the landing was easier, and Sam landed easily on his feet instead of immediately falling to the ground. But such movements in space take a lot of strength, and usually they can't even stand up afterwards, which Castor notices. Moreover, this is the first time Sam has encountered these types of techniques, and he seems very resilient. The guy does not seem surprised by the new attack on himself. The only thing he wants to know is whether his opponent plans to eat him. There could be no other options. It would be a fairly logical ending for both of them, but a few issues still need to be resolved. It was the most unexpected question of all these 24 hours, and Castor wondered if Sammy played video games, real ones. He used to play them a lot in middle school, but in high school this hobby came to a halt, but he never specified the genre he liked. If he was given a lot of options, he would choose an action RPG. He likes games that don't shake you out of every last penny. Castor was pleased with such a serious answer to such a frivolous question, and now he believes they have a lot in common. There's another noise behind Sam that catches his attention and makes him react with lightning speed to its source. There was some suspicious movement in the sea, which led to the explosion and heralded the beginning of the duel. Thanks to his attentiveness, the goblin managed to dodge the shockwave and remain unharmed. Unexpectedly, all this noise was due to a huge block of ice, which could not have just appeared on a warm island. From there, Sam saw some danger and decided to run away from it for a better chance of survival in the future. A bunch of small blocks of ice, sharp as a blade, flew straight at him without changing their route. Castor seems to be enjoying this fight, and it's only turning him on even more. The young man likes Sam's speed and is only too happy to work with him today. Castor is surprised at the young monster's interesting fighting tactics, but he only dodges and watches his next move, which even looks suspicious. For a beginner, this is quite good, especially when during the battle they open up to this world in a completely different way. All the enemies he has met have taught him to be attentive, to be careful, and to learn not only about himself, but also about his ability to fight. He is now more attentive to details and pays more attention to the enemy's fighting style, so he can now try to fight back against Castor. Every decision he makes is a lesson he learned today, and he will carry it with him for the rest of his life. One movement of the hand and a beam of light consisting of pure magic is directed directly at the enemy and destroys everything in its path. It turns out that thanks to this armor, energy can manifest itself to the fullest and make the blow stronger than the monster's full potential. Sam is tense and now stares into the distance extremely attentively. He must be sure that this technique has at least changed something. It's also a lesson that Sam has fully embraced and doesn't want to make the same mistakes again. He stopped trusting fate, and now he waits to see for himself whether the attack hit the target so that he can be ready for a new offensive if necessary. During this day, he managed to almost completely understand the monster's power and now knows how to use it at least for basic attacks and self-defense. He was even able to understand where and at what point static energy passes through him. He could feel it starting from the abdomen. And now he can determine, at least intuitively, how much energy he has left, which is about 60% right now. According to his calculations, he spends about 10% on a strong attack when he spends no more than 3% on a weak attack. Thanks to Sarah, he knows the consequences of a monster's hunger and what can happen from a lack of energy. Castor was indeed not affected by such a strong spell, but one should not underestimate Sam because the young man has already broken through his first phase, which is still unknown. During these few minutes of fighting, Sam never felt that his opponent really wanted to eat him, which raises questions. The boy definitely does not feel that Castor wants to harm him in any way, so the other one has to admit that he was caught in a lie. He really doesn't have such a goal, but the words about the festival and the king really hurt him. The boy realizes that Sam can only guess at the concept of a monster king, and now he is content with cliched guesses about this role. Because of this, he makes the young man think a bit about why the choice of a king is so primitive, and his rule will be legitimized by all the monsters for 666 years. It doesn't seem strange at all that all monsters obey some ancient law simply because it's tradition. It should probably raise at least a few questions and doubts in Sam. The monsters are too free to their instincts and principles, so simply the strongest of them would have no power and would not be listened to, simply because the slaughter and chaos could not be stopped so easily. So to prevent this from happening again, the monsters decided to elect a leader who would be the king of the monsters. Oddly enough, there has to be a balance in everything, and for this purpose, all the monsters decided that the main monster was necessary. For so long this tradition has existed, the life of monsters has been stable. The laws may have changed frequently, but the principle of survival has always been the same. But the world is changing, and the king of a new generation has managed to change the way monsters live. Castor cites human rulers as an example, and I wonder what would happen if they banned everyone from eating meat products. It doesn't take long to understand what law the guy is referring to, as they both realize that people would not have allowed such a law to appear when monsters had to endure for 666 years. The king of the new generation took away everything from them, including the most basic food. But out of respect for tradition, they did not break this law. Most of them even forgot why they needed people. But nothing lasts forever, and their patience also began to wear thin. It became clear that the same law would not be able to work as effectively as the first one the second time around, so it would not even make sense. This answer turned out to be correct, and indeed, no one is likely to care even about the king's words. The strong will not stand against the majority, so most likely they will have to listen to the people, and the law will not come into force. But if the king resists, he will simply be dethroned, and the concepts of tradition and king of monsters will be erased. It's a matter of generations. Young monsters can be ignored and forgotten, but the old ones will fight for the right to eat. Sam's problem is in his perception of the new world. He hasn't seen real evil geniuses yet. He boldly talks about himself and doesn't think about the consequences, which will end badly for him. Sam understands what Castor was getting at all along. He just wants Sam to take back what he said and not return to the idea. Castor could not even imagine that the boy was so promising and that he could compete with him. He was pleasantly surprised. Such an interesting candidate could not but interest the monster, so he immediately suggests that Sam forget about the festival and go under Castor's wing, eventually becoming the ruler of the Korean peninsula. In such circumstances, the offer seems even favorable, and with Sam's consent, he will be able to keep several people close to him alive. But why should Sam be so sure of his opponent's victory? He's not sure of his abilities and wants confirmation. Everything was much easier. Castor is not the strongest on the peninsula, but among his own, he has no equal. The agreement was surprisingly easy. It seemed like it would take much longer to persuade him. Sam's hand easily stretched towards Castor and was ready to make a deal. This decision was prompted by thoughts of his loved ones, whom he would like to save. Castor was immediately confident in Sam and knew for sure that he would not refuse, which made him very happy. But at the same moment, the atmosphere completely changes to a more aggressive one. And for some reason, Sam says that he will definitely not feel guilty. It is not clear why. A strong stream of energy began to hit Castor's arm, who did not even realize that such further actions on the part of the young monster were coming. Sam simply used the same technique as his opponent. He knew exactly what he was doing. Deception is now Castor's main feature, which makes it impossible to perceive him in any other way. He always plays dishonestly. Now Sammy changed his method of goblin fighting, which differed from the others in literally everything. He learned to use his energy properly, and now he puts everything he has left into one attack. For the first time, he did it understanding the situation. He made the calculation himself and used a cold mind. And all these 60% went into a goblin coup that should prove effective. Anger and tension were doing their job. This time, he really wanted to get rid of his opponent, so every muscle in his face was involved in one coherent grimace. The efforts were not wasted, and it seems that it will be difficult to recover from such a strong blow. A sharp cold ran through Sam's body and stiffened and exhausted him. Having used all his strength, he again felt terrible fatigue and pain, which were familiar from the very beginning. The guy's body could not stop shaking, most likely because of the strength he had lost so abruptly. He will be able to restore his physical condition again in a moment. He is too weak. He will not be able to do that. The entire resource was lost, but it was not so frightening. He knew what he was doing and could control himself. But the worst thing was something else. The enemy was standing right in front of him, and he would not be able to continue the fight. Castor noticed the new battle tactics. He realized that Sam had literally used up all his strength and considered it a stupid decision. The coldness came from him, and now he definitely doesn't see Sima as a rival. But if their basic skills were equal, he might have already been eaten. Thanks to the art of the Arctic chase, Castor has an unlimited supply of strength and defense, which instantly makes him the dominant force in the battle, and he asks for Sam's last words. The guy is not afraid of this fate. He accepts it and understands what he has done, but he is not going to sink to the last words. In addition, he hadn't yet said he was done with the fight. Castor had made a conclusion too soon. It will be hard to make Sam beg for his life. He is ready to fight for it to the last. But in his opponent's eyes, he sees only a fire that is growing even more and cannot understand why he is just listening, perhaps waiting for Sam to relax. However, he is well aware of Sam's physical condition and is simply interested in what else he has to say. Tensions are rising, and he expects further actions by the enemy, or at least a hint of them. The strange man's hand reached straight for Sam, which could only mean the end of the boy's life. This doesn't happen, and Castor suddenly talks some nonsense with a greeting and things related to it. It's impossible to react to this adequately, especially when you don't understand what's going on with the monster in front of you, and he changes emotions so quickly. According to the young man, he was just interested in Sam's abilities and wanted to know whether he should cheer for the boy at the festival. But as soon as Sam tries to find the words that could express his emotions, he asks why they should have refused to let him become king in the first place. Castor admits that this was the case, but does not give a clear answer, except to say that most people have long since stopped caring about people. Monsters do not wait for their night. They are used to living without it. Since childhood, Castor did not like the noise made by others. He did not even understand why there was so much unnecessary cruelty. The world of people was quiet and calm, and he had questions about their way of life, but at least here he could choose who he wanted to be. He also likes the fact that people know what to do to keep themselves from being bored and have come up with games, movies, and novels that are completely useless in the world of monsters. It was a surprise that monsters preferred this kind of entertainment to eating people, and the disappearance of the same games would be a tragedy. The flow of such incomprehensible information stumped Sam, and he didn't even know what to say, not knowing what Castor would throw out in a second. This problematic situation makes Castor laugh because the guy is so worried about this title of king, and he doesn't want him to root for it. But a weirdo can also become the owner. In general, the Korean peninsula has a lot of chances to win the festival, but it's impossible to guess who it will be. There will be a lot of candidates who come from well-known families and have their own techniques that they inherited from their parents. But despite them, even if you perfect this technique, the one with the real spellbook will still be stronger. It's something like the human being born with a golden spoon in your mouth, and then the whole world will fall at your feet. Sam begins to understand how this whole system of childbirth works and how techniques are passed on. And now he is interested in knowing how important it is for families to teach their child. The tension begins only when the child shows a little talent. Then they believe that he must become the new king of monsters. That's why you don't decide anything there. You have to work for the interests of others. And if you object, you will be killed immediately or sent to the bottom, depending on the family. Sam feels sorry for Castor, but such cases are unpopular in the world of people. It's hard to live when all your family members have abandoned you. But Sam has no reason to be sad. He is similar, but different from other monsters. His talent belonged to a very famous family, but he is not tied to it and has his own opinion and will. And because of his own motive and desire to become the king of monsters, he will definitely win the festival. A black bird in the sky could not help but attract attention, especially when it is not typical for such a creature to live here. Sam realizes where this is going and tries to increase the distance between himself and the madman to avoid being attacked. At this time, the crow had already approached him, while he was still conducting his interesting monologue about faith, truth, and falsehood. Before he knew it, he found himself in the sharp claws of Selena, who flew to help Sam. Angry with her friend's actions, she doesn't even hide it. She came to remind him of the rules. The girl's paw stood firmly on Castor's face and was ready to throw him far away from here. It seems that it's time for Sam to get used to the drastic changes in his life, but he didn't expect anyone to come to his aid. Selena launches a quick attack that quickly throws Castor into the distance at high speed. Now she looked very dangerous and spectacular at the same time. It's hard for a guy to figure out who's good and who's bad, so his first reaction is to try to ask the girl to stop. She either didn't hear or doesn't care about Sam's screams, but she continues to attack. When he saw that the fight was over, the guy decided to approach Selena and finally have a normal conversation with her. The girl realizes that there won't even be a scratch on the caster, but for her, it is at least some kind of result. Despite this, she is sure that he will not come to them again because he is afraid of the spell. Suddenly, she says that we met a fake caster, that if we refute this, the guy has a split personality, and he didn't just seem crazy. The black turtle is the fruit of the love between a snake and a turtle that has become one. Selena heard that it might have been just an ordinary turtle. Also, part of this legend is a monster who realized why yin and yang are needed, and by separating his own yin, he separated the yin of his power. As a result, it led to his death, and then he was reborn into the sacred black turtle, the family to which caster belongs. After all this time, the black turtle had heirs who still have to undergo difficult life tests to fully take over. One of the side effects is the face of the snake that Sam had to deal with, which seemed crazy at first. Selena understands that he has no malice in him, but because of these characteristics, he is impulsive and mean, so he often sets up monsters and lets them down. Perhaps this is due to Yong's concentration, but in general, his basic personality is very calm and cool. This negative side is subordinated to the turtle, which is both calm and intelligent in the minds of people of this kind. As far as the girl knows, Caster's snake was immediately friendly, but for some reason it sometimes prevails and has even learned to control it, which sometimes causes trouble. Therefore, there were many conflicts in his family about him becoming a family representative. But his talent made many people change their minds and agree with the choice of others. Finally, they are going to return to the world of monsters, clearly breaking the rules. Noticing the young man's worries, Selena decided to reassure him and said that he would not be punished for being late, which did not bother him much. It turned out that this was Sam's apartment after all, and the destroyed veranda would definitely upset his mother, as no one was supposed to be in the house for a month. The noise from the door distracted the monsters, and now their eyes are riveted only on the entrance. The secret guest turned out to be Babai's grandfather, who comforted the boy and told him that special people would fix the veranda. The grandfather wants to talk to Sam alone, so he asks Selena to go first. Out of fear, she started to justify the boy so that he would not receive a severe punishment. Babai is well aware of what happened last night, but the conversation will take place between the three monsters, so Selena shouldn't be here. Without specifying the third person, he apologized for the unexpected visit and said that they should shake hands again as a greeting. Turning around, the old man tells someone that people live in such buildings. At the entrance stood the beautiful Sarah, who had never seen anything like this before. It was very unusual for her to be in such small spaces, but she looked lovely. Such guests were unexpected. She couldn't have come here when she had time to get permission. She did not take the test. She would not have been ready to enter a strange world of people for her, and she said she was not here by choice. She is only interested in Babai's explanation of what he wants from her, but the grandfather does not begin to explain what Sarah is hinting at. So the old man starts with the events of the night before, when 50 dryglot men were walking around the city, obeying someone. The attacker was very careless, so we managed to find out the methods of controlling these animals and think about the motives for such a riot. Everyone had already decided that Sam was the target, but they most likely had other plans. The Sam option sounds adequate, but the attackers really had many other goals. 200 people disappeared abruptly today, all of them in the Seoul subway, which is disappointing for everyone. And this is only the number of those who went to the police. In general, the number of abductees starts at 500. This could not have been done by one monster. Selena thinks that there is a whole group of at least 5 monsters, and with at least some list of suspects, it may be possible to figure out who did it. At some crime scenes, traces were left behind, and following them, my grandfather and his colleagues made an unpleasant discovery. It's impossible to track them exactly, but they could be monsters from neighboring regions, and they would have been caught immediately at home, so only the Korean peninsula remains. Now it is urgent to find the culprits. Otherwise, the hunt for people will begin 6 months before the festival. And Grandpa Babai wants to entrust the role of the hunter to Sarah and Sam, who could protect people and help in the investigation without any obstacles. But to do this, he will have to change the form of the test, and if they agree to do this, they must find and punish the perpetrators. New day, new opportunities. The city is beginning to recover from this terrible night and looks peaceful. Yuno is walking to school. dark circles under his eyes indicating a sleepless night, and he's been thinking about Sam all this time. He is very concerned about his friend's life, and if he dies, Yuno will take full responsibility. But a familiar voice brings him back to reality. Before his eyes stands the same Sam, whom he said goodbye to yesterday. And today he is here again and says that he was looking for Yuno. Why he came back here and how he did it are secondary issues, but now Sam wants to discuss something. The cute cafe was filled with the disgruntled cry of a shaman who definitely did not fully understand his old friend. Such situations don't often happen in a quiet place, and Yuno attracts people's attention with his discontent. Sam notices his friend's inappropriate behavior and asks him to be quieter between people, while apologizing to the strangers around him. Sami tries to prove that his new job is very profitable, that he will be there for Yuno and will be able to look after his mother. Immediately, the interviewer, frustrated with life, asks if Sam even knows his grade, but he receives only a helpless no. The young man listens attentively to the information his friend is now telling him. Sam's class is Shin-ryun-ki Gosu. This set of letters doesn't tell the monster anything. It first calls it a name and only then gets the decoding of the name of this class. The lowest here is Su, and Yuno knows that in Hanja it means beast, which is true. Despite their danger, they are not far removed from ordinary wild animals. Their strength is equal. With such monsters, even people of that time could easily resist them, and now they shouldn't be a threat at all. The Go class can already cause real problems. Its strength is equal to that of 100 people. But even if these 100 people go up against it, the body weight ratios are too different, so the monster will still win. These grades were the lowest of all, and it's hard to imagine what's coming next. Yuno himself can't give an exact answer. He has never seen information about other classes. The only information he can remember is that Kai monsters are 10 times stronger than Go. If left unchecked, a block of soul would simply disappear from the face of the earth overnight. In the case of a small city, it would be completely demolished. It's not hard to guess that it's better not to deal with Shin and Ryon at all, but you'll hardly see them here. They have many other interests that don't include breaking the rules. Yuno is against this kind of activity of his friend, saying that he would rather run away quietly or wait at his house than have anything to do with it. He soberly assesses the situation and realizes that even KI-class monsters will not be a problem for him, but others will not mind joining the fight. Sam abruptly recalls the monster snake he met yesterday, and it turns out that the criminal was worthless. It is not Su and definitely not Kai, only medium Go remains, because the energy coming from the dried glot he controlled was many times stronger. And if this dribbler had the other half of his power, the guys here wouldn't be having tea in a nice cafe right now. But using a madman was just a trick to divert attention to something else. Juno tried to understand the situation for himself and decided that the snake had almost swallowed Sam. And now the young man's monster class is even lower than that of the petty criminal. If he gave in so easily, probably lower than that. Yun doesn't care about Sam's appearance if he can't even soberly assess a situation in which he will definitely lose. And although he thinks that he is not strict enough with his friend, he will at least try to prove him right. But in return, he received a new dose of activity and self-confidence, and Sam knows for sure that he would have defeated this snake now. The guy admits that without his friend's help, he would have really died, but a lot has changed in those few hours. But he managed to understand how the monster's power works and can now safely participate in the battle. Looking at the time, Sam realized that Yuno should have been at school long ago, so he wondered why the boy wasn't going to go. Yuno decided that he didn't need school today. He would spend the day with Sam to help him figure things out. We are looking at the Olympic gymnastics arena, which was built back in 1986. In 1988, the Olympic Games were held here, but now it is just a large concert hall. But few people know about the other floors in this building, and even less about what's in the basement, which is why Sam is pleasantly surprised. Yuno has brought his friend to the Olympic gymnastics arena, which is a public training center, and the monster is curious about whose property it is. This place was created by the government. It's not just for the boy's family to do this business and fight evil monsters in the human world. A long time ago, every government had to keep strong shamans with them. Perhaps the shamans themselves were the ones who came up with the concept of the state and its orders, because they were respected most of all for their ability to resist monsters. Monsters have not been able to enter the human world for 666 years, but the Joseon family decided to organize training for shamans in case of complications. In his last words before the end of the lecture, Yuno confirmed that monsters and their festivals are recognized internationally. Taking off his outerwear, he said that unfortunately, not everyone takes it seriously and stood in a fighting stance. All this was a hint of the beginning of the battle that Yoon already wants to see from Sammy. He needs to be sure of the guy's words, and if he manages to defeat him, he won't worry about him in battle. Sam asks about the weapon that Yuno used against the snake and Selena yesterday. He needs to know what to fight against. The battle can only take place with empty hands. Only on such conditions will it begin. Weapons are a very important component for a shaman. Without them, he won't be able to show even half of his magic, and some are not even allowed to leave them. But a go monster won't be something difficult for a shaman. He can easily deal with it without weapons. That is, if Sam defeats Yuno, he will be above the go class. But how can he attack his best friend? He is constrained by the fear of harming him, an ordinary person. He's shaking either from fear or overexertion, but he has to make the first move. Otherwise, the fight won't start. But in a moment, the mask of a small, frightened boy fell from his face and he rushed into the fight like a terrible beast. But the enemy's reaction was not long in coming either, and he immediately tried to strike first. And he's successfully done it, and he's made not just one, but a dozen of them thanks to the techniques he's learned. And then he finishes him off with a strong kick that throws him into a remote corner of the hall. The trail that Sam left behind showed a good level of knowledge and skill of Yuno. The guy might have a hard time in a fight, even with an unarmed shaman. The exorcist does not need to ask about the condition of his friend. He knows that his friend is fine. After all, he had already seen Sam's regeneration to its fullest extent. An ordinary person can only admire such a talent for combat. Yuno will not hold back in this fight. He has a great opportunity to force his friend to get his act together and reveal his abilities to the fullest, especially with Sam's persistence, who is ready to continue the fight. And according to the guy's calculations, his blow did almost no damage, which makes the task many times more difficult. If he uses less energy next time, he'll just break his arm on Sam. Despite everything, Sam knew that he wouldn't hurt his friend if he got out of control, and this thought calmed him down. And Yuno knew that he could not restrain himself from using his energy against his friend. After such simple revelations, the boy's mood and the atmosphere in the room changed. The duel became more serious, and Sam attacked first again. For a second, Yuno thought that his opponent wasn't even planning to change his tactics, but he abruptly grabbed his arm to further attack him instead of bluntly attacking. The shaman tried to intercept his blow and seemed to have even managed to resist it. But this attempt was in vain. The monster was faster and physically stronger than the man. A bright blue light began to blind Sam's eyes. Its source was right above him. An unexpected attack from the top, which Sam definitely didn't count on. Yuno looks very serious. And the monster fits right into the new parquet with an inadequate force for a human. The smoke and dust from the devastation made it impossible to see Sam and what happened to him after the battle. After all the dirt had dissipated, Yuno could not believe his eyes. Had Sam really managed to do the impossible for himself? The goblin's baton is in his hands. It looks several times worse than the first one, but it was his own and summoned of his own free will. If you look at Sam, you can guess that his physical condition is quite sad. He's very hardy, but his spiritual strength is almost zero, and this is the problem. That night, the monster spent approximately 93% of its energy on useless slaughter. This number should recover in at least a day of proper rest, and in the human world, this process can take a long time. However, this condition of Sam's is surprisingly helping him now. This fatigue makes it possible to remember every moment of that day and spend the remaining energy wisely. Yuno had once read about goblin batons, and he was a little disappointed by their appearance. Perhaps the book was intimidating, or perhaps the problem lies in the goblin itself. Such claims about the baton only made Sam continue to fight for victory, because he definitely has something to surprise his friend with, for example, a new round. With his new weapon, Sam attacks the shaman from a long distance. He also realizes that the first time he used a goblin baton, it looked much scarier and caused many times more problems than this one. A loud bang echoed throughout the training room, and a red light filled the entire space. Luckily, Yuno managed to put a block and avoided severe injuries for him. But a new problem has appeared. He doesn't know what to do next in this battle. He has no choice but to constantly block Sam's attacks until he finally gets tired. As soon as Yoon returned to reality, Sam was already inventing some new way to use the baton and hanging from the ceiling like a monkey. It's not every day that you see a humanoid creature hanging from the ceiling for no reason. And if the attack is strong, the shaman might have a hard time. Sam explained this abrupt transition from earth to heaven by the fact that it was already difficult for him to be under this hail of fists that he receives up close. Sammy is unlikely to ever be able to replicate a baton with the same energy, but it's worth a try. And what he has now is simply nothing compared to his previous output. But the feature that allowed him to change the shape of the baton remained, and he plans to use it in the future. The guy has enough cunning, so it won't be as difficult to use it as it would have been before. A small piece of energy is heading straight for Yuno at high speed. He manages to put the block back on, and now he has nothing else to do. The guy even managed to strike back by throwing the ball in Sam's direction. But this does not frighten him much. He easily dodges his own weapon and is ready to continue to dynamite the shaman until he wins the battle. Immediately realizing the monster's evil plan, Yuno decides to react with lightning speed and quickly tries to bounce away from the place where he will arrive. He made the right choice when he decided to hide in that direction, because the wave left by the explosion was very strong. The shaman can't understand why the rules have changed so drastically. Nothing has changed at all in Sammy. He's just become smarter about battle tactics, and his strength has even increased. This way of fighting does not suit Yuno. He considers it unfair and says so to his opponent, who is not even going to go down to the ground. But the young man does not plan to fight the way the coach wants him to fight, because if it were a real fight, why would he fight honestly if it is not a life or death situation? It's hard to find arguments against this, and the answer is so logical that you just have to agree with it in Yuno's case. But Sam will be satisfied with a simple admission of defeat from his neighbor. After all, they are still teenage friends who have never had a fight before. The guy recognizes that he may be unfair to his friend's human abilities now, but he has no other choice. He needs to somehow compensate for his lack of ability and experience. So Yuno has to accept these rules of the duel, and it would be very unpleasant to lose it. He doesn't like such rudeness and wants to rub his friend's nose in it, and now there's a real war between them. A strong blow to the floor, which can be called the beginning of this war, shows the monster's seriousness about winning. Sam's bursts of energy looked much bigger than what he actually had left, and he used his baton threateningly, as if he were in a fight to the death. It becomes harder for Yuno to resist Sam's speed, but he still manages to dodge and maybe even adapts to the monster's new fighting tactics. At this time, the goblin had already begun to attack again with a club. One more block against a piece of this energy, and it's getting harder to do. Sam sometimes forgets that in addition to being a shaman, Yuno is also an ordinary person, and keeping this information in mind, he should have restrained himself a bit. But this time, he went too far. After realizing what he had done, he began to wonder if his friend was okay, hoping that this silence would give him an answer. What I heard in response was unexpected, and my eyes did not know what to do with themselves in panic. Yuno is standing in the same place, but he's holding a baton and reading out a new technique that will help him win. Gathering all his strength in his fist, the young man began to draw threads of energy to himself, continuing to recall the new technique. Thanks to it, he sent a strong pressure of electricity along the thread of the baton, which was about to reach Sam. The guy was frozen in disbelief at how he could have guessed to do such a thing. As a result, this electricity simply broke the entire connection between Sam and the rest of the baton, and it began to fall. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Juno rushed to the enemy with the hope that these were the last minutes of the battle. But Sam also understood the situation, so he wouldn't just go down. He needed to fight back to adapt to the fight on the ground. For Yuno, the situation is many times more complicated. He can run away from attacks and perform his own. But these will not be rituals that would definitely defeat Sam. Without his weapon, most of his techniques are simply impossible to perform, so he is very limited in his capabilities now. However, even so, he is holding up and doesn't look any worse than Sam, who has just returned to Earth. Yuno has no equal in close combat, and now he's ready to show what he can do. The boys will remember this battle for a long time, when they fought ruthlessly against each other, breaking the entire hall and destroying the environment. Overcome by the strength of his friend, Sam did not know what to do next. Yuno was looking directly at him, deciding his fate. The weapon that the shaman created was extraordinary and on the level of the club that the goblin created, and now it may be even stronger. He decided to see it through for his friend, and maybe something would change in those few seconds. The monster's last attempt to defeat the man was very primitive, so Sam decided to try hand-to-hand combat. But Yuno couldn't fall for such a simple provocation, so he immediately tried to cut off such attempts to reach him. Something confused him in this situation, something he could not have expected at all. His hand with the weapon was hitting nowhere when Sam was already standing in another place, so it turns out that Yuno missed. And Sam, with one precise punch, hit his friend right in the jaw, who was not expecting it. It was so simple that it is even suspicious why Yuno gave up so easily in this situation and is now just lying there without any further attempts to answer. Sam thinks that Yuno spared him and decided to give in at the end, but that was not the case at all. All his power in the art of exorcism came to naught when he began to invent techniques and improvise. Even a Yukai enemy would not be able to resist at the level of Chai, no matter how strong he was. It would be like a goblin's club breaking. But the technology didn't even seem to recognize Sam as a yokai, so it couldn't help him in the battle. Yuno looked like a schoolboy after a massacre somewhere on the outskirts of the school, but he will remember what he experienced for a long time. Our protagonists have returned to the world after such a difficult duel. The city is still in order and looks calm. The silence is very annoying for Yuno, especially after such friendly warriors. He tells his friend that he doesn't like Sam to be nervous around him, so he asks him to say something. Out of politeness, or maybe he was really curious, he asks if Yuno's nose hurts a lot now and hopes that there will be no scar. The shaman may not have the regeneration of a monster, but such wounds heal in a day. But he noticed that Sam even held back his strength during the last blow. If the monster hadn't done this, Yuno would have had nothing to heal and would have lost his nose. The young man finally recognizes Sam's potential and says that he won't mind if he chases monsters in this city after all. As soon as Sam thanked him for his understanding, the shaman immediately said that he did not understand him completely. He simply promised that if he won, he would let him go into the world in peace. Then, he rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a cute keychain with 3 pumpkins of different colors hanging from it. But it's not clear why. This can be called emergency aid in the form of disposable Yuno energy bombs. To activate them, Sam just needs to hold them in his hands and throw them on the ground, and then what happens will happen. The main condition for using it is not to break several at once, but the young man feels guilty towards his friend and is not sure that he deserves all 3. He realizes that they contain the energy of Yuno, who worked very hard to make them. But Yuno didn't tell us how he creates them, so how does Sam even know about it? Sam just feels his energy when he holds these little bombs in his hands. He remembers the energy that the shaman used in battle and knows that they have it too. And Sam was right. Only the Yuno family uses 3 streams of such weapons. When the shaman has free time, he pours his energy into a specially processed pumpkin. Such amulets are made as a last resort, when the exorcist can no longer accumulate such a large amount of energy and others can also use it. Accordingly, the concentration of energy there is high, but how Sam was able to see and feel it remains unclear. A simple monster would not have done so, so Yuno asks to see the boy's palms. Sam is frightened to ask why, but he doesn't hesitate to hand it over, and Yoon wants to try to determine something from it. Of course, most of these stories about the line of fate and so on are lies, but you can see something. Yuno saw something that surprised him. Sam has a talent for working as a shaman. This information is not accurate, but judging by the way he behaved in the fight and managed to determine the flow of energy in the pumpkin, this theory is only confirmed. Hundreds of plans arose in the shaman's mind as to how Sam could get into their martial arts center, his talent so great that everyone would be all for accepting him. This information put a lot of stress on his head. He wished it wasn't too late to take on even a half monster. He was still a human being. But in the moment, this noise in his head stopped. He realized that his parents would never understand the main point of this action, and that other members of the community might also refuse. But a goblin with a talent for shamanism is something super dangerous, and if Sam wasn't his best friend, he would have looked at him completely differently. It is a pity that he did not find out about it 3 days earlier, but he can only let it go and accept it. Sam was no less shocked by the news, but suddenly the dialogue became more casual, and Yuno wonders if the monster is going to return to school. To begin with, he needs a new school uniform because his house is empty and he has nothing but sportswear. Even the size of the foot seems to have become smaller from such drastic changes. But Yuno already wants to see the reaction of others to Sam's new look, as few people will probably recognize him at all. But the goblin is not very interested in looking at this. His head is only starting to hurt more, and meanwhile, Yuno looked at his watch. It was already lunchtime, and he hadn't even taken a bite of food today, and he was already feeling hungry. Hearing his friend's complaint, Sam invites him to have lunch with him, but he doesn't understand why they can't just make their own food. Yoon likes Sam's food and even agrees to buy the ingredients, but he doesn't know that the house is completely empty after last night. And right now, there is a mysterious guest who will definitely not be happy to see visitors. In addition, Sam has very important things to do in the afternoon, and he told his friend all about it in a second. He was not happy with the news, and he had one issue to resolve. He nicely asked his friend not to say anything he didn't want to, he let him go, and he wouldn't object to Sammy's dealings with other monsters. But in order to prevent this dialogue from turning negative, Yuno simply decides to end the conversation and go about his business. Having noticed that Sam should be self-confident and not feel guilty for every bad deed, this concept is very vague here. We find ourselves in some half-destroyed neighborhood where Sam has come to do the same thing. The appearance of the buildings and the place itself makes him think for a second that maybe he has come to the wrong place. But right in front of his eyes, he sees a giant door with an inscription in Hanshi. He tries to translate the inscription, but at school he had problems with this language. A big man came out from behind the door, whose brutal appearance made Sam forget what it was like to breathe in fear. This man was also a monster, and he felt that he was quite strong. But this giant does not care about some tiny monster. They are just warming up and will never meet again. After the man, a nice-looking girl appeared from behind the door, surprised by Sam's visit. The girl's name is Hannah, and she is the head of the House of the Rising Dark Moon. Sam only found out about this place yesterday on someone's recommendation, and it was here that someone sent him in the first place. Of course, Hannah has already heard about the boy from an older human and is ready to invite him to her home. Sam immediately noticed a peculiarity in the form of a black fog that enveloped the entire entrance to the house. His first impression of the house seemed very gloomy, but what he saw later surprised him. The bright grid of houses, which looked clean and careful, as if they were monsters, beckoned with their calmness. The hostess was very hospitable and was already pouring delicious tea for the young man. Most likely, the tea party was held to leave good impressions and a desire to come back in case of need. Sam began to realize that they were not in Seoul. The air was cleaner, and there were very few houses around. The girl confirms the boy's opinion. The House of the Rising Dark Moon has indeed been away from people for hundreds of years, so its atmosphere has not been polluted by civilization. And to avoid any more questions, she immediately told me that the building exists for monsters who are beginning to take root in the human world. Sam remembered the words of old Babai, who had sent him here, who said that as soon as they called themselves a monster shop, they had to act. Immediately, Sam summoned a scroll with his belongings, which he carefully folded and now carries with him as he should. The young man wanted to ask about coins, which are very valuable in the world of monsters. But it is not clear how he could use them between people. But here he can exchange this money for ordinary currency. Sam was surprised that the monsters needed to exchange them, but some of them work here and they just have to do it. And judging by the current exchange rate, one coin will be equal to 3 million won. And all this amount includes the commission, at which Sam's jaw just dropped. He couldn't even say out loud such an obscene amount of money. In all his 17 years, he never held more than 720,000 won. Hannah decides to move on to the products sold in this store. Apparently, they had prepared the goods for Sam right away, and she asks to see some kind of demonic spirit pill. The 3 colors of the multicolored tablets arouse interest with their appearance and mystery. This pill restores the monster's strength to the maximum, so it is the most popular item in their shop. In the human world, recovery is very difficult and drawn out, and it takes a long time even in the world of monsters, let alone in the world of humans. That's why this pill is made from special components from the world of monsters, so that even the weakest can fully recover in a second. Without much hesitation, Sam immediately agrees to buy one of them, but asks to explain whether there is any difference between them. The color corresponds to the class of the monster that will take the pill. In Sam's case, he needs a black one, which will restore his energy in a second. The guy thought about it and decided that it was really worth trying. He didn't have time to wait. Sam decides to take the pill right now so that the effect will appear later in the night. In fact, it won't make a difference which one you use. It's all about the monster itself and its amount of energy. The energy core will increase depending on the age of the monster and the number of cores it has already absorbed. Increasing strength with such methods is very difficult. It requires 2 factors: the monster's food and strength, as well as talent, which is the most important for the effectiveness of the pills. If we talk about the body of an ordinary Go monster, the pill will be absorbed in a few hours, but a half-breed won't be able to digest even half of it in a few days, and then the rest will come out naturally. But there was no lie in Hannah's words. Her energy should definitely be restored by nightfall, and she didn't say anything about strength. According to the girl, it can take about 3 days to regain her strength, and that's just from one pill. But before she could start a new dialogue, Sam had already swallowed the pill, and the whole house was blinded by the bright glow coming from the boy. The unexpected explosion, which was hard not to hear, is most likely one of the effects of the magic medicine. The power of the pill will be limited by the size of the sphere in which the young man's power is stored, but looking at what it did to the house. Hannah could not believe her eyes, and her own thoughts in her head were frightening in their wildness. He had taken the pills a few seconds ago, and during that time it had done all its work. It was already the 3rd day that Sam had been living the life of a monster. But even for him, such a weak pill had such an effective effect in such a short period of time. For the first time, he felt 100% of the energy he should normally have. Let's go back a few minutes, when nothing had happened yet. We see a young man, apparently a servant, who has prepared a mug with unknown contents. A cute guy holds a homemade liqueur made according to the recipe of Master August, a drink made from 6 different unique flowers. Another guy, who is definitely higher in status, thinks the job is good, but he doesn't like the guy who pours him. That is the guy with glasses across the room. The young man recalls Hannah, who was supposed to return after she had taken care of some business, and he thinks that she is not hospitable because she has been away for so long. The guy with the glasses tries to justify the girl, but he does it very uncertainly, probably afraid of the guest. When he heard that they had a special guest who had been recommended to their house, he frowned. Grandfather Yusak himself agreed to receive such a guest, but the fact that it was a half-breed monster spoiled the whole impression. It turns out that the guy has heard of Sam, and he's not crazy about him. He thinks that his grandfather is trying in vain. Why put a monster on some kind of test? Especially since it's a festival of monsters, not half-breeds, the young man believes that Sam doesn't belong there. Suddenly, the tyrant begins to question the servants about whether it is so boring to refill his alcohol. He mocks him and also calls him a half-breed loser who doesn't like his words. Once upon a time, his older sister told him that everyone in this clan respects each other, but in reality, it was just a house where all half-breeds were taken in, considering it something terrible. He does not perceive them as monsters, and he does not consider them to be human either. For him, they are just creatures or a mistake of nature. The servants understand that it is also about him, but it is too much to call this house a refuge for people like him so that they do not feel useless. The young man is sure that such evil spirits will never receive the status of real monsters, and they do not belong there. What can I say to this? There is no chance of winning this dispute. The only thing left is to politely ignore it. But the final decision of the boy in glasses is to quietly change the subject and offer to pour the honored guest a drink. He even gets bored with such easy winnings and would like to see the staff bullied more. It turns out that here you can also get documents that will allow you to legally stay in the human world, which is exactly what their rude guest did. He will receive a beautiful and quiet place in Seoul, as well as a large amount of money for monster coins. The staff talks about some of the guests' exploits that concern people and treats them with respect, which is why the check-in process is so quick. Most likely, he wants to live in the city to protect people from monsters, but he does it not out of respect. But on the contrary, he simply cannot leave the situation with strangers. All the more reason for him to get a better reputation than his brother and sister and the right to be a candidate for festivals. He believes that their powers are equal, especially their innate talent. But because he was born 100 years later, he is considered weaker. First, he has to become a participant, and then in 6 months, he will overtake his brother and sister in strength. And he can't wait for Hannah for so long anymore, and is starting to get nervous. But before the servant could get up and start looking for Hannah, he interrupted him and said that he had something more important to do. He wants her to serve him as long as he is in the human world and has the opportunity to do so. This made the boy's eyes the size of the rim of glasses, which is not allowed in their home. But the guest has the nerve to shut up the maid and say that the client's wish is law, so it must be fulfilled this very minute. However, the rude man didn't have time to finish his sentence, as the explosion interrupted his whining. Now we're back to where we left off, with another explosion that is impossible to ignore. None of the guys expected this, so for the first few seconds, they just looked in the direction of the explosion and tried to understand what was happening. Only the remnants of smoke could be seen from behind the house in a moment. The first to ask out loud was a cheeky guest who was clearly not happy about this. We are given the example that Qi energy flows in all living things like water. For living creatures, such water is just a small tray of water that is collected very slowly. And although this water flows differently for everyone, the rules for its use remain the same for everyone. If you take a bigger plate, you still won't fill it with as much as you want if it's not designed to hold that much. Sam is standing there and cannot fully understand what happened, but he should be more worried about the girl. Hannah did not understand how the pill could be so effective. It was impossible until today. The guy had a feeling of fulfillment. He realizes that he could do anything in the world now, and that's why the principle with the tray doesn't work for Sam. The girl still couldn't recover, but another male voice caught her attention. Behind Sam stood the same unpleasant guest who considers such actions of the goblin impolite, and he is already planning to teach the half-breed a lesson. Hannah calls the rude man young Master Gustav and tries to prove that it was all her fault for the explosion. But Gustav is not interested in the words of some servant whom he plans to use as a thing, so he tells her to shut up. He did not even allow her to open her mouth, so she had to sit silently. The master understood everything perfectly well. The master feels the energy coming from Sam and wants to aggressively explain to him that he can't do that here. Listening to all this dirt in my direction, over time, it started to get boring. While Hannah wanted to try to apologize again, Sam beat her to the punch and decided to discuss the situation himself. Even for a human being, Sammy was too kind, so he first tried to resolve the conflict peacefully. But because of the energy and power that was raging in him, he changed a bit. Now he looks more like a monster who also doesn't like the tone of the interlocutor. Gustav rarely gets anything in return for his whims and threats, so he looks very angry right now. Sam's last attempt to kindly ask the master to choose the tone with which he plans to start the conversation. But Gustav decided to go straight to the punishment and did not listen to the half-breed. The first hard hit was right on target and Sam flew off without any complications. This technique doesn't seem to be that strong, judging by its remains after the guy fell. Such a mess should not happen in this house, so the girl feels a real panic and does not understand what can be done. The young master believes that this is not even a slaughterhouse, but rather an education in which Sam has to understand his place in society. This is the method he chooses for half-breeds who have not been taught manners. Another gesture with his fingers up, and again he plans to hit the goblin right in the face. He succeeded, and Sam suffers another blow from the master. Finally, the girl managed to say that despite the reason, violence is prohibited here. But she will also receive a dose of punishment for this opposition. But she realizes that if people find out about it, the people above will definitely not turn a blind eye. Severe pain completely penetrated the girl's body, with which she could do nothing. Gustav doesn't care about the girl's opinion, he just closes her mouth again. He liked Hannah the most here, thinking she was the smartest among the others, but she turned out to be just as deceitful as her colleagues. However, she didn't feel any of the monster's power, only realized that the master possessed a unique Hetai skill. But now he forces Sam to kneel before him as a sign of apology to end the educational conversation. This kind of order can no longer be tolerated, and now the guy plans to punish the wrongdoers for their words and actions. Assessing the situation soberly, Gustav also acted impolitely when he used the full force of the blow, which seems unfair. Now he is ready to continue what they started and is ready to receive the enemy's first attack. The young master's words always sound very self-confident, and even now, death threats sound ridiculous coming from his mouth. But he doesn't have to wait long, as each of his attacks was repelled without the half-breed's effort. This makes the master look surprised, and Hannah cannot accept this carnage. The guy decides to give himself a martial arts lesson and asks his opponent if he can launch water droplets at high speed. He felt it from the first time tea was used against him. Not much of it, but it felt like a car hit him at high speed. And the second attack came out of nowhere, and he even wondered where they could have gotten so many. But then he realized that it was the humid air and dew, which are so easy to find everywhere, and this time the blow was harder, probably because of the distance. Sam realized this because he had a similar one in a fight last night, so it was very easy for him. But in comparison to the others, Sam thinks Gustav is a complete wimp, which no one expected to hear. Nevertheless, Sam is not one to be polite, and he apologizes for such an honest analysis of his fighting technique. Abruptly, the goblin disappeared from the battlefield, leaving the master alone for a second. He did this to get back quickly and get as close to the enemy as possible. As soon as he got closer, the young master pointed his right hand at the monster, which indicated the use of a force control technique that he was very bad at due to the small amount of practice. Using the knowledge he had gained, Sam skillfully sidestepped this ridiculous attack, and now he was about to strike back. He did so ruthlessly, and with all the anger he had for this unpleasant personality, a sight unusual for the servants of this house. She didn't know what she was more surprised about, the newcomer's abilities or what was going to happen to them all after the fight. Having inflicted enough pain on his opponent, he decided to make fun of him when he was already laughed at by life itself. But Hannah was surprised for reasons other than what was happening around her today. She realized that this was Sam's first encounter with magic, but he was so easy to handle the attacks and so easy to understand that the enemy was reading his energy. And at the same moment, he was able to make the force greater simply by hiding the direction of his attack. After that, he immediately turned it in the other direction, hitting his opponent exactly. Of course, such a skill is generally possible. It is the basic one for strong monsters. It is not only surprising that Sam became a monster 3 days ago, but that he was a human being for all 17 years. So what must have happened to him to make him such a powerful monster in 3 days? Mockingly, Sam keeps asking Gustav if he has anything else to add, but gets no answer. He offers him to end the fight, because it made no sense from the very beginning, and the only thing Sammy wants is an apology from his opponent. He especially did not like the treatment of an innocent girl who, on the contrary, wanted better. But the master is not used to being told what to do. He is not going to apologize for what he regards as garbage. The monster thought that Gustav barely opened his mouth to apologize, but he was very wrong. The treacherous piece of ice ended up in the guy's hand, which looked like a last-ditch attempt to win. This was a plan to help distract the half-breed from the young master himself so that he could try to attack again. They failed to distract him, but they managed to win a chance for their lives because Sam has no idea what the consequences of this attack will be. He manages to throw Gustav away from him like a piece of trash he didn't want to let get close to him. Drops of blood started falling to the ground. It looks like someone was deeply wounded. Gustav is a master of the autumn water technique, which belongs to his clan and allows him to control nearby water flows. With this technique, you can change the water pressure to different values, which is what is happening to Sam, who started bleeding for this reason. In this case, even the smallest drop of water could be used to create a blade-sharp weapon. And magic can be used to introduce poison into the body. It can destroy blood vessels and organs in the monster's body. Not that this magic was strong, but the reaction in Sam's body was quick, and the poison began to spread throughout his blood vessels. The poison was introduced deliberately, and the loss of an arm or leg is nothing to the monster, but the organs can take several days to recover. Gustav says that it will not be easy for Sam to understand this, because as a human being, he has never experienced anything like this before. Now the peaceful yard looked very sad, and the master's words that the goblin was indeed a good opponent filled its entire space. But without his famous goblin family, he definitely did not succeed. So the merit of his second dominance was precisely in the blood he was given. Hannah felt suddenly weak when she saw what was happening to Sam and what fate might await him. Gustav is still fighting for the idea he has been preaching since childhood, that a half-breed will never be equal to a real monster, and today he will show it in practice. But his eyes rounded sharply when he saw the goblin, who could still speak and doubted the boy's pure blood. Sam was getting nervous about his opponent's ugly behavior and words, so as soon as the regeneration was over, he immediately returned to business. Only now did Gustav begin to realize what kind of power he had contacted, and his expression abruptly changed from a grimace to a more surprised one. Now he has no choice but to try to keep going. The first thing that comes to his mind now is to eventually find a large source of water and use it to create a weapon. His technique is called reservoir. It is complicated because of the large rise of water that can occur from different reservoirs. The main thing is the quantity. This technique is considered advanced because it can violate the laws of physics regarding pressure. The force of such a drop of water is much greater than it looks, and its action resembles a huge truck traveling at high speeds. Holding the baton in his hands, Sam tried to figure out what he should do with it in this situation. He tries to focus on the future, not on what is happening to him now. A goblin's baton, if used correctly and shaped, can deal many times more damage, as it has in the past. He had already encountered one in a duel with his best friend Yuno. Now all the answers are clear to Sam, and he understands what this situation expects of him. He puts his strength into cutting in half this water balloon that is flying at him at high speed. And despite the fact that Yuno is not with his friend now, he knows how to use the swordsman's gifts. He decides to put all his strength into the sharpness of the baton. In addition, through this technique, he was able to get rid of the excess energy that was in him. Today, he became a hero not only for Hannah and the other staff, but also for himself, because he did something impossible. and now the goblin's sharp club cuts through a threat that already seemed insignificant. The amount of water left over from this trick could have created a new lake, but now all this mass will simply flood the yard. Behind the shield that Gustav created, at first he did not see what was happening outside his vision. The water began to part under a single movement of his hand, and finally the passage to the opponent opened. This picture before his eyes was the most unexpected of all that he had dreamed of seeing in his head. A half-destroyed guest house, knee-deep water, and Sam's absence. The master noticed the loss immediately, but could not understand where it had gone. Sam began to wait for the enemy from behind, which is one of the most favorable positions in combat. Finally, Gustav thought to look around and saw the most unpleasant surprise of his life, a living and healthy goblin. He made fun of his remarks about regeneration and the fact that Sam would not be able to recover quickly, and let him choose one of his hands. The choice was not voiced out loud, so at that moment, young Gustav was left without two hands at once. After all, for him as a monster, it doesn't matter how much to lose or how much to gain, and Sam took advantage of it. The panic in the young man's eyes was becoming more and more visible with each passing second as he tried to understand what had just happened. It might have seemed that he had just dropped dead from fear, but was completely intact, but unfortunately, this was not the case. After such a powerful argument, there was nothing left to do but to remember my own words and get down on my knees. Before Sam's eyes stands his creation, which now, before, did not look very promising. The guy continues to quote Gustav and believes that it shouldn't hurt him, yet he is a real monster who is already used to this feeling, which is a pity the half-breed will never understand. All these words are like a knife in the back. Only in such situations you learn to recognize this world as it really is. The final touch was a slight kick to prove his helplessness. It's just a quiet day, and it would seem that nothing bad could happen in this peaceful place, where even violence is specifically prohibited. Right now, Gustav is not shaking because of pain or fear of losing his arms. The reason was different. His clan belongs to the category of divine animals. This family controls many monsters and is blessed. The love for the youngest son, Gustav, has always remained unchanged in this family. He was just not used to the fact that someone could be stronger than him, and he was not familiar with such psychological pressure at all. And as soon as Sam's hand reached out in Gustav's direction, his reaction was lightning fast. Cries for forgiveness filled the space. The young man shouted into nowhere just to be heard. A simple but very sincere apology was enough for Sam. His finger points again to the lovely Hannah, who did not deserve to be treated this way. And now Sam wants to see Gustav apologize to her. But even now he continues to be disgusted by her and considers her to be out of his league for apologizing. This unreasonable reaction makes the monster angry again, and he is once again surprised by such stubbornness. But Sam's obvious threats make it clear that he is able to continue his so-called education. Immediately after that, the master jumped up from the ground and ran to bow to the girl. Hannah didn't think she would ever see something like this right in front of her, and in real life, and she didn't understand exactly how she felt about it. But she was definitely surprised. In the end, he pleaded guilty, and the last circle of hell was over. Meanwhile, we are moved to Seoul itself and the boy's apartment, where an unknown guest has begun to search for him. A pleading voice can be heard from behind the door, asking for a glass of water and still not getting it. This disregard for her request suggested that the young man was not at home. Sarah is a little confused as to how anyone could leave such a guest alone without even saying so. The house of the rising dark moon returned to its normal rhythm of life. Only now it had a destruction and sometimes chaos that were not characteristic of it. A man of venerable age cannot understand how something so terrible could happen for the first time in 10 years. He turned out to be the head of a house of humility cultivation named Alan. The boy with glasses apologizes for his cowardice, and the old man asks him not to apologize. Alan had no idea that the younger Gustav would bring so many problems to their home, and that the servants were not obliged to entertain everyone who asked for it. The old man mentions Hannah and asks about her health, as if she had been wounded, but the injuries are not critical. She's more worried about her guilt in this situation than about some minor wound. The guy with the glasses thinks that she could really change something through the magic of consumption. The girl may know the further developments of the situation, but how could she have known that it would be over so quickly? Its absorption rate has become higher, so it is now possible to mirror the situation. The table, still filled with delicious tea dishes, screamed about the hospitality of this house. Sam gradually forgot about his past grievances, and his aggression subsided. His merit was that he managed not to lose control of his own body as he had 3 days earlier. To tell the truth, the guy was a little bit overwhelmed by this power, but all the emotions and thoughts at that moment were his. Now all the power he had released along with his emotions had cooled down, allowing the young man to let off steam. And now a long and tedious reflection caught up with him faster than he could have thought. In Sam's mind, this fight was necessary, and it doesn't matter who started it or how it ended. And leaving the rude man without hands was the best solution. We had to somehow leave him without a source of energy, so he would have done so without hesitation. But it was at that moment that he felt euphoric for having managed to punish the enemy to the fullest extent by leaving him without arms. Immersed in his thoughts, he wasn't even planning to return to reality when someone's voice asked him to come inside. Recognizing Hannah's silhouette behind the door, the guy immediately let her in. The girl did not look sick or crippled, but rather unhappy and now shackled with a sense of guilt. Sam also knows that she was wounded during the battle, so he asks her about it just in case. It only confirms that the wound was not serious and that it will not take long for it to disappear. The guy noticed that the girl was spitting blood after the blow. Sam understands what it is and knows that it is not an easy injury. Abruptly, the girl fell to the ground and seemed to be begging for Sam's forgiveness. For some reason, she was sorry for losing control of herself. Immediately, the guy thought about the carnage he had caused with Gustav, so he began to calm her down and shifted all the responsibility to himself, and Hannah had nothing to do with it. But it was quite different. She blames herself for giving him the black pill. In fact, the desired effect could have been achieved with gold or silver, but she knew this and gave him black. Sam still couldn't understand what the point of the deception was, except that the black pearl was the most expensive of all. Hannah decides to start the story from the beginning, so she admits that she is indeed a half-breed. Her mother was a monster, and her father was a human, a relationship that was not uncommon and often led to marriage and children. Such children receive the genes of both parents at birth, which really puts them between a demon and a human. In most cases, half-breeds are born with the essence of life, so they can feel the energy of other monsters perfectly, but they cannot have their own. Therefore, such monsters have a hard time living. They constantly feel a need but cannot fulfill it. Because of this, such pills will also be useless. They will only help to pretend that this monster can have energy, but in fact, it will not. That's why she was filled with a sense of envy for Sam, who couldn't fully realize this injustice. Sam is unique in his own way, despite his family tree. His capabilities are still equal to a thoroughbred monster. This misfortune did not happen because she was profitable. She just saw something she wanted so badly. So, finding no other way, she decided to play a joke on the young man by giving him an unsuitable pearl. She realizes the guilt that now lies on her. An act of deception for a seller can be equal to death. Hannah is not afraid to be punished. She will agree to any punishment. A mature voice continued the girl's thought, saying that every apology will still make the one who accepts it guilty. Most likely, Old Alan was an unexpected guest in this house today, which is why the girl was so surprised by his visit. Now he has come to apologize most sincerely because he is the owner of this house. The real head of the house asks the girl to finish the so-called performance and go entertain other guests who will soon arrive. Without missing an opportunity, Sam hastened to say that he did not hold a grudge against Hannah and asked her not to worry about this incident anymore. But if possible, he would have been very pleased if the money for the black pearl had been returned to him, which everyone agreed to without any problems. Finally, this conflict was resolved, and we could breathe a sigh of relief. The girl still blames herself for the apology, which was more like an excuse, but she is happy that even Sam accepted and forgave her. Sam doesn't see this as a big deal. It's just a small misunderstanding that he settled a few hours ago. But after such misunderstandings, Alan plans to schedule a small peace meeting, with the young man's consent, of course. The old owner tells Sam that he was dealing with the youngest son of a clan of divine animals. Sam had already heard about this clan, but he imagined them differently, and Alan agrees, saying that family members are not allowed to disgrace their name at all. Gustav's displeasure won't be a big problem for Sam, but his family can cause some trouble at crucial moments. And to prevent the situation from becoming even worse because of the silence, it will be necessary to organize a meeting where everyone can listen to each other's opinions. Alana's irresponsibility has put both families at a disadvantage, so Sam has to be more careful in his testimony, which he understands. Therefore, he simply decides that his presence is not necessary at this interview, as well as creating a conflict. This answer surprises Alan, But Sam is not going to talk unless they come to him with a number of questions. The guy does not see his fault in this situation. He did not start the massacre and generally throw around ugly words. The monster did what he had to do. Therefore, it will be up to Hannah and Gustav to apologize for their actions and for bringing the matter to a fight, while it was easier for him to simply take part in it. Alan believes that this clan should not be underestimated. What Sam saw was not the full picture of the family's affairs. It is clear that Sammy has seen monsters many times scarier and stronger than today's hero, but he does not consider them to be bad guys. But in order to become the king of demons, Sam will have to fight hundreds more, which is something Alan is very interested in. He notes that few people throw around such words and not with such confidence. The old man realizes that the young man should be more careful with his words, and a second later, Sam interrupts him and says that he could die because of this, and he is ready for such an outcome. He realized that saying this in front of Gustav was tantamount to a disaster, so he decided to choose silence, which Alan likes very much. Sam is even uncomfortable with the thought that in the worst-case scenario, such monsters could easily walk around the world. The old man thinks it's a pretty bold decision. He's heard them many times in his life, and Sam only reinforced his point of view. But Alan is not going to ridicule the young monster. On the contrary, he is even more interested in him. All this time he considered him a poor man who was just unlucky to become a monster. Although in fact, such conclusions were useless. Not since the era of the other owner has his anticipation been as raging as it is now. The old man took out a secret object from his secret pocket and put it on the table, which aroused the boy's interest. This is a so-called gift given to guests as a sign of apology, but that's definitely not what Alan means, so he decides to rephrase everything he just said. The owner of the house is so interested in Sam that he wants to bet on him and invest in his future. We are looking at the boy's home again, and apparently nothing bad has happened yet. Sammy spent the whole morning on business, so when he got home it was time for lunch. Sarah immediately asks him where he has been all this time, but he doesn't answer, except to say that he couldn't have imagined such a delay. But the blonde girl doesn't want to hear excuses, and his absence wasn't that important. She has something more interesting to do. She received important information that Sam also needs to know. He was not expecting such a surprise, and when he noticed the magpie on Sarah's hand, he immediately decided that it was Selena, so he greeted her sweetly. But then a bird suddenly flew at him and pecked him with all its might. It turned out that Sammy had confused Selena with a completely different magpie, who even had different feathers. Having heard enough, the bird decides to get out of here so as not to offend further. Selena is also a magpie, but she doesn't have white feathers. Interestingly, this upset Sarah a lot as a child. But it's not so important. It's more important that the bird may not be angry about it. But it's definitely offended. Anyway, this bird was sent by Selena, who spent the whole night collecting information that could help in her work. Last month, a lot of people disappeared in the city, but there are areas where it was concentrated. Most likely, these areas are hunting grounds for monsters, and today they will also go there and hunt for intruders. But before that, Sarah asks me to prepare something before they go there. Before Sam could get excited about being given some responsibility, he was slapped in the face. Sam will have to listen to a complaint that has nothing to do with Sarah's stay in treatment. The girl doesn't like that Sam disappeared for so long, but didn't bring her normal clothes, so she has to wear his strange, dirty suit. Despite the fact that this is the most expensive tracksuit in his wardrobe, they have to go out and get new clothes for Sarah right away. Our main characters set off on a long journey to the best department store in Seoul, which really looks gigantic. Sam is not too sure that this particular department store is the best, because if you walk around the provinces, you can find bigger ones. But Sarah is more surprised that people built it themselves without using magic. Despite living a normal human life for all 17 years, he rarely visited shopping malls, and they are quite emotionally disturbing for him. He hasn't been to them not because he's interested, but because he's at the age when appearance is the most important thing. His problem was stable. He didn't buy clothes because he was overweight, which he was ashamed of. Obviously, Sam is now facing his worst enemy, so he looks tense. The guy offers the girl to choose whatever she wants, and he will pay for it, just as she wanted. If you say the fact that Sam has never gone shopping for clothes out loud again, it might not seem true for a second. Because of this, he did not understand a lot of things that seem ordinary to everyone. For example, the average prices in modern clothing stores, which he had never thought about. The young people came to the center together, which gives people the impression that Sarah and Sam are a couple, and the counselors are really delighted with the boy's generosity. While he stood over the total bill thinking that an extra zero had been added, the consultant couldn't stop looking at Sarah. She chose a sporty style that emphasizes her figure and character. She assesses her first look as not bad, but is still interested in Sam's opinion. But looking at the amount of 5 million, he is more happy to have exchanged the money. But Sarah also looks beautiful. The girl noticed that Sam hadn't chosen anything for himself. It just seemed to her that he had just put all his clothes away. The reason was different. He didn't have enough money for himself, but he didn't hold it against Sarah. She still has a lot to learn in the world of people, and if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have this money. But suddenly, she says she wants to continue shopping. He could not contain his surprise at such desires, but she wanted the boy to choose something for himself. He would not wear the same look all the time. He was frightened by this proposal because he still hadn't overcome his fear of new clothes. And at that moment, the girl remembered something. She asks him to hold out his hands to her, 2 palms at once, while it is unclear what Sarah wants. The girl put something in his hands. It made the sound of something iron or gold. A pile of gold coins remained in Sam's palms, which were looking directly at him. She is not sure that 10 gold coins will be enough for a new clothes shopping trip, so she decides to ask the boyfriend. It turns out that the girl also has enough money, and she's only too willing to pay for it. She even allows you to keep the change, if you have it, which can be considered a kind gesture of gratitude on her part. Sarah is ready for new adventures in the mall and his pile of clothes, and if you look at Sam, he still hasn't moved on from the amount of money he has in his hands. A new giant haul with hangers of clothes of various brands and styles. Each of the looks was relatively simple, but on Sarah they looked harmonious and as if they were made from her parameters. Sam also liked this choice of the girl's style. He constantly repeated himself in expressing his opinion about her beauty. But a touch of doubt still remained in her. Despite the fact that she is a monster, she also remains an ordinary girl who wants to be sure of her beauty. Therefore, the constant compliments from the boyfriend sounded to her as if he didn't care about her choice, and the punishment was instant. The shopping trip turned out well, judging by the pile of clothes Sam is now carrying home, and he is pleasantly surprised. The young man could not have imagined that Sarah would immediately have such a good sense of style given her first day in the human world. It was easy to guess that it was about Selena, which Sarah did not hide. The bird thinks that her friend is interested in fashion magazines from the human world, so she brings them as a gift, which the girl says annoys her. However, the fact that she read all these magazines suggests a different attitude. The protagonists started talking, and Sam didn't even notice the people walking toward them, which is why they accidentally bumped into each other. The guy looked away from those he encountered while they apologized for the inconvenience. Apparently, the culprit's girlfriend did not let him finish and immediately pulled him on, probably in a hurry. Sarah decides to speak out about this and says that all people have degraded, not just Sam. She realizes that the guy pushed the monster by accident and the conflict was resolved with a single look and a word. But in her opinion, Sam had to teach that rude man a lesson. Not by killing him, of course, but by beating him up so badly that he would be afraid to look the goblin in the eye. The guy has lived in the ordinary world long enough to not have such animalistic principles, and he is furious with Sarah's method of resolving micro-conflicts. This is the difference between the worlds of humans and monsters. If this had happened in that world, the monster would have been called a shame of the species. And if others know you in this way, it will not be a problem for them to attack and win a battle against you, no matter how strong you are. Suddenly, she suggests that Sam and Gustav bowed after the battle. But how does she know about this battle? It turns out that as soon as the guy entered the apartment, she smelled a dirty dog, which is hard to confuse with others. From this, she concludes that Sam, the youngest of the family, won, and that the others would not have stood a chance. But the boy does not understand how she knows about this clan. Not that she was personally acquainted with this family, having once crossed paths in battle with a member of the clan who was the brother of her friend's sister. About 20 years ago, there were rumors about Sarah, which led to a quarrel between her and a man from this family, who invented some kind of rivalry between them and started a massacre. Of course, she accepted the challenge. Why not? If you wonder if Sarah won, the answer should be obvious. She tore her rival to pieces and told her not to catch her eye again. Otherwise, it would be worse. She hasn't seen her since, but according to Selena, she was always threatening Sarah behind her back. But the point of her story was that if Sam wins, he must be confident in his victory. Because the young man still thinks like a human being, he cannot accept that if he confidently uses violence, there will be less of it. Now, this phrase sounds wild, especially in human terms, but Sam decides to listen. But besides that, he should always be prepared for the fact that he would have to kill someone in this very city, which did not sound like a fictional situation, but quite real. The center is full of people, everyone has their own business, and everyone is in a hurry to get there on time. We meet the same guy with his girlfriend who bumped into Sam. They are in a big hurry to go to some important event. The girl had been waiting for a chance to go there for a week when the guy's hand suddenly slips out of her grip. She doesn't understand why it's so easy to walk, so she wonders why he's behaving this way when they're in a hurry. But she sees no one behind her. The guy seems to have fallen through the ground. Panic is brewing in her eyes, and she asks me not to joke with her like that and to go back. Some strange girl is sitting there, probably bored out of her mind. Today, she has already tasted 20 boys, all of whom did not seem so tasty, except for those who could fight, but still preferred to taste the ones who walked with them. Nervously sipping her coffee, the eccentric wonders what to do next until she notices something else. A little boy who stares at her with a very surprised look and does not look away. She also decided to accept this challenge and play this game with him. But something makes his eyes widen in fear as he watches the town madwoman. All this time she was holding the glasses of the poor man who had been eaten a few minutes earlier, and her mouth was open abnormally wide. For a child, such a sight is traumatic and will be a nightmare. After that, the monster girl continued to drink her delicious coffee and also enjoyed the sounds of screams of fear. Someone calls her a puppeteer, which now makes her pupils dilate in surprise. Behind her stood a man with glasses and a rather respectable appearance. He wanted to talk to her. She knew him very well because they already had an agreement whereby he hunted from above and she was left with the underground part. The guy is someone she is related to, but he says they can't stay here anymore. It's the territory of other underground monsters who have already tracked them down. The girl suggests surrendering, since the main condition of their stay here is not to fight the local monsters. But the guy paraphrases this and says that they just shouldn't cause problems. The main thing is not to make noise, and that they can do everything and even more. The family has been hunting at this spot for a month, but the local monsters have only now decided to go after their souls. She considers the local monsters to be weaklings if they are unable to protect their own cattle behind their own fences. That's why he works only with his family, so that he doesn't have to count losses due to such risks. He asks the girl for help in killing 2 new monsters that have recently arrived at the mall. Accordingly, Sarah came here not only for the clothes, but also to hunt other people's monsters. It is in this department store that people go missing many times more than in other stores. During her shopping, Sarah scattered the seeds all over the center so that they wouldn't get lost in the crowd. Even knowing that Sarah and Sam are in the center, they do not run, but rather sit still. Therefore, each side decides to prove that this district, and if you take more, the city, belongs to them, and it remains to be seen who exactly. This building accommodates thousands of people every day, but not only because it is the most popular department store in the city. In addition to it, 3 subway lines intersect here, through which all these thousands of people pass. There is also a bus terminal that connects Seoul with other regions. These 3 elements form the center of Seoul, which tens of thousands of people pass through every day. It is profitable for monsters to operate here because if one of these 10,000 disappears, no one will notice. These criminals don't even need to turn off the cameras and make less noise. A bunch of people do everything for them. So if someone notices the loss, it won't be a tragedy. They'll think they just got confused with someone else or thought they were imagining things. Sarah can't be sure about this version, but judging by the tracks, there are about 4 manhunters here. They divided up the hunting grounds so that everyone would get an equal share, which looks plausible. Sam is frightened by so many enemies about whom they know nothing. It may be easier to bring that divine judgment. This is one of the most optimal options, but it will not result in a massacre, given that the enemies seem to be provoking it themselves. They know for sure that Sam and Sarah are here, but they continue to stay as if they have an escape plan in case more monsters come than just 2. And they need to catch the strangers, so their escape will be equal to losing this battle. The only problem is the people who will interfere with finding the other monsters, because the main characters cannot break the rules so easily. Most likely, the enemies will take advantage of this helpless position and attack right in front of everyone, and on the other hand, Sarah no longer sees any other options. This whole area is unlikely to be empty, so we need to use what we have because the department store will close very soon. But after hearing what Sarah had said, she realized that this was a really great chance, and even the staff didn't scare her anymore. She had a plan in her head that seemed reliable, so nothing could stop her from implementing it. Meanwhile, negotiations were taking place on the roof of the department store, but they did not make any noise. An unknown girl is waiting for Arya, who probably promised to come a long time ago. The mysterious young man with glasses, whom we have already met, says that we can't wait for Arya. She didn't want to get involved in this fight. Arya turned out to be the same eccentric who didn't want to waste her time on two monsters she didn't need. She likes a more relaxing vacation and delicious food. The young man tries to persuade her to take this adventure. He is sure that there will be no problems. But Arya realizes that such a fight is a 50-50 risk. She doesn't care about the young man's opinion. She herself has seen many people this month who could not be trusted. The guy took it all too personally. He thought that she would hinder them in this battle. She just decided to be honest with him if they don't cross paths as colleagues anymore. But she's not going to get in the way. She just wants to find a new place to hunt. The young man's name is Ryman, and she thanks him for everything. But now she is leaving his team. Finally, she decides to wish him success in his endeavors, which sounded even sly and mean. The girls already didn't like Arya very much, and now one of them is ready to rip her head off when a little lesser one claims that Ray feels weak for her. Ray himself reassures the girls and says that the girl was not very strong, so the loss is insignificant. As it turns out, they think they're dealing with novice monsters, so they're so confident in their victory, maybe Arya could know something. Therefore, after they win according to their plan, Ray has already found a safe hiding place nearby from monsters that are stronger than them, and then they will continue to hunt in this place. Then they will simply continue to live as they did before, also taking people's lives and eradicating other monsters, mostly local ones. In any case, they have the same geographical advantage, which will allow them to get lost in the crowd and prevent their opponents from using their strength to the fullest. The little monster assumes that everything has its limits, so their escape will be less profitable for those newcomers than if they eat a few more people. For this reason, they have to make the most of this place before they return to the continent. The girls' names are Barbara and Valerie, and we learn that the three of them were kicked out of their family for an unknown reason, and he asks them to remember this shame. He promises them to return home with renewed strength, and when they do, no one will dare to doubt them anymore. The girls dreamily say that now they will become the main monsters of this center and the neighborhood. But Ray wants them to become kings of monsters, not of some neighborhood. Meanwhile, Sarah was already waiting for the results of her sinisterly cunning plan. Suddenly, all three of them shuddered from something that was unclear, but it tensed them up. The power of the monster, which appeared out of nowhere, engulfed the entire building. And immediately after that, Sarah's gentle voice was heard quite loudly. All the people who were there heard this voice that began to whisper to them about the late hour. The voice urged everyone to go home without hesitation. This gift is innate in Sarah. With the help of the monster's power, she only enhances its effectiveness and obsessively gives orders to others. This effect will be even more effective if the difference in monster strength is large enough and their distance is short. It's hard to use such magic from afar, but Sarah managed to ask other people's monsters about their incomplete composition. And in a moment, the beauty was standing right in front of them, showing her authority and dominance over the pack of these monsters. Ray is frightened by this trend. He had just felt the energy of the girl on the floor below, and now she is standing in front of them. Sarah notices the foul smell she's been smelling from them since the first minute she's been in the center, and now she even envies people for their dulled sense of smell. Such dubious compliments start to piss Barbara off, which immediately makes her say a few impolite words. Ryman recognizes these usual provocations and asks Barbara not to fall for them while he turns to Valerie. He orders her to go downstairs, which upsets her a bit because they were supposed to fight together. But the young man objects and says that they need to catch both of them, so she has to go downstairs to the other newcomer. He didn't seem as strong, so she should be able to handle it. Ryman's permission to eat the monster on his own immediately lifts Valerie's spirits, and she can't believe her happiness. Without waiting for the signal, she immediately ran to the lower floor to her tidbit of food. Sarah is amused by the whole situation. She mocks her opponents, saying that they should have asked the girl to run away, so they would have saved one life. Barbara also decides to threaten Sarah and asks her to worry about her own life. However, such a situation cannot but raise doubts about his strength, and Ray's confidence was shaken by the realization that his opponent was indeed very strong. And a month ago, Sarah could have easily absorbed them, but in the last month they have kidnapped more than 1,000 people. With their uncertain inner voices, they both try to convince themselves of victory. Such opponents turn Sarah on even more, so she immediately starts the slaughter and makes a confident first step. She will give them a real test of endurance with her technique and monster strength. An empty supermarket feels completely different, especially in these circumstances. There are still a few customers who have not been able to come out because of some obstacles, like this old lady, for example. Now Sam's task was to get the rest of them out of the center for their own safety, so he didn't leave the grandmother out either. After waking up from hypnosis, she tries to figure out where she is, while a slender young man takes an interest in her condition. The monsters invented a reason for such a sudden disappearance of people. They were alarmed by gas, so everyone was evacuated. The main entrance is still open, so you can leave through it. First of all, the old woman asks about a child who is slightly taller than her, and Sam immediately realizes that it is her grandson. A little boy was just waiting for her on the floor below. He asked Sam for help, and he came to pick up his grandmother. By sending the old woman to her grandson, Sam is relieved that they will be safe. Sam recalls Sarah's words that the magic may not have worked on anyone, so at best there are only a few people left, and now it's likely that there are none. It was the blonde woman who appointed him to search for people who disobeyed the herd and stayed in the department store. He decides to check the entire building again, but is interrupted by a girl's voice. He decided to immediately move to a safer distance, and the voice continues to complain that she hasn't been able to find him for a long time because of the guy's weak aura. Sam is ready to attack right away, but the monster girl in front of him thwarts his plan. She suggests that he pretend they have never seen each other, which is very unusual for a blood monster. She confesses that she came to absorb him, but doesn't see much use for him, so she would like something else from him, which baffles Sam. The girl wants to talk to him and confesses her sympathy for him. She likes monsters like Sam. Valerie does not understand such bloodthirstiness on the part of her brother and sister. She is already sure that after they become monster kings, they will certainly not be hungry. The little one wants them to become friends, and in any case, he will still be eating people in 6 months. Such a pile of incomprehensible information makes the guy surprised. He never thought he would ever encounter such an unusual monster. But he is more interested in where the girl came from and how she got here. The most absurd situation was with her grandmother, because Valerie thought it was a gift from Sam. She decided not to waste the opportunity and simply absorbed both of them at once. The girl wanted to say that only now did she realize the truth about Sam. However, she didn't have time to finish her thought. Sam was definitely no longer interested in listening to her after such a brutal murder, so he immediately slaps her in the face. The blow was strong and threw the girl a very long distance. It must have gone down to the lower floor, and I'll have to go down to check on it. Sam thought he had long ago realized the truth about monsters, but this case proved otherwise. Monsters really do eat people, and it wasn't some scary legend. He had to see it with his own eyes to be sure. Over the past 3 days, he had met many different monsters and thought he had fully understood who they were. That is the only reason why he has now managed to put the whole puzzle together and realize the whole truth. He knew only about the danger that one monster can pose to another, but for people it is just a disaster. Valerie asks him to be less rude and to express himself in a different way, not so aggressively. She chooses to ignore this and says that he turned out to be quite strong and not as weak as she had initially thought. But it could turn out to be quite tasty for her, so she doesn't mind the battle. For a guy, such adequate things from a monster are a real relief. Her vision focuses on Sam's every move, allowing her to track and understand the next course of action. He rushed toward her, his legs in a characteristic position that indicated an attack was coming. Valerie is trying to Sam and dodges punches. This does not save her much from another powerful attack on her, and the guy easily throws her away again. The goblin decides to reassure himself that he is just hungry, not that he enjoys killing. A girl who doesn't even resist this, or maybe she just doesn't have the ability to. The monsters tripped each other up, which was more like a game than a serious fight to the death. The completely made and cleaned department store floor had never seen such chaos before, especially now when it will remain completely destroyed and forever changed. When he saw the hole in the floor that Sam had made, he realized that Valerie had fallen through it and was going to her. The girl was still conscious and could easily talk to the guy without any complications. Her appearance left a lot to be desired. Valerie says that Sam made a real laughingstock out of her, but there is no sadness or disappointment in her words, on the contrary. Then her eye notices something very interesting and she can't take her eyes off it. Sam summoned a goblin baton, which Valerie had never seen in her life and didn't know existed. For her, it's simply amazing. She's never seen anything like it, but she realizes that it's unique magic. The guy turned out to be a non-native speaker and briefly agreed with her hypothesis. After that, he swung and hoped that it would be his last blow. The baton flew in the right direction, and now it seems that Valerie has no chance of a happy ending. But something frightens him, and his eyes become surprisingly dilated. The same mad woman stood before him, but now she was whole and many times stronger than before, if she could hold the baton without difficulty. The girl sharply pulled on his weapon, which instantly set it in motion. Sam could not understand how she had gained so much strength in a matter of seconds. At that time, the baton almost slipped out of the goblin's hands and almost passed into Valerie's. She recovered and put the block in literally a second. It was so fast that Sammy didn't even notice anything. He couldn't even believe it. The picture that unfolded before him made him stop and think about whether to continue the fight. A strong stream of energy hit him directly, and thanks to his attentiveness, he managed to put up a block. Now he will have to dodge the enemy's attacks, and do so very hard. Because Valerie looked like a real monster, not a monster, and her strength was twice as strong. It threw its giant claw right at the guy to pull him up and deal damage. The sudden relief confused the girl. She could not move her arm. Sam managed to get his bearings and intercepted her attack, leaving her on his shoulder. In order to stay alive, he tries to hold on to her as tightly as possible to respond to such an attack. Having gathered all the energy and strength in his hands, he was going to throw it again, putting in all he could. He succeeded in using this fighting technique and now just had to wait for Valerie's response. From behind a pile of dust and smoke, a small voice says that if he had known about her true appearance now, he would have fled before this massacre began. Valerie came out of the mud and showed her true self. She knows that this form looks terrible, but her face and torso will be even worse. Such is her unique magic and nature. It is not her appearance that confuses Sam, but the power behind it. The girl has a peculiarity. Her real body smells like a corpse. She learned about it quite recently, and it is by this smell that this species can be recognized. Its species was born to eat human flesh. They used to feed on the dead bodies of soldiers as scavengers in times of famine, but since then they have been mistreated, leading to their extinction. Humans have always been useful to other monsters, but her monsters ate this particular meat, and so they were left without food. For this reason, most of this species died of starvation, and when others tried to illegally enter the human world, other monsters killed them. Valerie's parents were among those who accepted the attempt to get into the human world and fill their bellies, which Sam listens to attentively. But she doesn't really miss her parents. She didn't know them well. She is more offended by her older brother and sister, and all this time they lived in the human world without being able to leave. The three of them were surviving in a human sewer without even enough energy to keep themselves alive, so their appearance was terrifying even for them. Now she asks us to pay attention to her appearance. Now she is cute, beautiful, and doesn't smell like garbage so much, and it is a great joy for her to be outdoors under the sun, not in a stinking sewer. For herself, she doesn't see anything wrong with eating people. They did it 666 years ago and can do it now and in the next 6 months. She is angry with the new king for this strange law banning the human world, and she does not want to lose her life because of it. She has already lost a lot. After all this time here, she has met a monster for the first time that she likes and doesn't want to kill it because of this stupid law. Such monologues didn't really make Sam regret it. At first he says he's not exactly a monster and gives his opposite opinion about the law. He wants it to last forever. He's tired of listening to this nonsense and suggests that she just attack him because he's not interested in hearing it anyway. This rudeness upset Valerie very much. She expected to be understood, but she was cut off so aggressively. So, in desperation, she decided to listen to the young man and finally attack him, so as not to detain anyone. Having barely repelled such attacks, he realized that this battle would be more difficult than he would have liked. He realizes that if he doesn't have her full strength and speed, he has no chance of winning a fight up close. Given Sam's peculiarity, his development in 3 days went up very quickly. This happened because of the onslaught of problems and battles that he had been experiencing all this time. It is in this situation that the girl is many times superior to him in development and also learns by doing. The difference in strength is very noticeable, but Sam has this with every opponent. Now he will constantly seem weaker. One of the building's floors was knocked out in a fierce battle. Against this backdrop, the girl apologizes for not having adapted to her new strength and speed, which have come recently. There is one important fact that will be decisive today: the absorbed human flesh, which now helps Valerie to easily deal with the goblin. For monsters, a human will be like a magic elixir that will give many pleasant bonuses and have no side effects. During the month of absorbing people, Valerie gained a lot of strength and energy, which allowed her to become many times more powerful than Sam without realizing it. Most likely, the girl noticed the boy's confusion and offered to use a spell while he was looking for the treasure. Valerie suggests that he should use a battle tactic where he would have a distance advantage and could win under such conditions. Unfortunately, Sam doesn't believe in himself as much as the girl does, but it's worth a try. The young man makes a new attempt to confront the enemy and buy himself time to think. The spell can't be faster than his normal melee, and especially faster than Valerie's, but it's worth seeing what changes. He will again have to fight off the attack and not be able to give any serious response to it. The girl is already planning to finish Sam off and start a nice meal. She didn't even expect it to be so easy. It would have been a nice surprise to know the guy's name before she swallowed him up, because he looks really bad. She was pleased to meet him, but hunger and resentment are higher than sympathy, and she does not resist it. Sam's chance of survival depended on his fighting style, and he may still be able to change something. However, the fact that he had not yet retrieved the Goblin's Club with the treasure was merely his bet that he would be able to win without it. Now he had captured the girl and considered himself a winner, because he had reached his peak in strength and energy. As always, he just needed time. We go back a few hours, when our heroes were still sitting in a taxi on their way to the center. Sarah asks him about the fight with the black turtle, that is Castor, and Sam answers quite truthfully, he just put a lot of effort into it, but got no result. Despite his efforts, Castor always looked relaxed, and the blonde immediately says that this is a losing battle tactic. Castor's blood is thicker than water, and his ability to control it and this coolness makes him the best of the best. Monsters that are 300 or even 500 years old are not likely to be able to stand up to him in battle. Sarah is already 500 as well. Can that also include her in this rule for Castor? Such an encroachment on her power immediately revives the girl, so Sam must quickly justify himself to her. She is very self-confident and knows for sure that she is the best of all right now. Continuing the conversation about the fight with the black turtle, Sarah asks how he acted next, reminding him that the duel with it should have been much more pleasant. All this talk about fights, technology, and monsters was listened to by an old taxi driver who was apparently out of touch with life and couldn't catch the meaning of their conversation. Castor didn't seem shocked by Sam's abilities. He didn't seem to care when he was asked if the black turtle was moving. Because Castor is not a physical fighter, he had to stay still when Sam used his technique. It becomes clear to Sarah that Sam could not teach the lesson not because they had different levels of strength, but because of something else. Magic does not make you more inaccessible than others. All monsters take damage equally. Again, the roof of the department store, which is no longer so quiet, and the atmosphere is filled with a sense of pain. Over time, Sarah began to understand why her hypotheses about winning became true. Ray does not look whole. Life or Sarah has abandoned him, and now it is difficult for him to even speak. She knew she was going to win, but they were unusually strong, so she was saving some money for emergencies. The girl was disappointed by this fight, but looking at Ryman, he is much more sad. Sarah had expected to use at least 4 tails when 3 was already too much, but 2 would have sufficed. Barbara was no longer able to stand on her feet, and it is not a fact that she was breathing, as this battle was so hard for her. The girl decides to take the opportunity to interrogate them. She wants to know all the details about the other strangers, where they all came from, and who is in charge. Ray doesn't plan to just tell everything. His mouth will remain shut until he dies. Lisichka has no idea how they got here and lived illegally for a month, pretending that it was the right thing to do. It's just ridiculous to her. Sarah offers him cooperation if he wants to save his life, but this framework only makes him angrier. To protect himself, his body takes on a real shell, which can be seen as a refusal. Looking at all this, the girl was even a little surprised at the strength coming from Ray, but even that would not save him from Barbara's fate. It is believed that it will not be weaker than a key-level monster, if not more, so the 4th tail should be used. Ryman puts all his strength into this attack to try to resist the girl's power, though. Sarah invokes the feet of the Supreme Demon, which already sounds synonymous with death. They land directly on Ray with all their weight, probably even putting some effort into it, because their main task is to crush the enemy. The guy's mutilated body fell heavily to the floor, and the girl knew right away that this was going to happen, because his fighting style was primitive, and no matter what you do, the result will be the same. Continuing her monologue, she says that strength is not in its quantity, but in the way you use it, and the little bird on her shoulder that appeared out of nowhere confirms this. The magpie notices the blonde's cool appearance, but still does not reveal her identity. It's not hard to guess that it's Selena, who loves to watch others fight and manifest herself at the very end of it. In fact, the bird has just arrived, and Sarah's reaction to it seems kind of boring, not exactly like Sam's, but if she reacted violently every time, she would seem crazy. Foxy notices her friend's bad appearance and wonders what happened to her that night. She just stayed awake all this time, trying to find more information about these invasions in the world of monsters and humans. Selena came to ask for help, and judging by her appearance, she really needed it. Soroka did everything she could. She searched for information, transmitted various messages, and personally entertained some guests. The main purpose of this request was to enchant a few people, and Sarah doesn't mind, but she wants to know about entertaining the guests. Selena had just begun her story when a loud noise was heard from the lower floors. The girl didn't know that Sam was also here, but Sarah informed her and reassured her that he was the one who was making a fuss. The news that Sam is there now fighting with someone one-on-one is stressing the magpie out. Sarah knew what she was getting him into. She realized that these monsters were quite strong, and if he was lucky he would survive. If not, the outcome was clear. We shouldn't forget that she still has to teach him and how he would do it for the next 6 months without difficulties and stronger opponents. And if you look at this situation from the point of view of his family, his entire existence must be associated with constant fighting for survival. He has to fight every battle for himself and for others. And if Selena wants to forbid him to do so, she will put an end to him and his potential. Sarah sees no reason to worry about this. She says a strange phrase about blood being thicker than water and asks me to wait. But the guy was consistently painful. He continued to succumb and try new tactics of fighting. Valerie couldn't understand how he regenerated so quickly and could fight again. She tries to hit him with her heavy hand, but he manages to put up a block. He only decides to move away from this and increase the distance between them to take a more confident position. Her attacks were spot on, and each time he simply moved away from her. This time, something in his behavior changed, and his strength became greater and his gaze more confident. After all, he is still standing after so many blows and has no plans to fall to the ground. The main secret lay in the goblin's syringe, which had saved Sam's life more than once. Unlike the goblin baton, the serum is available to few. The goblin bat is born with basic fighting instincts. But the goblin serum is not just a simple combat technique, it is real magic. That is why these monsters are known not as the best fighters, but as monsters against whom fighting is useless. Sam apologizes to Valerie for dragging this fight out so long. He just wanted to try everything as soon as possible and not forget these feelings. Now he's ready to end it all as soon as possible and proposes to Valerie. He realized that if you can't neutralize the impact, you need to figure out how to soften it. The girl had already wrapped her arms around him with both hands and was apparently about to snap his neck. To a certain extent, Valerie helped him understand how he should stand up in battle and what tactics he should choose. With one simple movement, she tries to twist his neck, for which she also uses one of her techniques. But something makes her stop. Her arms no longer work and she can't move on. Sam had to redirect the enemy's power to do the best job of the serum, so now he held the girl's claws and did not let go. A nice bonus was another function of the serum, in which damage can not only be reduced, but also released at the point where the bodies touch each other. Goblins call it the root because, for example, a tree with a strong root is very difficult to break, as is a goblin who has understood the root rule. If he stands firmly and confidently on his feet, thereby minimizing the damage received. Then it only increases the power of the serum and can go beyond its previous limits. Only then can its power be seen in its full glory. Thanks to this, he was now able to reject Valerie with the strength he had felt a long time ago. Her body falls with great force to the floor, and with this success, she is likely to travel several floors down. Several giant holes have formed on the ground, and it is not known how many there are. She flew through floor after floor in a matter of seconds and did not realize how many more she had to overcome to stop. Sam did not wait long and immediately jumped to her to check how she looked. Valerie asks Sam for one favor, probably a dying wish. She asks to finish herself off before she dies of physical injuries. Her desire to meet death beautifully, not in her true form, is due to the rapid end of her vitality. Unfortunately for her, Sam isn't going to finish her off so quickly because he needs to take statements about their every move on the way to Seoul and this department store, as well as find out who might have helped them. Valerie is even a little disappointed that he is leaving her alive for this very reason, but at the same time, she realizes that she wants too much. The noise behind him was very unexpected, and he turned around at the first rustle his ears caught. Most likely, it was something that could have been dangerous for him if he immediately rushed into battle. Meanwhile, Selena continued to talk about the guests, and it turned out that some of the strangers had come from the mainland, and their authorities found out about it and took full responsibility for them. Help has been sent from the mainland, something like guilt relief, and Sarah sees nothing wrong with it and would rather meet new monsters. The nuance was that they sent monsters who had a status in the world of monsters and were therefore arrogant, and it is difficult to find a common language with such people. The fox doesn't understand what kind of monster with a reputation it must be to behave so arrogantly unless it is one that has been awakened from its 1,000-year hibernation. Everything turned out to be simpler. It was a descendant of a great family who had already come. It is said that she is really very strong and majestic, and is also the granddaughter of great monsters. The girl in front of us looks quite respectable, and indeed as if she had been sent from another continent. Sam noticed that her first attack wasn't directed at him, which could mean she's peaceful, so he decides to say hello and tell her that he's here to hunt foreign monsters. But her superiority showed itself immediately. She realized that Sam was not a purebred monster, so she decided not to take his opinion into account. The guy heard an accent that was atypical for the Korean peninsula, so he concluded that she was a foreigner. The mysterious guest begins to threaten Sam with her powers and says that she will not give him a second chance to survive. To use her technique, she has to sacrifice her head hair. The girl calls Valerie a sinner and asks Sam to move away if he wants to stay alive. With one breath, it blows the hair away and sets the direction in which it should fly. Sam did not plan to move. He could only stand silently and wait for the near future. When the hair reached its destination, there was an explosion. And besides Valerie, there was a boyfriend in the car. She hoped that this spell alone would be enough to put Sam down and destroy the girl next to him. But the young man proved to be resilient and stronger than expected. However, the realization that if this had happened 30 minutes ago, he would have died immediately from this attack. He perfectly defended this strong spell and did not even move. However, for such a young monster, such significant shocks are very difficult to bear. According to his calculations, it will not be able to withstand such a blow for the second time, so you need to think about something else, not just the block. The guest did not like such rudeness on his part, so now even evasion will not help. The newly torn hair is again preparing for battle, or rather, the end of it. This monster art is called the abrupt impulse of a cruel god, and its effect is only destruction and noise. The stranger suddenly noticed a strange movement behind her. The demon's fist behind her appeared out of nowhere, and she only had time to look at it when the following happened. He struck her hard and continued on his way, heading towards Sam. Several unrelated events had just happened in front of his eyes, which was not so surprising to him, and he used this chance to gain strength. Because the wall made of the Demon King's giant hand carefully blocked his way to other monsters that were dangerous to him. His rescuer was Sarah, who heard a strange noise and decided to check what was going on, and she was not happy with this circus. Only now she is interested in the person of the mysterious guest who did not have time to cross the threshold and began to restore her order. Lisichka immediately realized that this was the same assistant from China who had done nothing but harm so far. Sarah tries to get at least some explanation of the situation out of her, so she uses crude comparisons in her manner. But the threat was definitely unnecessary, which even confused the stranger and really offended her. The blonde woman asks Sam about his injuries as if she were a real nurse and guardian. He was wounded, but not badly, so the regeneration will quickly cope with this task. She did not ask the reason for the conflict, and Sarah immediately decided that this was again something that was hard to believe, as she had already found the answer for herself. Even Sam didn't know the answer, so he became curious to find out the real reason for his constant conflicts in every place he visited. Sam is just special, and that says it all. But Sarah had to get back to a new girl who started causing problems for no reason. The assistant didn't want to come to the peninsula at all, but her expectations were not met, and in fact, it is even worse here. For her, no one here has understood the problem adequately, and she doesn't understand how anyone can tolerate working alongside people like them. Sarah doesn't like the audacity of her opponent's words and is ready to change her mind about it with just her own words and is ready to use one of the techniques. All this time, Sammy stood behind the blonde woman and could not understand where this unreasonable conflict came from. The two ladies were already standing ready and waiting to see who would start the fight first. They were clearly opposite each other. In a second, there will be a big explosion of energy here, which will be caused by all the aggression and hatred that has settled in the atmosphere. Sam was about to try to stop this hell, but a small voice did it before him. Selena was standing behind her, and she definitely didn't like what was happening, but she immediately realized who had first hinted at a fight, so the first wave of reproaches went to Sarah. Selena is furious at such disrespect even for such a guest. She knows her friend's difficult character and her lifestyle, in which she fights instead of eating breakfast, lunch and dinner. Birdie realizes that if something goes wrong, Sarah will have to take full responsibility, which she is most likely not capable of doing. Then, Selena switched to a guest whose name was Samantha, who also broke the rules with such aggressive behavior and was sent to help, not to cause more problems. It was easy to guess that Samantha was the first to use magic against Sam. Moreover, this duel took place without the intervention of a magistrate, which immediately becomes a violation of the rules. Selena herself is carrying the magistrate's will, and now she will not hesitate to do what she has to do. She will report this to the main court with an accurate description of the situation. Sarah interrupts this lecture and decides to jump into the conversation, which was quite expected, but no one knew what she was going to say. Turning to Selena, she says that not every monster needs a magistrate and is even interested in one. In fact, the bird does a very difficult job in the world of monsters. Others would not be able to last a day on it. Every day she works with different monsters who might be especially dangerous after hearing bad news from Selena's mouth, and yet she stands proudly and is not afraid to look them in the eye. It is her job to see that justice is done no matter how powerful and dangerous the enemy is. Samantha immediately changed her mind and understood the girl's words. Perhaps she was really a little hot when she started attacking. She's not going to prove anything to her two friends. It's a fruitless and exhausting job for her. To clarify the situation, she asks not to interfere in her affairs here. She has her own methods of killing sinners who have broken the law. But the mention of Sarah in this phrase particularly irritated her, and she again barely kept her threats to herself. Selena had been trying to put things right for so long that Sarah's words made her feel worse. The conclusion remains the same. The operation to destroy the offenders was successful, and the area is now clean. Despite the chaos around him, the bird thinks Sam has done a good job, and now it will be peaceful. The young man has only now realized that there are many such places in Seoul, and he would like to do something about it. But it turns out that he was not the only one who was hunting today. The trusted monsters were also allocated special areas and are now working there. Of course, such work is not easy, but Selena hopes that today most of the strangers will be caught. Sarah wonders how many of these work monsters have been in the human world before, but it turns out that the humans themselves took part in the cleanup. They did not manage to establish full contact, but they managed to divide the zones. Up to the Han River, the monsters' territory. And in the north, people were already hunting, and Sam immediately realized that they were talking about shamans. It's a dark night, a forest, and everything seems to be calm. But if you walk a little further, you'll notice a person we already know. We see a young man wearing a mask, and we recognize him as Yuno, who also had a rough night. A woman's voice broke the silence that Yuno had been waiting for. Gina didn't understand why the guy went into battle alone. According to the law, he could have taken her or 10 other helpers. The young man is not really interested in help. He knows that there are enough people to carry out the cleanup and others will interfere with him. Gina is not interested in such excuses. She says that he would rather hire someone because one of the shaman's duties is to work in a team. But Yuno has never asked her for anything as a shaman, so now he wants to be heard. It turns out that Gina controls the guy's every move, and because of this, he may not do something even out of spite. And without her chatter, it would be much easier for him. Now she doesn't see him as a real shaman. He's too indifferent to everyone. But when she noticed the size of the monster he had just defeated, she couldn't help but notice the monster's dimensions. Gina immediately thought that this monster was a Kai class, which turned out to be true. In his group, this monster was average. The leaders looked different. But this does not change anything for him. The leader was the size of the Namsan Tower, which we were shown from the very beginning. Gina is surprised by Yuno's phenomenal growth. He alone has defeated about 10 such Kai monsters. Although he has little experience, he looks the most promising of his family. Yuno was a genius who achieved Zen at such an early age. And now he is wondering what he should do next according to the plan, whether he should report his results to someone. According to the plan, the young man is supposed to go down and report to the chief commissioner, who is already waiting for him, but he is so tired that he suggests going tomorrow. Gina forbids him to do so and says that he will have to go down and do it anyway, because Seoul has been turned upside down today, and when the work is done for them, ordinary people should know what to expect. Even 100% control of the media is not necessarily going to help cover their tracks, so Yuno assumes that all this rubble will be blamed on North Korea. In the course of the dialogue, Gina says that we need to make people believe this news, otherwise other news will displace their truth. Yuno understood his friend and didn't attach much importance to fatigue anymore. Anyway, it was the weekend, and he would have time to sleep. Suddenly, Gina says that tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock the boy is to arrive at the airport. She has just learned about it from the elder, to which the young man reacts sharply negatively, asking why so early. It turns out that Yuno was hired by a famous Japanese family who asked for 2 people, but Gina knows nothing about Japan except for anime. The young shaman doesn't understand why he was chosen for this, but the girl says that it's to match their power levels. That is why the family head's children will be waiting for Yuno and his colleague at the airport at 7 in the morning tomorrow. Indeed, in the morning, they had already set foot on a new land, and everything here seemed unreal to them, and the air was different. Children travel abroad for the first time, and they need to try to appear less savage and be lighter. The young man and woman, apparently brother and sister, hope to get the best possible impression of the Korean peninsula. In the early hours of the morning, the airport inspires calmness and a thirst for new adventures, and at the same time, a translator's voice is heard from it. Yuno and Gina are already waiting for guests, and the boy himself was trying to figure out the translator and Japanese words so as not to embarrass himself in front of strangers. The young man doesn't understand how their father could allow them to travel such a long distance, and the shamans and the so-called omedzi have never worked together. Gina knows of such a case. It happened during the Japanese colonial period. Then, under the supervision of the Governor General, 2 omedzi arrived in Busan, who later worked together with shamans and, according to records, performed exorcisms in Seoul and Busan. At the end, they managed to capture a supernatural creature, which made a big deal about it, Gina continued. But there were some problems with the process. The atmosphere during the work was not very pleasant, especially the tension between one couple. The conflict went so far that one was ready to kill the other, and the damage they received from this massacre was many times stronger than the damage they received during the exorcism. In Gina's opinion, this result was expected. The principles of shamans and omedzis are too different to work together. Therefore, the girl asks Yuno to be careful. These children definitely do not have bad intentions, but misunderstandings will definitely arise at some point. Looking at all this, the guy simply decided that if he was not satisfied with something, he would simply leave without any difficulty. After walking around the airport for a while, they finally found their new colleagues in the cleanup. Gina remembers that she and Yuno sent photos of themselves, so they probably also know what their guides to the world of Korea look like. The guy had a slightly informal look that made him stand out from the crowd, and he arched his eyebrows as soon as he saw Yuno and Gina. When they saw their brother and sister, they both came to the same conclusion. They look so-so, probably by Korean standards. The Japanese man did not waste any time and immediately boldly went to meet the shamans. And when the stranger approached, an invisible wall of misunderstanding and tension appeared between them, as if he himself were afraid of him. For some unknown reason, he began to worry a lot and kept thinking that he needed to stay calm. But the Japanese man did not think so. He calmly bowed to the young man and greeted him. The reception turned out to be quite warm, and Yuno did not even understand why he was being so kind. How it happened that he was now being thanked for his service and met the guests. His name is Kiran, he is 16 years old, but 17 in the Korean system, and he kindly asks to look after them while they are in a foreign country. The question of Korean became relevant, and fortunately, Kiran had been studying it since middle school, so he knew the language quite well. However, his sister speaks Korean even better. So holding Yuno's hand, he calls out to her in her native language. Judging by her rather indifferent appearance, not only to them, but to everything, she did not plan to engage in a dialogue or get to know them. A lone hello came from her lips, and she continued to sit on the phone as she had done before. Her brother expected such a reaction, but he did not realize that it would be so unintelligible. His sister's name is Kira. She is not very strong in social interactions, but this does not make her worse, and she is also 2 years older than him. Looking at the brother and sister, Yuno decided not to judge by the cover and continue to get to know them, because they risked many times more than he and Gina. They packed up their things and went to their new home, renting a hotel in the center of Seoul. Gina has taken care of other options, so if Japanese guests don't like the hotel room, they have to say so. Kieran doesn't mind any conditions at all because they found out about their visit at the last minute, and there is nothing to complain about. He is grateful that they found something for them. With a single glance, Gina hinted to Yuno that it was time for him to start a more serious dialogue than this. So, having understood the hint perfectly well, he asks about the purpose of the teenager's visit. He had heard that it was an exchange trip, but he didn't know its specific purpose, so he made a few assumptions that hinted at the situation with the monsters in Seoul. Yuno thinks it would be better to make up his mind right away than to have misunderstandings later, he asked bluntly. Of course, but it's better than to prolong this pleasure. Kieran wondered whether he should answer the shaman's questions, but he immediately gave up and said that a monster from Japan had escaped here, so they needed to investigate, and Kira immediately came to life and perhaps even became indignant at his brother's frankness. She wanted to object to her brother, but he cut her off, saying that there shouldn't be any problems. In his opinion, he is doing the right thing by telling this information, and the truth only makes cooperation stronger and cleaner. This information about someone else's monster confuses Yuno. He did not expect to hear this, so he immediately asks about the monster's class and worries that it is not a spirit. Kieran rejects this version and decides to talk about the Japanese types that their monsters are divided into, 4 in total. The first are demonic beasts, animals that have lived so long that they have gained intelligence and powers, becoming monsters. The next were vengeful spirits, monsters who received their supernatural powers because of some insult or painful affection. The third were Tsukugami, the spirits of old objects, also called monsters for some reason. The fourth type was distinguished by its name, because monsters created from energy are called spirits. And among all these classes, there was one exception that Yuno and Gina were alarmed to hear about. Kieran began to talk about the dark gods, about whom the Korean peninsula already knew basic information. Such monsters do not fall into any of the categories because they were created out of nothing. No one has any idea where they come from, but there is a hypothesis that their birth is caused by the fears and experiences of all living things, monsters and people. Their main feature is not only the way they appear, but also the fact that there cannot be several monsters at once. There has always been only one, and after its extinction, a new one will be born in a few 100,000 years. Of course, the shape and features varied, but his thirst for growth and development always remained, which gives Gina a bad feeling. According to the records, they are intelligent from the moment they are born and are constantly growing due to their desire to devour everything, which is scary even for ordinary monsters. In the past, these dark gods were so feared that monsters and humans even joined forces against him. Kieran and other great people in Japan still don't know what kind of god he is. They are not even sure about his position in Korea. But thanks to the divine timetable on this occasion, they already know for sure that the dark god has been born and is moving toward the west. While they talked about pressing issues, time passed quickly and they had already reached their destination. And before the guests left, Yuno warned them that they would be contacted in the evening. Looking at the Japanese, Gina asks her colleague what he thinks of the whole situation. But now he doesn't think about it. He wants to help the strangers as much as he can, but he will have to tell his father about it, because if it's true, the problem will be much deeper than they thought. It is impossible to perceive this information in any other way. The question is now right in front of our eyes, and the answer will not be found for a very long time. When he fought the monsters last night, he wondered if there was someone behind them all. According to his observations, each of them became stronger because of eating people, but no one understood how to use this power properly. That is, if all the others are the same, then their destruction will be a matter of time. All these sacrifices simply didn't make sense if you did not think about the reason, but digging deeper, he began to think about their purpose. If we look at it this way, then perhaps the real goal was to fill the streets with weak monsters in order to distract from more global problems. Gina didn't even think about it. She was counting on a big nighttime cleaning that would make all the areas perfectly clean. But if there is a dark god among the monsters, it's even scary. The only question is that the dark gods from other countries may also be involved in this chaos, which sounds like instant death from Yuno. He came to this conclusion because monsters from completely different parts of the world are now in Seoul. Most of them are from China and Japan, but you can also find them from other countries. So their dark gods are no exception if they have already appeared in Japan. But even for theorists like them, it's too much, so it's easier to say that they're worrying and stressing themselves out for nothing. We shouldn't relax either, because if the dark gods of other regions have managed to develop a lot since then, it will be problematic. In this case, they will be very different from the usual monsters, especially those they are dealing with now. And there is even a high probability that Yin and Yang masters came to Seoul to try to hunt down these gods as well. However, observing the peaceful life of Koreans now, which still seems serene and quite measured, I want to believe that these are only my own experiences and they will not justify themselves. Meanwhile, we are taken to Mount Moya, which is located in Seoul. We are greeted by Sam, who has changed his usual image to a more serious one, now telling his interlocutor about this mountain and saying that there are always few people here in general. But even such conditions suit Sarah. A few people are not a whole department store where you shouldn't shine your skills. Luckily, the number of people is easily adjustable, so there's nothing to be afraid of, which is a real relief. Suddenly, the atmosphere of fun disappears. Sarah abruptly stops talking and looks at Sam, who is already laughing awkwardly. The girl noticed the guy's tired eyes, so she decided that he hadn't slept because of the two dead people in the department store, which abruptly makes Sam quiet. She looks at the situation in which Sam blames himself for the two deaths, but the only one who should be blaming himself is Sarah herself, who, due to her little experience with this magic, has not applied it well. It didn't make him feel any better, and he is tormented by the thought that he did nothing to prevent it, but simply let his defenseless grandmother go into the world. It is for this reason that they came here to solve the problem of guilt over such situations, which will happen again. From that day on, she decided to teach him as soon as possible, because that was what fate had brought them together for. Obviously, his skill will not be as strong as hers, but he should learn a few basic spells that can save his life in an emergency. So from this second on, he has to be focused and ready to get new knowledge and bruises, which he is fully committed to. Unexpectedly, before that, the girl had decided to approach him abnormally fast, not even to attack him. She had a completely different goal. Shocked, Sam can't stand up and falls free, not realizing what just happened. Sarah notices this and gently picks up the boy so that he doesn't fall and holds onto her. For some reason, her words were already just noise to him. He could not recover from such a sudden change in their position, but Sarah asked him not to lose focus. This position suits the girl no matter what she is going to do next, but it suits her. Now she asks the guy not to worry and to relax, because everything will be over soon. The scent of unknown flowers and a hint of peaches hit my nose. Apparently this smell was emitted by Sarah. Sam felt a sea of emotions that he didn't even know existed, and his heart was beating as if he had just gone for a run, a familiar feeling. The girl was a centimeter away from him. Her intentions were unclear, but the feelings she gave him were simply indescribable. Out of fear, Sam closed his eyes tightly, waiting for Sarah to act, but nothing happened. And when he opened them, familiar sensations filled his body. He had seen the area before, and it was not a problem for him to recognize the landscape. In her attempts to understand whether this was reality or illusion, Sarah was ahead of him and immediately warned him that this was not a real world. This place is based on his thoughts and life. Everything he breathes and thinks about is gathered here. You can call it the depths of his consciousness. These circumstances made it very easy. But what about Sarah? Is she real? Yes, the girl is real, and she even has a special task for the guy in his subconscious. One of the unique spells of foxes, as we have already understood, is the violet whisper, which puts the brain into a trance state through the senses. Such whispering can make us forget some information or direct us to perform some simple actions that we have already seen, as well as cause auditory and visual hallucinations. But what Sarah used now was a little more complicated than a simple whisper. She united their consciousnesses, and now they are in this place together. In ordinary terms, Sarah simply visited his mind, and she usually has no particular reason to do so. However, now even she is interested in the result of their training, so she decided not to miss the opportunity. A mysterious silhouette began to appear behind her, apparently the very surprise that still looks rather ominous. Over time, his outline became recognizable even from a distance, and now he could move. With a confident stride, he walks in Sam's direction, his body almost formed and seemingly as fit as Sam's. Sam has mixed emotions about this gift. It is unclear how happy he is, but he is definitely surprised. An exact copy of him stood before him, but it looked less cooperative, and now Sam had to face himself. This copy was recreated thanks to Sam's memory, and apparently this image had a great impact on the boy. She also added a little bit of her memories and the events that Sam has experienced so far, so the copy should be very high quality. Sarah thinks that Sam might even be interested in competing with this guy, but he can't be sure. An important detail of this clone is its monster strength, which can be equated to the very first battle of the main characters. Having called for a table with various sweets, she continued to tell us that the power of this copy is already at its limit. The clone didn't even wait for any sign that it was time to start. It just went into battle with all its might, just as thoughtlessly as it did then. The speed of its movement was extraordinary because of its emergency condition. It was hard to even notice when it managed to get there so quickly. And he was already a millimeter away from the real Sam, who does not yet know how to properly resist himself. The clone's blows should be severe even without any force on his part, so you need to be careful with this guy. Sarah notices that even without the monster's strength and other charms, the guy who fought her was quite strong. Sam himself was shocked by the strength of his clone. He didn't even realize that he was exactly like that at the time. The copy behaved quite aggressively and was not endowed with intelligence, at least because Sam could not control his body at that time either. He noticed the change in the clone's position and even guessed what it was going to do. Thanks to this, he managed to install a new unit and avoid 1,000 strong blows from himself. His amazement grew by itself, and he did not believe in his own strength. He already had something to compare with, and remembering Valerie, he realized that his copy was now superior to her in every way. But while he was comparing him and Valerie, the other Sam managed to quickly change his position. The guy's jaw was hit so hard that he couldn't even resist it. At this time, Sarah was peacefully drinking tea and acting as a commentator, explaining some of the points that arose during the battle. She has said more than once that they both have talent, but to be honest, if she were also a monster who used her body directly, it would be harder for her to develop it. But such commentary cannot help but make you angry, especially when you have just been slapped on the jaw by yourself and don't even know what to do with it. Sam gradually began to understand why he had been winning all this time. It was his talent for fighting instincts that often saved him, and Sarah knew it well too. However, what is the point of this talent if your opponent is stronger and you have almost no chance of winning? After moving away for a short distance, he immersed himself in reflections on his survival in this situation. Even when the real Sam put all his strength into his punches, the clone didn't leave a single bruise or scratch. No matter how much he thought about it, the answer seemed to be getting further and further away. How to understand such a surge of strength at that time? Suddenly, Sarah noticed a change in the battle, which caught her eye and riveted her attention to what was happening in front of her. Sam takes a fighting stance and makes a new attempt to win the fight against himself. Seeing the enemy's readiness, the clone also returned to the slaughterhouse as quickly as possible. He abruptly realized that all these tactics he was using were shaped by the young man standing in front of him. Even when he first took out the Goblins Club, he was able to change its shape without any questions. But thanks to his phenomenal memory, he was able to reproduce the same techniques later. So I came up with the idea to simply repeat after my clone, and maybe he could do what he did. A second after that, he received a heavy blow to himself, which hit him right on the spot. The copy stopped for a second from the unexpected movement of the real Sam. He used the same ground control. Sam tried to reduce all the damage by transferring it to the ground, but the clone did it many times better. He does it so much better that the monster's power doesn't even play a role in this battle anymore. But Sammy takes the first steps and can already hold back the enemy. It's not a given that it will be able to catch up with its copy quickly, but it's worth a try, and there's no room to retreat. But now he has even managed to throw the enemy with all his might to a fairly high altitude. He used this method for a reason, because now he stood with the Goblins Club and waited for the moment. The young man seems to have found a way to equalize their chances of winning. His sinister plan was that at altitude, his clone would not be able to use the power of the Earth and would be left defenseless. After waiting, he skillfully changed the shape of the baton and threw it directly at his opponent, who was still in the air. Sarah decided to do more interesting things for herself, skipping the most interesting things. Her attention was drawn to Sam's happy voice as he approached her with a smile on his face, which made her smile as well. Sam had already decided that he had won and was bragging about his new tactic, in which he simply realized his own weaknesses and used them to his advantage. Of course, the girl praised him, but she looked too pleased, which raised suspicions of a trick. Sarah says that he did a really good job, but they both have to admit that Sam hasn't figured out who she was talking about yet. So she mockingly asked him to turn around. The guy slowly looked away, obviously not wanting to know what was waiting for him there. This beast was coming at him with a giant goblin club, which was even difficult to fully examine. The copy clearly did not feel heavy when it carried this weapon. On the contrary, there was nothing but a desire to destroy in its eyes. Sarah consoled the boy by saying that his clone had mistaken him for a real enemy and decided to honor him with his baton. But Sam didn't care about her words anymore. He couldn't take his eyes off the baton that was so big that it had supplanted all his chances of winning. You can't go against such an argument. It was really weighty, and it seems that he didn't even want to run away anymore. For a second, he let his gaze drift to his own killing weapons to compare the ratio. Now in his hands, she looked lonely and sad, and there was no need to mention the danger there. It was the first time he decided to say the last words, and this time he found such a duel unfair. A powerful rumble went through Sam's subconscious. A killing machine like this could not leave a living thing underneath. Indeed, it was immediately clear that Sammy would definitely not be able to get up and fight anymore. Nothing could save him. Or maybe he didn't see the point of rescue anymore, but the fact that he had just been halved was not very happy. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in his native soul in the same forest, but his situation remained the same. Sarah even praises the guy for holding out for more than a minute and allowing himself to be killed not immediately, but trying to do something against his copy. Victory was definitely not in the girl's plans, and she would have had 5 tails, if not more, to fight him. Sam wonders how many tails Sarah would have to use to defeat Sam, who is conscious, that is now. She thought about it a bit and decided that 2 would be too few, and 3 might be enough, but 4 tails would be perfect. The information that each tail doubles in size flattered Sam, because Sarah can swallow most monsters with just 1 tail. The dialogue was interrupted by Sarah's incomprehensible reproach towards the bushes. She accused someone of spying on them. A familiar voice apologized for the visit, and the girl was afraid to interrupt. Hannah stood in front of them, beautiful and polite as always. She had come just to look, nothing more. Sarah didn't know that Sam knew this girl, but then he told her how they met. It turns out that last time she made a contract with the leader, and now, as an advance for it, she brought Sam things that were prepared by the same leader, probably Alan. The girl brought the best treasures in the form of clothes for the master Sam. Yesterday, Alan clarified that his words about investing sound too abstract for him, but it's actually very simple. He just wants to help the esteemed buyer win the festival in any way he can, and in their support will include even extremely rare goods, the presence of which they have most customers and do not suspect. On top of that, they are willing to offer various services that include presenting him with all the information available to them. But Sam had always felt that such proposals were made after all sorts of risks had been calculated. Drink if he becomes king of the yokai, they will obviously expect something in return from him, something important to them. It was self-explanatory, and there was no point in a roundabout explanation, so the man decided to speak directly, holding nothing back. They don't expect anything from him, at least not yet, however that could change, after which Alan laughed. However, the guy is correct that it's hard to call such a one-sided deal an investment just yet. But to be perfectly honest, he's not the only buyer the Dark Moon Rising House is investing in. And their home is not the only organization supporting festival attendees. There are a great many. They realize they are not strong enough to claim victory, but they would like to gain the favor of the future king. Although it cost them a lot of effort, they try to choose the most promising candidates. The guy replied that a lot of things made sense to him now, but he was interested in those who were unhappy with this approach. To this, the man nodded his head, saying that there were such too, however, they did not pose much of a problem for them. After all, most such conflicts resolve themselves, and there have been an incredible number of examples of this. They had originally planned to invest in the younger son of the Heather clan, and they thought his disposition was worth it. After all, he, being from the Divine Beast clan, seemed like a very worthy and promising candidate. However, the esteemed buyer himself convinced them that he did not deserve such treatment, and Sam was chosen instead. Anyone who thinks they deserve encouragement from them can easily prove it, but not everyone can. In such confrontations, the weak will be weeded out, leaving only those worthy of claiming the title of King of the Yokai. When the guy gets to that stage, they can discuss with him the scope and terms of further investment and other details. Until then, he can simply consider their support as a gesture of goodwill that will help him achieve considerable heights. A short while later, he was examining his new uniform, saying it was incredible and very unfamiliar. Even though he put it right on top of his clothes, he doesn't feel any discomfort, as if it was sewn especially for him. Sarah replied that these properties are inherent in all of the yokai treasure garments, and besides, such garments don't have to be worn on you all the time. He can just materialize it when he needs it, and there's a special spell for that Hannah shows him. The guy repeated the motion with his hands, scrutinizing the position of his fingers, then gave the command to remove. His clothes immediately began to disappear, as if moving another space, causing Sam to shriek. He immediately began changing commands from put on to take off, while at the same time an annoyed Sarah watched him. She got sick of it and decided to ask the guy what he decided to have fun with, while Hannah thought Sarah was a nine-tailed fox. Although she received many offers from various organizations, she turned them all down. As she pondered, the grey-haired girl turned around and menacingly asked Hannah if she had anything to add. After all, she should have left right after she delivered everything she was told to, and she continues to stand there and cast leering glances at her. But Sam asked her not to be bored, turning to the girl in the black robe, asking what the head had asked her to pass on. Hannah replied that they recognized the location of one of the group of intruders who survived yesterday's hunt. The head ordered her to inform them of this and help them successfully mop her up to finally finish this mission. Sarah replied that she understood why they had decided to tell him, but she didn't know where they had gotten that kind of information. She also said that she had better answer honestly, after which the girl asked Sam if he remembered the guy from the Heitei clan. The boy looked at Hannah in surprise, nodding his head in agreement, for he remembered that man very well. Last night, he had also participated in the hunt, being in charge of one of the locations in Seoul along with two other yokai. The guy asked if he himself had given them the information about where the escaped group had hidden, but the situation was different. Last night, two yokai who went hunting together were killed by the criminals they were hunting. Gustav was the only one who managed to escape, but he too was pretty badly shaken up. But he is alive nonetheless. Sarah was surprised to ask that there were kids who had failed the assignment, but she hadn't heard anything about it. Hannah replied that they too had only learned of the incident this morning. Then, Gustav had come to the doorstep of the house of the rising dark moon. In addition to his multiple injuries, he was deathly frightened. They took him inside in an attempt to stabilize his condition. However, he is still not recovered. He keeps recounting in scraps what happened last night, about how afraid he is of this monster and how ashamed he is that they failed the mission assigned to them. His future was no longer cloudless. Not only had he lost the battle, but he had also tarnished the reputation of the clan. Sam asked why they were only telling them about it, since the judge should be made aware of it too. Sarah said he either already knew or would soon, though either way it wasn't a given that he'd do anything right away. Yesterday's hunt had cost them more than the girl thought it would. The sweep of at least one place had been a failure. However, it's time for the girl to go, because Selena has a problem during the sweep. She's having a hard time using magic so far. She added that if a guy cares about Gustav's situation, why doesn't he go and see for himself? But if he had asked his grandfather or Celine, they would have definitely answered or not. However, they are not here. After all, once he knew the whereabouts of the yokai criminal, he might as well not bother getting permission. Not because he himself is motivated enough to solve this problem, because he will be able to save many lives. If it were him, Sarah would take the risk, so she won't stop him from deciding, no, she believes he can win. She decided to give him a little advice. When he found the criminals, have him try to determine their fighting style as quickly as possible. Against yokai like him, the chances of winning are pretty high, but if a mage gets caught, it's better to have multiple escape options. Whatever he decides, the choice is up to him anyway. After saying that, the girl disappeared using space compression. Watching the spot where Sarah had just stood, Sam asked Hannah if she could tell him more about it. He was curious about all the information he had managed to get out of Gustav, for even the smallest detail could help him. At the same time at the hotel, Kiran asked his sister with undisguised surprise where she was going without informing him. The girl replied that she wanted to see the sights because she didn't want to be locked up after a long flight. But her brother hesitated, asking if she was really only going to take in the sights and nothing more. He added that he had already told her that they were guests, and this wasn't Japan. They had their own rules and customs here that were very different from theirs. After all, she had seen them too, and she had gotten the impression that they would refuse to help them if they didn't cooperate with them. But Kira doesn't seem like the kind of fool who would go wandering around town looking for a monster alone on foreign soil. She thought it was her brother trying to act like he didn't know who he was, but that image didn't suit him at all. The girl was a bit taken aback, causing it to become increasingly irritated, asking Kieran who they were on a knife edge with the other family over. She then turned around and headed for the exit, saying she'd be back for dinner, and if he got nervous, just let him dial her. The door closed behind Kira, and the boy watched the distant footsteps in silence for a few more seconds. He realized that even if he called her, she still wouldn't pick up the phone, even if she could see who was calling. Kira got on the elevator, thinking about the words she had just said to her brother, convincing herself that she was right. She then chose the first floor, asking herself who knows how long they would be here. However, this problem can be solved easily enough. You just need to accidentally run into a yokai and destroy it. She then summoned the child of the 7 fortunes, asking him if he could give her a prediction for today, to which he agreed. Kara is an onmyuji who uses shikigami. She can command spiritual beings with various abilities. Predictions come in 7 different types, about money, health, love, work, studies, family, and new acquaintances. Even the owner of the shikigami himself can't choose which prediction he gets. At that very second, the girl received the leaf. Shikigami independently chooses the prediction that it believes the wearer most needs at that moment. She felt sorry for having to use such a powerful ability for such trifles. She can effortlessly find the monsters and end it. However, the prediction turned out to be a love one. The prediction was written that she would meet the love of her life on this delightful day. Not understanding anything, Kira unknowingly and very loudly yelled out what this nonsense was, causing people passing by to look in her direction. She asked what it was she needed most right now, for it was possible to give her something not so useless. Suddenly, the doors of a cab opened next to her, and from it came the guy's voice saying that it wasn't far, so he'd walk. Kira immediately turned her attention in his direction, trying to figure out what had gotten her attention so much. Looking at his phone, Sam paced and said that if he had known it was going to be like this, he would have taken the bus. Meanwhile, Hanging Park was calm and quiet. The people walking there were enjoying life that was going on peacefully. On one of the benches sat an unremarkable guy in a suit, made special by his disheveled hair and ambiguous smile. He immediately heard a question in his mind that he had decided to take a break, for it seemed to Arya that Barney hated people. He looked at the girl with piercings and a glass of coffee in her hand in surprise, asking her how long she had been standing there. Yes, replied a couple minutes, but he looked so peaceful. But if she interrupted him, or he could leave quietly. But the guy only shook his head, saying that hating something and watching it were completely different things. Most people can't stand insects, and yet they still stop from time to time to consider their fiddling. And in his case, it was the same. It's funny to watch them flounder in the maelstrom of life. Taking a seat next to him, Arya dejectedly replied that she couldn't understand him, but Barney stated that it was because she was too young. She hadn't even celebrated her 2nd birthday yet, but she was a fast learner, so she would understand his words soon enough. She replied that the essence of some events only becomes apparent after the denouement of the event. When asked about the Byron family, Barney replied that they were probably dead, as their rival was too strong. At best, Weiran was captured alive, and now they're trying to get any information about them out of her. But she's unlikely to tell them anything, to which Arya said she was overcome with regret last night. Up until the moment she'd turned down Rye's offer, she hadn't worried in the slightest. But as she left the mall, she realized something. She realized how she really felt about her family, and what she should have done then. But she realized too late. Whereupon her face changed in an instant, and her mouth opened more than necessary. Why did she say she should have eaten those 3? It was a loss to her. Though she had never completely denied herself food, she was still hungry. Smiling, Barney asked how many she had eaten today, but the girl said she hadn't counted. She can only say that the house she lived in with their family is empty, for she ate everyone inside. Arya didn't regret what she had done one bit, rather the opposite. She was able to satisfy her hunger for a while. The girl clarified that now it is possible, to which the guy replied that there is no problem with it. No matter what the consequences of their actions are, he will not stop or discourage them. He has no right to do so. So he asked her to do what her heart told her to do, for that was all he could advise the 7 of them. All the residents of the high-rise disappeared in one day. I wonder if they will publish an article with a similar headline by lunchtime. But the girl wondered how the bar knew about the power of the yokai that Rye and Brian had fought, and the fact that Weiran was still alive. Deciding to elaborate, she asked if he had been there at night, to which Barney smiled, agreeing that he had. However, he corrected himself a bit, clarifying that he was just passing by, unable to refuse to look at such a sight. Not that he had any business with Rye or his sisters, more like it could be called a coincidence. It was just that in the same place was something he had been watching for a long time. It briefly piqued Arya's interest. However, the guy said it's not something big and incredible, at least not yet, but that could change soon. Meanwhile, Sam wandered around the busy square, never taking his eyes off his phone to check with the navigator. He didn't realize he was being followed by a girl who had noticed him since arriving here. Kira didn't take her eyes off him, relentlessly wondering what was wrong with him, for something was very confusing to her. Yukai's energy feels so obvious, as if he's not even trying to hide it, which is very surprising in the current situation. He may not have broken the law, but with the current state of the country, his behavior is some kind of mockery. From this, she could only draw two conclusions. He could be a human caught in the control of a yokai spell. Either it's a yokai hiding his true nature under a mask of carelessness, though it came out frankly badly. But really, Sam is just not good at controlling his own energy. In the same second, the guy pulled something out of his pocket, scrutinizing the object from which the purple aura was emanating. It was a folding blade that was half broken, yet that was the main strength of it. This is the blade that Gustav used. If you fill it with energy, it will split into several pieces. By digging into the enemy's body, rather than allowing the blade wielder to track the target by tracking its location. Sam asked Hannah if he had any limitations on tracking range or time. The girl replied that the range is about 1,000 kilometers. From the duration of tracking is not limited as long as the blade is in the target. But to retrieve the blade, more energy must be expended than was put into the attack that wounded the target. Such is the condition. When the target gets rid of the blade shards in his body, a new blade will grow out of the hilt. But his opponent is a very strong yokai. However, the fact that the blade still hasn't returned to its original state can only say one thing. The blade shards are not intentionally retrieved, which means the guy could be trapped, or just waiting for a head-on collision. He was now heading towards an abandoned neighborhood that had a rather strong energy emanating from it, hinting that someone was there. At the same time, a guy completely covered in bandages turned to Tao, pointing at the thing that was stuck in his hand. Zen said he was bleeding early and needed to get the shard out soon, but Tao only smiled broadly. He replied that it was okay, but he couldn't take her out right now because he was waiting for the next group of guys to come get him. Suddenly, another man approached them, saying that he was going to talk about it even if the other man didn't bring it up. The squint-eyed guy asked what the guy was thinking. He's so-and-so gonna lure in the freak that's after them. If they continue to be chased like this, they won't be able to go back to eating people. But Tao interrupted him by agreeing. The red-haired fellow declared that he was no longer going to eat humans, much to the surprise of his comrades. They're certainly tasty, and it's nice to feel their power increase every time you devour another person. But for some reason, as long as he had been eating them, his hunger never thought to subside. But he didn't know what the reason could be. However, last night it had come to his attention that those three guys who had attacked them were pretty damn strong. It wasn't too easy for him. They had an intense fight with the third one, and defeating them made him feel something. He'd finally had enough. And now it made sense to him what the guy who'd brought him here was talking about. To hunt not because of the pleasant taste, for the sake of that innermost feeling. And people are unable to give it to him. He didn't want to be dragged into this because he didn't know what he was talking about and he didn't want to understand. Tao has no idea how hard it was for them to get this opportunity, and he is unwilling to sacrifice his life. From his seat, the guy stated that he understood their position. After all, he was ruled by his desires, which they may not share. He assumed that this was the end of their collaboration. He was sorry, but maybe it was for the best. The squinty-eyed guy stiffened. Then, what if this goer wasn't going to feed on humans? There might be another option. Just as suddenly, in the same second, Tao abruptly reached out his hand to his comrade, causing him to flinch, startled for a moment. But Tao only wanted to shake his hand, saying that he wished them to spend a happy life, wishing them all the best. Although they had known each other for a short time, he had learned a lot from them. Because if he hadn't, he would have rotted in a ditch long ago. He had enjoyed working with them, but they were right. It would be far better for both them and him if they parted ways now. Tao then apologized and thanked them for everything, to which Hufen replied through gritted teeth that the guy was just plain stupid. He then turned to Zen, saying that he had heard Tao, and therefore they needed to find a new place before nightfall. Asking why the man was slowing down, Hufen heard no reply, and the bandaged fellow remained standing still, after which he unsurely stated that he wanted to stay with Tao, but the squint-eyed guy couldn't believe his ears. Zen said that they had only survived last night because Tao had protected them both, but they wouldn't survive without him. He also wants to become as strong as Tao, so instead of humans, he'll fight the yokai. But such a statement did not please Hufen, who began to claim that they were no equal to him at all. Tao Ah only confirmed this by saying that it would be dangerous to stay close to him. There was a very high chance that they would die. But if he decides to stay, even if he dies, Tao will never let him die before himself. Zen was touched by such speeches, but Hufen only gritted his teeth, hoping that the red-haired guy didn't mean what he said. He declared that he could not listen to them any longer, whereupon she told them to do as they please, for they are like moths that want to burn. After which he added that they wouldn't mind if, before he left, he ate the ones left on the lower floors. Tao didn't see it as a problem. After all, it was the coming of night he could eat as much as he could. But after that, the squint-eyed fellow had to leave, for he did not wish to share the joy of new sensations with his comrades. This yokai was a being that existed for many eras, whose name differed depending on the era he lived in. Zen asked Tao if he was all right, and after all, the guy felt bad that they had just chased their comrade away. Go squeezed his hand into the clan, replying to the bandaged guy that everything was fine. He was just a little surprised at this turn. Tao was also sure someone would come after him, but he thought it would at least happen after sunset. His thirst for battles remained unchanged, and in an era when his rage raged the most, Herkaya and the people gave him one name, Chiyu. But at that very second, a purple aura began to emanate from Tao, and he told Sen that it was time for them to greet their guests. Upon entering the abandoned room, Sam immediately felt as if he were a character in a horror movie, causing him to be enveloped in fear for a moment. Two contradictory sensations slammed into him from two sides that he could feel all too thoroughly. Upstairs, he could feel streams of yukai energy, which meant that one of his opponents was definitely in this room. However, there was a persistent smell of blood coming from below, making it clear that some people had fallen victim to the monsters. Being forced to choose between two equally terrifying options, not thinking long, the guy made the final decision. At the same time, Kira approached from the other side, asking herself what the hell she was doing here and what kind of creepy place this was. She thought that maybe this building had some special backstory, but the exterior screamed nest here. There was no way that guy couldn't sense the aura here, and yet he didn't hesitate to enter it. With a 99.9% chance of it being a trap, how foolish of him to expect her to fall into it. However, something confused her. Holding the crumpled piece of paper in her hands, the girl thought only that the prediction of the child of 7 happinesses never lies. Even though the prediction was about love, it essentially guarantees her safety and she will get to her life partner one way or another. But she didn't know who this prediction about the love of her life was even about. She hadn't thought of such a thing before. Thinking about Sam, Kira decided that it definitely wasn't him. Though he wasn't bad overall, but he looked worried somehow all the time. After that, she noticed some strange energy hovering above. Then the girl summoned Ryu in the form of a white weasel. A huge beast with a seal on its forehead and an iron vessel in its mouth appeared beside its summoner. Setting her down, the weasel soared upwards, finding herself on the topmost floor of an abandoned building in a second. Once upstairs, Kira Yu had already started looking around for the source of the energy that had caught her attention. She hummed, frowning at her opponent, stating that she probably shouldn't have gotten herself worked up. After all, the guy in front of her didn't look strong, while Zen was trembling with fear, muttering something to himself. Becoming a little louder, the guy, not stopping shaking, declared that he could, repeating the phrase time after time. The girl only smiled, saying that whoever went against her wouldn't make much of a difference, as she was completely confident in her abilities. At the same time, Sam was descending to the lower part of the room, which reeked more and more of human blood. The guy stopped, noticing something in the darkness. It was moving and making slurping noises that made him uneasy. By the wall, which was completely engulfed in shadow, sat a man devouring the bodies of people unlucky enough to get to them. Just as suddenly, the monster turned around, distracted from his meal, not expecting anyone to dare interfere with his meal. He spotted the guy, at first thinking it was a human, then realized it was a yukai who was after them. Sam asked how many they had killed before this day, but then decided it was a pointless question, then asked how many were here. After all, he's probably not alone here, to which Hufen asked what did he care, since nothing would change if he knew the answer. The squinty-eyed guy decided that he had to get rid of the kid quickly and get out of here, because it was his fault he wouldn't have time to finish his supplies. And then he said aloud that he'd have to eat the guy instead, since he'd chosen such a fate for himself. Hoofen smiled at first, but in the next second, the smile immediately slid off his face, replaced by surprise. It was all over the fact that Sam had already lunged at him, clenched his hand into a fist, and told him to let him try if he could. Before he could dodge, the squint-eyed guy was immediately hit with a fist to the stomach. On top of that, he was being damaged by a discharge of electricity. Blood immediately rushed out of his mouth and his eyes widened in shock. Hoofen mentally questioned what kind of speed it was. But it was too late to ask such questions, for after the first blow, he flew back against the wall, smashing it with himself. But against all odds, the squint-eyed guy remained alive, but all he could do was stare angrily at his opponent. Approaching him, Sam asked again how many of them were here, what their strength and abilities were, asking for a brief answer. In the same second, Hoofen began to transform, his hands turning into claws as he asked not to be looked down upon. It didn't scare the guy, but after the claw swung, Sam's body was split from head to ribs. Hoofen yelled that the guy didn't have the brains to finish him off while he could still reach him. After all, time after time he is pissed off by upstarts who don't know their place, causing them to die very quickly. The monster thought the attack came out a lot quicker than he intended, but he just needs to keep his distance. But then he rushed forward, and without approaching too quickly, began to attack the lads with endless blows. Under Hoofen's claws, clothes and chunks of flesh flew off Sam, spurting fountains of blood along with it. However, this result did not satisfy the monster who asked what he was, for he should have been lying on the floor long ago. Sam replied that that one was weak, and it was clear to him why they hunted humans, for it was their desperate desire to become just a little bit stronger. But that was all he could accomplish, having killed and devoured so many people. But even after that, he continues to crave more. Now that was something the guy didn't understand. Killing without end for such a minuscule change. The bloodied guy clenched his hand into a fist again, advancing on his opponent, who didn't look so confident anymore. However, before the guy's fist reached the monster, it managed to swing its claw, cutting off Sam's hand. But that didn't save him from the decisive blow that came to his face, finally sprawling him on the wall. But Hoofen was alive, replying to the guy that he was being ridiculous and answering the question that they eat people because they can. After all, what's the big deal about the strong eating the weak? Because the guy is exactly the same, and this situation proves it. He was amused to hear such intoxication from someone so powerful, yet the boy did not deny it and agreed with him. He then pierced his chest with his own hand, rummaging around inside for a while, trying to find something. A short while later, he retrieved a small purple orb from his body, which Sam held in his palm. Why the guy turned his head, examining the bodies of dead people who were no longer recognizable. After which he brought the sphere up to his mouth as if he wanted to swallow it, however, the guy hesitated for a while. At the same time, on the top floor, Zen was lying on the floor, shivering from the electricity that surrounded his body. Kira asked if he was really here alone, since he thought the leader of their gang was hiding somewhere nearby. The guy replied, stammering that he didn't know anything about it, asking the girl not to be so arrogant. But she stated that she was already focused on their battle because she felt something was wrong here. She then launched another discharge of electricity at Xena, who flew off several meters away. Even if he put all his energy without a trace into the attack, at best it would be comparable to the attack of a weak class. She felt bad for wasting her strength on him. She wondered if she should just immobilize him and move on. As suddenly, Tao's voice came up, asking Xena not to behave like that because after such statements no one would see him as a rival. Compared to spiritualists from other regions, Japanese onmyuji have far more practical experience. Kira has been studying Shikigami control since she was 13 years old, casting out over 100 evil spirits during her 5 years of practice. However, it was this experience that made the girl freeze in disbelief, for the fight ends as soon as initiative is lost. Tao went on to say that if the enemy is stronger, it's important to set yourself up in such a way that it wouldn't occur to the enemy to see you as weak. Kira wondered what he had been hiding his presence and all this time, for that amount of energy was getting on her nerves. It was a dark god who had reached a high grade. At the same time, Tao apologized, saying that he had no intention of hiding from her. The girl thought, fight or flight, regardless of her choice, the chances of success are about the same. Tao wanted to say something else, but suddenly his hand was bound with dark energy, which threw him into a stupor. Turning his head, he saw Sam approaching him at full speed to strike. However, the red-haired guy only smiled, finding himself in anticipation of a very interesting and exciting battle. Unwilling to dodge, he decided to test the strength of his newly arrived opponent, who kicked him in the face with his foot. Sam was only glad that his opponent allowed himself to be attacked without blocking the first blow in any way. What he did, he flew back a few meters, and the guy himself bounced back a bit to see if his attack had worked. A dumbfounded Zen lifted himself up, looking at this place where Tao lay, turning to him worriedly. Suddenly Sam asked the girl what they called themselves, psychics or something, causing her to wonder. He then turned his head in her direction, asking her to leave, as she had no business being here, after which he gave the girl a baleful look. She asked him to wait, for if he had also come here to kill him, then they should join their forces. But suddenly, Tao raised his voice, saying that the girl was only in the way and the guy wanted to reach his full potential. You can't do that with someone constantly getting in the way underfoot. You can still see it with the naked eye. Even though Sam is different from Tao, he has even more desire to fight than the red-haired guy. Kira was shocked at what was in the way of a pathetic yokai who didn't know how to hide her energy. Whereupon, she grabbed the vessel from the weasel's mouth. She decided to use spirit lightning again. Thank you. Who was he to speak to her so disrespectfully? The spirit the girl had summoned began to transform, and she herself turned to Sam, telling him that he had better step back. She wasn't going to hold back now, so let the guy try to stay out of her way. With a wave of the object she held in her hands, a fierce bolt of lightning began to shower down on Tao, flying towards him. However, the man didn't move, looking at the whole thing with a bored look, realizing that this attack wouldn't do him any significant damage. But against all odds, the attack reached its target, raising a great deal of noise and dust, hiding the enemy within. Kira was serious, realizing that the guy in front of her was also her opponent, so she wasn't going to hold back. She would unleash all her power and use whatever she could, for this was not the end of her attack. The girl also decided to use Arami lightning, creating another explosion that punched through the wall and ceiling. As the dust cleared, she tried to survey the damage done, hoping it was enough. But she was surprised that she was able to run out of breath in 2 lightning strikes, since she usually didn't have this kind of problem. The local energy didn't resonate well with her own, but suddenly her hand was grabbed by Sam's, causing her to flinch because of something. The guy asked her to relax. However, it was hard for the girl who saw the strength of her opponents. Sam examined the girl and her energy, saying that she was more likely to hurt herself this way than she could win the battle. The next second he pulled her sharply to him, thus letting the blow aimed in her direction pass by. Kira looked towards Tao in shock, realizing that her attack didn't work, while the guy calmly tried to assess the situation. But as soon as the dust cleared, they noticed that there was no one else in the room besides them. The girl immediately began to ask if he had run away, to which she received a negative answer, causing her to become worried. Sam didn't think he was exactly running away, because if Tao really wanted to leave, he would have cut the connection, because he could do that. He glanced at his hand, to which was tied an energy thread attached to Tao, leading somewhere far away. After a little thought, the guy concluded that he probably just wanted to keep his inexperienced partner safe. This attack was to protect him and help him go. Himself he would surely return. More precisely, he directly suggests him to follow him, but he doesn't mind at all. After which he again added that the girl has nothing to do here. Kira didn't like this attitude towards her, causing her to ask what the hell he was talking about, but then immediately froze. She saw in front of her not just any guy, but a very strong yokai who said he wasn't the one talking nonsense here. He grabbed her by the throat, saying that he had never hurt a human in his life. However, just by grabbing her, something became obvious to him. That it was worth putting a little more strength into her grip and she would crumble like a rag doll, which was easy enough. The next second, the guy pulled away from the girl, feeling something very faintly hit him in the side. In fact, it turned out to be a weasel that was many times smaller than the one Kira had fought against Xena. He let the girl go, saying that although it was rough, he didn't think he'd gone too far. The guy didn't know if she understood, but the recent attack was actually aimed at him and well planned. Because Tao knew the girl wouldn't have been able to dodge on her own, and he would have rushed to save her, thus the distraction. She had already clearly demonstrated her capabilities a moment ago, thus proving that she was beyond the power of overpowering this yokai. So he asked her to obediently leave this place so he wouldn't hurt himself and return home safely. Also, the reason was that today, the guy didn't want to see any more dead people, so he was a little worried. But there was also something Sam wanted to ask of Kira, even though they were completely unfamiliar with each other. There are dead bodies lying in the basement of this building. Not let it be a disgusting sight, but the girl had to take care of them. The guy turned his head in her direction, asking her to do so, for it would be sad if they were found in such a state. He himself went in search of the enemy, who had an energy thread tied to him that could be used to track him. Stopping, Sam heard thanks for his courtesy, for Tao could have started the fight right there. However, thanks to the guy, he managed to keep his promise to his partner so that he could fight with the girl. But in the here and now, they don't have to worry about people interfering in any way with their enjoyment of the battle. There are few people who live in this area, and there are various good rumors about it, so people don't often come here. Every now and then, a daredevil would come in here to film something. Thanks to them, he could hunt in peace without worrying about anything. Having uttered the command, Sam put on the clothes his comrades had provided him, which appeared on his own. Tao immediately apologized for talking because he was genuinely curious right now, and then he was a little nervous. Smiling, and the red-haired guy stated that after all, he was now looking forward to a fight that could cheer him up. In the next second, the two yokai rushed from the spot, leaving only a small trail behind them, increasing their speed. Sam attacked Tao with a club made from his own energy, which interested his opponent quite a bit. He was rejoicing with each repulsed attack as suddenly a guy's foot was approaching his chin at full speed. He didn't have time to get back from her, so he missed the first blow, after which the guy decided to add a clubbing blow, throwing his opponent off. The blow was so hard that Tao was thrown straight back into the building, the wall of which he punched through with his own body. But that wasn't the end of it, because at the same second, a guy was approaching him at full speed, swinging a baton. But Tao decided to repel this attack as he continued to smile, and at first glance, it seemed like the two were fighting as equals. The intuition and skills of the two heavyweights were about on the same level, but there was still a difference in some things. And in the course of the battle, which became more fierce, this difference became obvious and visible to the naked eye. After all, Tao is a yokai who fully reveals his true nature only in the heat of a brutal fight. Needless to say, the battlefield is a natural habitat for him, which is more than can be said for Sam, who was starting to miss punches. Blood spurted from the kid's mouth, but in that second, he thought his opponent was just lucky and nothing more. Earlier, Sarah said that she had heard about spiritual pills, which made her believe that it had worked too well on the guy. From now on, she will try to get it into the guy's head that he is in no way allowed to take any more of them in the future. After all, the overflow of power and as dangerous as its complete exhaustion, which can be irreparable consequences. There was a guy who faced the same problem, after which he lost his mind of not being able to control the power. If the guy continues to eat them while exhausted, she can't say for sure what's in store for him, but definitely nothing good. There is a chance that nothing bad will happen, however. There is always the chance of going crazy by taking another elixir. Well, that's a second Tao has been praising Sam, saying that this is the first time he's ever had to use that much energy. Without listening to his opponent's rant, the guy took out a purple pill and immediately put it in his mouth, shivering his whole body. Surprised by this twist, Tao immediately started asking what this magnificent thing was, but Sam wouldn't be able to answer that question. However, anyone who had encountered goblins hundreds of years ago would have given an unequivocal answer. It was a goblin hat. A long time ago, a guy was telling his comrades that he had recently seen a goblin with his own eyes. However, no one believed him. They said that if he saw a stray cat, he would immediately start yelling that a tiger was chasing him. But the guy started telling me that he almost died a couple days ago, and something that looked like a snake pounced on him, but a goblin saved him. The man sitting next to him asked that after he saved him, he said so, and so said he was a goblin, then asked what he looked like. Beginning to remember, the guy replied that first of all, it was just huge, about twice as tall and wide as him. Other than that, he didn't look much different from a normal human, though his skin color was darker than usual. But the others only thought that it was probably really just a man, since he didn't even have horns on his forehead. The boy clarified that he had no horns, for he had never even heard of goblins that had horns. They still couldn't figure out if the guy was telling the truth, however. The drinking man gave it some thought. After all, the deep one he'd seen once didn't have horns either, making the guy's word not sound like some kind of nonsense. The surprised comrades asked the stupefied man if he had seen a goblin, to which the man immediately agreed. It happened when he was just a boy. He saw two goblins getting into a fight while he watched from behind a tree. Other than their sturdy build and dark skin color, nothing about them gave them away as yokai, and he didn't know what they had a beef about. The third comrade asked if he was sure, or the other that they didn't have horns. But after that, he asked what happened next. Well, the man could not answer that question, for he himself did not know. Their figures seemed to have vanished. He didn't know if it was some kind of headgear, or if they were just imagining it in the dark. but they each pulled out a mask with a horn and put it on. And once they had them on the case, immediately disappeared from sight. That is, they didn't disappear. Rather, he just stopped seeing them. As soon as they disappeared, it was as if the earth split in half, trees were uprooted, even the mountains shook. The man didn't know how accurate what he had seen was, but goblins were not creatures whose strength could be assessed by humans. The legends, myths, and folktales about the yokai that have been passed down from generation to generation are, after all, based on fact. However, due to people's interpretation of past events, these tales are far from 100% true and are distorted. For example, goblin horns, which many people doubt exist, many goblins do not have horns as part of their body. The ghost face mask, better known as the goblin mask, is one of many relics created with yokai energy. Also, it should be noted that the belief about the invisible goblins they become is only partially true. Goblins don't disappear by putting on their mask, it's just that their movement accelerates to unprecedented heights, which makes them beyond the reach of not only human sight, but even the sight of most yokai. Swinging at each other, their fists met, creating an incredible shockwave of purple energy. But that only served to agitate Tao more, who looked from Sam to his hand with admiration. The fingers on his hand that had taken the brunt of the blow were broken and mangled, but it didn't hurt him. But the guy wasn't done there either, punching his opponent in the face with his fist, trying to put as much force as possible into the blow. However, the red-haired guy was able to hold his ground before jerking his head sharply, striking back at her. He looked at Sam cheerfully, as suddenly in the next instant, the boy kicked him sharply in the chest, knocking him off his feet. He then grabbed him by his clothes around the shoulders and began to throw him over himself, wanting to trample his opponent to the floor. Sam decided to use a lightning strike, hoping it could end a monster as strong as Tao. In the next instant, there was a deafening explosion in the place where they were, which was able to shatter the windows of the neighboring buildings. A few seconds later, a body jumped out of the building, the movement of which was very difficult to see with human eyes. That body turned out to be Tao, whose arms were torn off, but he himself continued to smile endlessly. He watched as Sam followed him out of the building, emitting a very dangerous and strong aura. The possibilities given by this mask, the guy realized intuitively, and then very quickly figured out its control. Unlike the Goblins Club, the mask can't be called a separate weapon. It's more like Sarah's tales. Her purpose is to enhance all other abilities, and with her help, his limits soar beyond his current capabilities. However, for Sam, his new limit was far too huge for him to control, causing him to start feeling sore muscles. Even Yokai's energy consumption rate had tripled, but perhaps even more, which didn't bode well. He wouldn't be able to fight for a long time in that state, while Tao told him that one was simply incredible. For he can safely say that he has learned far more but with him than he has learned in his entire life. He realized how strong he was, how well built, how fast he could be, and what he was capable of. Growing in his new arms of steel, Red Hair the guy began to thank Sam, saying he was very happy to see them. In response to which the guy only opened the new pill package, pulling out the contents and throwing the box to the floor. After swallowing it, the masked guy asked if his opponent could then shut up and surrender so they wouldn't waste time. Tao laughed in response, stating that we wouldn't be the ones to do it, because life was too good to give it up so easily. Especially now that he was finally starting to feel the hunger being satisfied and the joy that life could bring. Approaching the guy, Tao swung his fist, thus attacking and creating another loud explosion. However, it turned out to be a frivolous attack for Sam, which he was able to parry easily by dodging to the side. Then, dozens of new fist strikes began to rain down on him, which he successfully blocked, keeping up with his opponent. His feet began to press into the ground, but he held back the onslaught of the incredibly strong yokai to the last. The strength and speed of both sides was about the same, which didn't give a definite answer as to who would come out the winner of this fight. But in the end, the first one to run out of steam here was the first one who couldn't get used to this kind of power and used it for the first time. In addition, something else happened that could turn the tide of the battle. A blob of energy began to appear in Tao's hands. Without thinking long, he aimed it at Sam's chest, doing some pretty serious damage and throwing him away. Colliding with the wall, a loud explosion sounded, raising a column of dust that enveloped quite a distance. Having broken through the wall, the guy was still alive, but struggling to recover from such a serious blow. It's worth noting that not only goblins are able to acquire new skills during a fierce battle. Tao didn't even know he was capable of such a thing. He had developed a unique technique, Ice Wind Breakthrough. He created the orb again, deciding to throw it at his opponent to see if it worked at long range. However, the young man was able to dodge this maelstrom, heading sharply towards his opponent, not wanting to lose the fight. The guy created a baton of dark energy and then swung it, creating a wave that swept over Tao. Sam watched carefully to see if his attack had reached its target, but he realized that it couldn't end that easily. A ragged-looking guy came flying out at him a second later. This was a fight in which neither opponent was willing to back down. The young man reacted very late, trying to defend himself from the blow, but Tao used too much force, ripping the man's arm off. Using only one hand, Sam defended against Tao's aimed punches. But you need something a head and shoulders above your opponent to win. The only problem was that the idea had occurred to them almost simultaneously, which only made the situation worse. Tao combined the steel body and the gust of icy wind, thus materializing a weapon, the Windlord Spear. Sam in turn deformed the club into a sword, unwilling to concede victory in this fight. A huge maelstrom of air surged upward, causing destruction where two incredibly strong yokai were fighting. When everything dispelled, the red-haired guy froze in the same pose, still holding his spear in an attacking stance. As blood suddenly spurted from his mouth, his eyes widened in surprise, after which he said that it was an annoyance, but there was nothing to be done about it. Sam's weapon was much stronger, and to prove it, a wound formed on Tao's chest and the building behind him was shattered. The young man himself, with a goblin mask on his face, looked at the floor in front of him, unable to believe that even after losing his arm, he was able to emerge victorious. Just as suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice behind him say loudly that this was simply marvelous and incredible. After all, the guy had learned a lot since he'd watched him last time, and Sam turned his head sharply in his direction. The stranger said that the one was even able to unite the Goblin's club with the ghost's face grease and was worthy of being called a goblin. But anyway, it was nice for him to meet Sam. He introduced himself as Barney, who also belonged to the goblin lineage. After the guy introduced himself, they regarded each other in silence for a few seconds, and Sam was reluctant to answer. Looking at the young man curiously, Barney asked him not to be so wary, for he wished him no harm. Yeah, and he wasn't going to interfere in their fight with Tao, but the guy was only thinking about the fact that they were the same species as him. He faintly believed it and didn't understand how it was possible as the friend of the guy in the suit abruptly disappeared from where he had just stood. In the next instant he was behind Sam, causing him a great deal of surprise and more questions. But suddenly, Barney decided to turn to Tao's body, saying to the one with a very satisfied expression on his face, if he had more time to settle into mastering the techniques he had just discovered, things might have been different. He then smiled, asking the red-haired guy not to worry, for he would have another chance next time. But the next instant, he heard Sam's voice saying there would be no next time, whereupon he was at his back. The young man did not want to understand who was an enemy and who was a friend, so he decided to get rid of the stranger. But the man remained standing on his feet, marveling at such force of the blow, even though his roots had absorbed almost all of the momentum. His true weapon form was quite sharp, for had he been a little less careful, he would have lost his eyes. After Sam saw his attack stopped with one hand, he realized what kind of technique was being used against him. The punch he had put all his strength into was blocked with just his palm, which looked almost impossible. The enemy redistributed the energy directed at him across the surface he was standing on, for Sam had used such a thing as well. Barney stated that this would suffice as evidence, and he was very pleased that the young man recognized the technique. With a twitch of his sword, the guy bounced back, realizing that this man was quite strong, to which he said that he could understand his surprise. After all, he'd probably been told he was the last goblin in the whole wide world, and then someone like him shows up out of nowhere. Dialing against the air, Sam replied that he wasn't that surprised, and he honestly didn't care if he was a goblin or not. The guy just wanted to know if he was the one who brought the yokai from other countries here, pitting them against humans. Barney cheerfully confirmed this, saying that he was in the process of finding suitable candidates and planning their hunting ground. But the guy probably didn't understand why the hell he needed all of this, but he wasn't ready to answer that now. After all, he wasn't going to continue to hide anything, at least not because they were the same species as him. On top of that, he just wanted to talk to him for once, however. The end of that sentence had no time to escape his lips. Sam had already approached him, swinging his sword, but the guy in the suit easily backed away from him. Watching his kin's actions, Barney only hummed, drawing some conclusions in his head that only he knew. He asked the guy to listen to his advice first of all, after which he punched him sharply in the chest with his fist, knocking him to the ground. Barney said that when fighting an opponent who is stronger than he is, you should try to keep at least 1 foot on the ground. After all, their roots are completely dishonest to their opponent's ability until they are dispatched or cursed. They can redirect most so into the ground. All you need to do is stand firmly on your feet, plus the roots are useful in attacking as well. And as if demonstrating his words, the guy in the suit punched Sam in the face, putting some energy into his hand. Bouncing off the ground, the guy couldn't group up, thus taking damage from each collision. Barney added that it's easy to damage an enemy just like that, even without having to use internal energy. However, it must be said that Sam is pretty good, because he didn't even have anyone to teach him, yet he was able to learn basic skills on his own. But the smiling guy decided to go back to what he had started talking about, whereupon he asked Sam how he felt about dogs. He didn't understand the question, but Barney began to say that dogs are incredible, even when compared to humans. The dog, bred by some loser, bares its teeth at people, not realizing how low on the food chain it is. Needless to say, such occurrences are the fault of their owners, but the guy catches himself thinking that these things disgust him. The very fact that with their entire existence directly dependent on goodwill, they forget their place is disgusting. If you look at them from this point of view, you will see before you a worldly creature from whom there is no use. Sam replied that the guy was just sick and let all these freaks in that took the lives of so many people. Barney stated that he really hates humans, but humans aren't the only critters who don't know their place. And a long time ago, there was no king of the yokai. They just didn't need one, and they had no concept of law and order. There was only a hierarchy based on personal power, which in turn was the food chain. Humans and yokai are quite similar, and those who lack that very power are only destined to a permanent fate as victims. Countless yokai wait for the 6 months to pass, saying that they will finally be able to eat enough human meat. But most of them themselves are in a position to be prey to those who are stronger, rather than allowing themselves to yap like doggies. People sometimes had the same problem, and Sam can himself remember a few scum who didn't know their place. They are protected by laws and a judicial system that make them so brave to do things they are not willing to be held accountable for. It's as if it's the only course of action for them that closes off many avenues for them to gain real power. Their feeble minds are not enough to realize that they have been protected all this time. One can imagine a world in which such contradictory defense mechanisms for the weak do not exist. No law or government can help this garbage get away with the punishment it deserves, and force will be the measure of all things. Those unable to take responsibility for their actions simply will not be able to pass natural selection. But Sam claimed it sounded like the guy was having an exacerbation of 8th grader syndrome, but he didn't deny it either. After all, he didn't expect the young man to accept his point of view the first time they met. Rather, that was the reaction he was expecting. Although no species, their ages, experiences of value differ, so he will try to help him understand the meaning of his words. After all, defeating Tao there interested him more than just as a kin, which was the reason he decided to call him along. He will tell him everything, what he is capable of, and what he needs to become a full goblin, what kind of creatures they are, and what this world owes them. Sam asked what would happen if he said he didn't want to go with him, and asked him to stop rambling. Barney closed his eyes, not removing the smile from his face, then said it was okay, not that he had a choice. And so he simply asked him to relax, but the young man on the contrary tensed up, releasing his inner energy. Looking at it, the guy in the suit was disappointed, because he should have realized by now that there was no point in resisting. As he suddenly opened his eyes in surprise, he felt another strong man approaching him from behind. Wasting no time, Kira decided to use the Thunder God's punch, thus helping Sam to defeat his new rival. Aiming the lightning bolt at Barney, it hit its target, causing him to wriggle from the electricity coursing through his body. But this was immobilizing an opponent not to kill him, but to gain at least a couple of priceless moments. Sam immediately realized what it was for in the next instant he was already lunging to attack Barney. Upon reaching his opponent, the guy decided to deliver a knee strike right on the chin, knocking his opponent down. The guy in the suit flew up a few meters, causing him to open himself up to an attack he can't receive through the ground. Sam's arm was recovering so slowly for no other reason than that his entire attention was focused on one thing. At the bizarre and grandiose transformation his club underwent, which turned into a sharp sword. Why it happened, or what principle lay behind the enhancement of his ability, not one of these questions did the lad know the answer to. He was sure of only one thing: the sensations he was feeling at that moment. The goblins bludgeon a weapon capable of taking any shape. But, to be more accurate, it simply reflects the shape that the owner desires most. And using this ability, Sam himself wished his club to be shaped to fit a variety of situations. But in the recent battle, he materialized not just what would be appropriate for the current situation, but did something different. Here there was a desire to achieve the goal, regardless of the strength of the opponent and lack of experience. Yokai hunting humans and humans dying at their hands, and all of this has existed for quite some time. But there is no way to avoid the impending disaster. You can only try to fight to make the monster start to fear. Even so, in this case, the guy is determined not to miss at least the opportunities that are in front of his eyes. But he decided he would kill Barney, not for the lad was unwavering in his zeal, having first put such emotion into his club. The guy watching him while in the air only grinned, wondering what such an inexperienced Yukai could do. In the meantime, Sam only gripped his weapon tighter, infusing it with dark energy, creating a desire to kill. It was now a goblin club, taking its true form through the sheer force of its master's will. She was able to unleash a power that even high-class Yukai would not be able to ignore, no matter how hard they tried. From what she saw, Kira went into indescribable shock, only watching the guy's strength, unable to close her mouth. Sam, in turn, managed to grow a new hand, in which he clasped his weapon, which emanated dark energy. However, in the next second, all of his energy evaporated, leaving the guy standing exhaustedly on two legs with a club in his hands. The dumbfounded girl asked herself what it was now, and that this guy had been such a high-ranking Yukai all along. Since coming to Korea, she had yet to see anyone so strong, making her whole body tremble. But suddenly, the guy's energy shone again, noticing the girl who kept her gaze on him, after which he decided to head towards her. But she was scared out of her wits, thinking that he was attacking her, but the guy shouted to her to move aside. And in that same second, Kira felt that behind her back, he was the very same Yukai she had immobilized with lightning. But the guy came up in time, thus protecting the girl from a sudden attack from the back with a swing of his club. Being in a shabby state, the young man still clutched the weapon tightly in his hands, realizing that he could not overpower his opponent with such a blow. Showing up completely unscathed, Barney said he constantly manages to surprise him again and again. The dumbfounded lad expected to be unable to kneel from him for nothing, yet there was not a scratch on him. The guy with the red horn on his head asked if it was a good idea to swing a club with the firm intention of finishing off an opponent. And if he's disappointed in anything, it's that Sam never got to kill anyone when he was first unleashed. So he should probably be ashamed now in front of all the goblins in the world for breaking such an ancient tradition. Barney then created his sword out of energy, going to attack the congener that was waiting to attack him. The next second, a blob of dark energy headed towards the guy, which he decided to take on himself, defending himself with his club. It was a rather poor decision, however, which Barney pointed out to the lad, whereupon his club broke from the onslaught. This effort was enough to throw the guy away from the girl, who was dumbfounded by such force. Bar didn't bother to explain that the essence of his club's true form is that he subordinates its entire nature to a singular purpose. But he loses the ability to play with his form, but now his club is only capable of killing. Even if he tried to defend himself with it, it would be just as useful if he tried to block the attack with his bare hands. He'd even say if Sam had been prepared to fend off unarmed attacks from the beginning, it would have been much easier for him. He then approached Kira, asking her if she was from this country, to which she only flinched but did not answer. He recognized the girl as a priestess from Va, and he seemed to guess why she was here. The same second the frightened girl turned around. With a horrified look, the goblin stated that she should have gotten a better understanding of the situation before interfering. After all, he could snap her neck right now, but decided to ask Sam for his opinion, because he could just let her go. But that will only happen if he throws away this thing he has in his hands, namely another pill. It was a spirit pill from the Dark Moon Rising House, which in his case works even more effectively than usual. However, when it comes to elixirs, efficacy and side effects go hand in hand like two sides of the same coin. A much greater charge of energy than he can control coursed through his body, filling his core. This happens 3 times in a short period of time, yet with or without him, Sam doesn't stand a chance. Grabbing the girl by the throat, he asked the young man to obey him, for if possible he would not want to hurt him. While the guy was deciding what to do, still holding the pill in his hands, Kira shouted loudly for him not to listen to him. After all, she had been prepared to die during an exorcism from the day she embarked on this path, realizing the risks involved. With a look on her face, Barney replied that she was beginning to annoy him, and that was fraught with unpleasant consequences. Then he squeezed her throat even tighter so that she couldn't utter a word, only trembling under the tight grip. The goblin asked why she couldn't just shut up and wait, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence, because the second he did, his hand was severed. The frightened girl immediately began to fall on her back, looking at the severed arm that flew towards her. A surprised Barney noticed some unfamiliar guy rushing toward him, clenching his fist tightly. This guy was Gustav, who was very serious because he wanted to defeat the goblin with his own hands. Without showing an ounce of weakness, and his voice accomplished its purpose, for he put all his hatred and anger into it. A surprised Sam stared at this picture in silence as suddenly someone put a hand on his shoulder, making him flinch. Castor asked him to calm down, for he had already done more than he needed to, and taking another pill would be the point of no return. The dumbfounded guy looked at his acquaintance, wondering what he was doing here. But he and only calmly watched the scuffle, asking in return if it was too late to ask such questions. There are no people here, of course, but there is a lot of noise, and on top of that, numerous destructions. By the second, Sam noticed Kira squatting not far from them, trying to move away from what had happened. Castor didn't even raise an eyebrow in her direction, however, for he was only interested in the battle between Gustav and the goblin. The calm guy noticed that things weren't going too smoothly for him, as he couldn't do any damage to his opponent. Their battle looked evenly matched until Barney hit the guy with a knee to the chin, claiming it was unfortunate. Although Gustav's speed and technique are impeccable, he doesn't have the strength to win in comparison. Therefore, no matter how many times he hit him, there would be no effect because he didn't even feel any pain. But in the next second, the goblin froze, feeling blood begin to drain from his mouth and eyes rather quickly. But there was nothing Gustav could do about it, for he was not of a species that the gods had blessed with incredible power. The guy then used a unique technique, fall raindrops, which in turn activated bloodletting. So he has no choice but to use similar techniques, causing his opponents to bleed profusely. In the next second, Barney started coughing up blood. It was the unique magic of the Heir clan that allowed them to change the shape and properties of water. And the closer they are to the water, the more effective their techniques. Now they were quite far from the body of water. Most of the time, they use water from the ground or steam from the air to attack. The goblin realized that he was of little use in close combat, and his plan was to use his blood and his magic instead of water. He didn't know much about this technique, for in the distant past, there were few who were able to use blood boiling. However, Gustav was quite serious, unwilling to take his eyes off his opponent, concentrating his magic. He then sent a stealthy projectile straight at Barney, who hadn't expected such a prank after playing with his blood. He managed to dodge, however, noticing the explosion behind him, asking what it was that he was now charging at him with water droplets. It was a pretty efficient technique when you compare the damage done to the amount of water used to do it. However, every kind of yokai has a couple of advantages over the others, after which he began launching projectiles towards the goblin once again. This caused even more noise and quite a bit of damage to buildings that had stood abandoned for a long time. Suddenly, Castor turned to Sam, saying that he should be familiar with this technique too, as it was the unique magic of the Heir clan. And after all, just a day ago, he too had fought one of its members, in response to which the masked young man had asked in surprise that he was from Heir. But he realized that there was no need to doubt, for if you looked more closely, even their energies were similar. But his strength was on a completely different level compared to that kid, so it was unknown who would emerge victorious. The same water drop attack last time he fought, he managed to spot it in time and block it. Castor said that even yokai of the same species can have vastly different abilities due to innate talent and effort. Also important are the mentors who support him in his various endeavors, and considering all these aspects, Gustav is the best in his clan. At the same time, Barney was trying to catch his breath after being able to dodge all the water droplets directed at him. The guy with the glasses immediately thought that the effects of the bloodletting were still working, but it was like he didn't care. His ability to recover and adapt is utterly absurd, and at that very second, the goblin stated that he had only gotten a taste of it. Suddenly, Gustav turned to Castor, saying that he was now going to use the maximum of his power. So he asked for the protection of these two to deal with unintended consequences, if there were any. In the same second, everyone in the vicinity felt an incredibly strong and crushing energy, as suddenly an incredible column of water rose from behind Gustav's back, continuing to rise high up. Smiling, Barney said he thought he was just bragging, but he seemed to have collected all the water in the county. But there was no response to his comment, only silently looking at the water serpent that was about to attack him. With a wave of his hand and pointing his finger at his target, Gustav ordered Ishimi to go on the attack using all his strength. A shocked Kira couldn't fully believe what she was now seeing with her own eyes for the first time in her years of practice. Sam couldn't hide his surprise either, saying that the water monster was just huge, so they had a chance. He had seen this technique before, fighting another person, but that time it was only a couple meters long. And even that was enough to easily blow an entire house to smithereens, and this thing can level anything. After Gustav gave the order, the water monster immediately lunged straight at Barney, who didn't even think of dodging. He smiled, saying that was great and just fine. However, he hesitated halfway through, realizing something. When the monster almost approached him, he only bowed his head submissively, realizing that he would not be able to repel this attack. The next second, there was a rumbling sound, compared to which all the past ones before it had been very quiet. Frightened by the noise and the splinters that flew in her direction, Kira machiniatically covered her face with her hands to protect herself. But she realized that no shards had reached her. Opening her eyes, she noticed Sam in front of her, protecting her. On top of that, they were protected by Caster, who created a huge ice dome around the three of them, which took all the impact. They were now out of range of anyone, for the barrier that Caster had created was very difficult to break. Although this dome was huge, the crater that the water monster created was tens of times larger. Hathay and Black Turtles, although the basis of each of these clans' magic is water, they are not good at cooperation in battle, all because Hatha and Black Turtles use water in different ways, often interfering with each other. Caster that in a situation like this, ability compatibility is clearly not something to think about, but still, the combination came out awful. The enemy also made him go all out in the middle of a white day. He'd like to get in on the action too. But by some ridiculous coincidence, it just so happened that only the two of them were around, and then someone else had to fight. Exiting the dome, Caster asked Gustav how he was feeling, to which he replied that he just needed some breathing room. It had been a long time since he had harnessed so much energy when using magic, and it wasn't entirely clear if they had achieved their goal in the end. Then, for a few seconds, they watched the huge pit, which turned out to be bottomless, for that was where Barney had stayed. Returning to his comrades, Gustav stated that there were two possible options, and at the same time, Sam shuddered. The guy in the suit continued, saying that either he had overestimated his opponent's abilities or he didn't plan to continue the fight. The likelihood of the second option is extremely high. He doesn't think his one attack would be enough to turn him to dust. Rather, he was concerned that he would have to get into a fight with Caster afterward, but he only hesitated at such a statement. After all, if he really is that strong, the possibility of fighting him wouldn't bother him much. At the same second, Kira watched in amazement as Sam listened intently to his comrades who had come up. As suddenly, without any warning, Gustav used the drop of water again, aiming it at the masked youth. The dazed girl didn't have time to react in any way, while the guy standing next to her was thrown backwards. After flying a few meters away, the guy crashed into a mountain of rocks that used to be an old abandoned building. Turning his head toward the girl, Caster heard her loudly begin to ask what it all meant. They're on the same side as him, and so it angered her that they'd treated their ally so harshly. Fixing his glasses, Gustav calmly and politely asked her not to worry, because he had just done what he had to do. He then stated that she could go home as her life was no longer in danger, but Kira didn't budge. But the guy with the glasses insisted on it, because right now it was a matter solely between the yokai and it didn't concern humans. 20 minutes later, the weather began to change. The clouds were rapidly thickening over the city, hinting at rain coming soon. Tao lay unconscious while a girl slowly approached him, examining him and humming. Arya said that this guy is a dark god like her, but because they are different species, his aura is completely different from hers. However, it didn't matter, because as it was, it would probably turn out to be very tasty, whereupon her mouth began to open. But in the same second, a voice behind her told her not to do that, because they should keep things friendly. A surviving but rather frazzled Barney added that there was nothing wrong with him and Tao eating the others. She was surprised that he was still alive, in response to which the guy only laughed, calling her rude, since he couldn't be killed so easily. However, without a drop of lie, he said that he managed to lose control of the situation for a second and was able to be caught off guard. That kid with the glasses understood exactly how his powers worked, and so he managed to trap him. The roots allow him to dampen the force of enemy attacks by redirecting them into the ground. But if he can't stand firm on his feet, the technique doesn't work. So before collecting water from under the ground, he riddled the ground beneath as best he could so that the earth could not absorb all the damage. Listening to his explanation, Arya thought it was something to keep in mind for the future when she was ready to eat it. Barney stated that the kid, who hadn't eaten a single person in his life, fought better than his ancestors. The girl replied that she didn't understand him, after which she asked him what prevented him from continuing the fight. He wouldn't mind finishing what he'd started, but he got the feeling that today wasn't the right day for it. The girl with the piercing on her lips could not understand the meaning of his words because she knew for sure that the guy did not possess any special flair. As suddenly she froze, noticing that it had started to rain, which was getting heavier by the minute. Barney said there was nothing to suggest rain, but it was pouring, which is why he decided not to continue the battle. Even though those guys wouldn't attack in pairs, he absolutely hated to mess with them on a rainy day. He might be able to defeat them, but he has to think about more than just himself. He has to think about Arya's defense as well. These kids probably had similar thoughts. Maybe they would have chased after him if it was just the two of them, but there was a stranger around, and they obviously didn't want to drag him into this. It was a shame he couldn't have Sam with him like he wanted. The next day, Sam opened his eyes sluggishly, realizing he was in bed, but not knowing where he was. Not only did his body still hurt, but he couldn't move a finger. He didn't think it would hurt this much. Suddenly, he felt someone standing next to his bed. He made an effort to turn his head. Above him stood Gustav, with a telephone in his hands, who looked with an important look at the young man who had just regained consciousness. The next second, someone called him, and he immediately rushed to answer the call while Sam watched him closely. His serious look was immediately replaced by a smile as he began to reply that he was feeling better, and it wasn't that bad. Dropping the call, he told Sam that he had to fake sick to get off work this afternoon. Then he asked how he was feeling, for there should be no complications, but the pain would have to be endured for a while. The guy overdid it, and this mask of his is a very recently mastered technique, and goblins aren't able to maintain it for long. It is most likely needed for short-term amplification and going beyond one's capabilities, which is what the energy is used for. So then he had no choice but to forcibly cancel it so as not to cause complications. It must have been unexpected for him, but he felt the situation was urgent, whereupon Gustav apologized. Oh, and besides, regarding his younger brother, he wanted to pay him a visit for once anyway, so the occasion. He's not a bad kid, but what he did is no excuse for his immaturity, so he'd like to formally apologize to the young man. Sam replied that they had already settled the misunderstanding between them, then asked what had happened to that yokai. He made it clear that he was a goblin, and demonstrated the same techniques he possessed, though he thought he was the last survivor. The old man who entered the room said that until recently he had thought so himself, but his judgment was flawed. That goblin's name is Barney. He is a goblin prince who lived in the Korean Peninsula territory 1,000 years ago, and he is his ancestor. It was still pouring rain outside the window, and people were walking under umbrellas to avoid getting wet from head to toe. Holding out her hand, the girl said that the rain was exactly the same in the human world, and yet humans were much stronger than she had imagined. It seemed to Sarah that during such a downpour, I wouldn't go into my holes and stick my nose out the door, which Selena was surprised by. She thanked her friend for her help, because it was only because of her that she was able to sort out her problems with the mall workers yesterday. She also solved the problem with hundreds of other witnesses throughout the city, and if it wasn't for her, things could have gotten out of hand. However, I should have thanked her, and Sam, it wasn't hard for her to help, but I had to act alone the whole time. Selena said she has no excuse. She promised the guy she'd help him in any way she could, but in reality, she's nothing but trouble. They spotted two girls, one of whom was saying that no boundaries had been crossed by her friend, but asking about plans for the evening was too hasty. Oh, and he's a good one himself, an emotionless chump, though I have to assume this isn't the first time he's listened to someone else's confession. Accidentally overhearing their conversation, Selena immediately blushed and covered her mouth while Sarah asked what they were talking about. She replied that most of the customers here are human and they only come here to meet the bro. And he still didn't understand what the big deal was, whereupon they entered the establishment, closing their wet umbrellas and looking around the room. And who was the second? An employee raised his voice and started apologizing and saying that they were closing earlier than usual today. But as soon as he saw who had come, he stammered half a word, immediately recognizing the girls, taking his words back. Selena immediately replied that he'd called us himself, and there was still plenty of time before tonight, then asked why he'd decided to close early. The guy honestly said that she shouldn't have opened today because there weren't many visitors, even counting the girls. He asked what they would be drinking, to which Selena replied that she would have the usual, but Castor asked to name something off the menu. The annoyed girl said it was too much, as the guy had no idea how many cups of coffee she had drunk here. At the same time, Sarah fell silent, noticing a lone customer sitting near the window, silently eating ice cream. Selena asked what Sarah would be drinking, as there were some teas she was used to here, but she could recommend something else. However, the girl silently approached the guy, who turned his head in her direction and asked what she was staring at. A dumbfounded Selena immediately rushed to her friend, asking her to calm down. After all, the guy is still a kid, though that's no excuse. But Sarah calmly replied that she knew they were in the human world now, not the yokai, as well as who this kid was. This really surprised the brunette, who asked if they knew each other, to which she received the reply that in the land of the blind and the one-eyed man is king. Any feral creature imagines itself to be at the top of the food chain when the tiger is not around, especially foxes. The boy said such words, which began to annoy Sarah, because even among the yokai, there is a concept of natural enemies. For the most part, it's about the yokai who trace their ancestry back to beasts, and this has had an impact on clan rivalries. However, the balance of power since then, quite naturally, may have shifted in one direction or the other. And yet, the blood feud has not died out even between the current heirs of the ancient clans, who have never come to a reconciliation. Upon thinking about it, Celine realized that their dislike was purely due to instincts, meaning she guessed who this guy was. Sarah asked her friend not to worry, because even if it was a puppy attacking her first, she wasn't going to be likened to an animal. So she decided to call the judge, because she had never had a proper meal since she came into this world. Pulling his hands out of his pockets, the guy glaring menacingly at her was also not at all opposed to this outcome. Then he said he wasn't particularly interested in her meat, but the very possibility of tearing the angry fox apart beckoned to him. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard, asking the young gentleman to stop, for I could not leave him alone for a moment. After all, I had only just allowed them to enter the human world, and a fight on the first day would severely damage his reputation. He antagonized you, saying that this fox was the first to start throwing slanted glances at him, saying he would call a judge. But Wanda replied that no matter what world he was in, one must realize that they would not be judged on facts alone. The lady in front of him was the heir to the strongest clan in their peninsula, so he couldn't compete with her right now. It's not like he doesn't even belong to any family, and whoever started the fight would be blamed for it in the end. She was also sure that the lady understood this as well. However, she only caught Sarah's angry look. It was the most pathetic plea for clemency she had ever heard, however. She agreed to turn a blind eye to his behavior. Selena was relieved that it was all over. After all, it was more of a provocation than a threat. It was hard to expect a better outcome. If he rushed at her thoughtlessly or began to flatter her subserviently, she would crush him without a drop of pity. Sarah noticed what an archaic duo they were, a tiger whose lineage had vanished from the face of the earth and the Changhui who nursed him, who was an unknown number of years old. She decided to give some advice to the kid. If he wanted to live a few more lineages, he'd better get some strength, because she's an incredibly evil spirit. The girl then turned to Castor and asked why he had called them all here, suggesting they get straight to the point. Wanda stated that they were interested too, as they were asked to lay low after the hunt, then asked if there were any problems. Toaster said Babai had issued temporary licenses to deal with the mess as quickly as possible. However, the situation changed, whereupon he docked a glance at all three of them without considering Selena. Pausing briefly, he said that all temporary license holders except the three of them had been ordered to return to the world of the yokai. He wanted to get directly to the details, but immediately stumbled over a question from the two girls about Sam. They didn't know what was going on, but it certainly shouldn't concern him because that rule should circumvent him. Celine was worried that he might be sent off alone. If that was the case, then Grandpa was clearly making a big mistake. Sarah agreed, though he wasn't so weak that he could be beaten up by every person he met. But compared to the other yokai, he was an underling. He's still human at heart, so no matter how well he fights, he remains a big, strong victim. She's had enough of the world of people, so she'll tell her grandfather she's going back after all. She promised to train Sam for a month. Castor replied that she could do whatever she wanted, then asked her to finish listening, since Sam was staying here for now. The decision as to whether to send him back or allow him to remain in the human world has not yet been made. And this in turn relates to their new assignment, as they need to protect Sam directly from the humans. At the same time, upon rising out of bed, Sam quizzed his grandfather about Barney being his direct ancestor. Why thought that outwardly he didn't look much older than he was, but all sorts of things could happen. Whereupon he asked how old he was. Babai replied that if he was really the one, and he thought he was, then he was now a little over 1,500 years old. The guy confirmed this, for shortly after he intervened in his fight, he introduced himself as Barney, after which he marveled at his age. Gustav, he stated that his case was a completely different story, as on average, yokai live to be 500 years old. They can then use their energy to sustain life if they have accumulated enough of it. You can stay young and statuesque for 1,000 years, which made Sam look surprised. Gustav confirmed that looking at it, it was hard to believe that it could be 1,500 years old. Furthermore, on such at full strength, not only did it not even scratch him, but it also allowed him to escape from the battlefield. Maybe it's because he lacks ability, but his grandfather asked him to stop raving, because it's very hard to compare to that guy. Such people can be counted on the fingers, and from the younger generation, it is possible only to 2 people in the whole peninsula. They still have a little time, so he wanted me to tell Sam a story about when anyone has ever seen goblins live. 1,000 years ago, the goblins split into 2 opposing factions. The king of the era was defeated along with his faction. However, the victory of their opponents proved to be Pyrrhic, 1 by 1 and 1 not dead, and only 1 goblin remained alive by the start of the festival. His name was Pact, and he made it to the finals in that festival, however. Even he was overcome by the injuries and wounds he received in the fights. That was why at first he thought the guy was a descendant of Puck, because then he was considered the last goblin for 100 years now. They can't determine for sure if he is his descendant, but judging by longevity, it seems very likely. Now, however, a member of a faction thought to have been exterminated over 1,000 years ago has emerged from the shadows. Sam stated that if Barney or the other goblins were still alive, then he could be their descendant, to which his grandfather agreed. But what mattered now was that a goblin with such unimaginable strength was hiding somewhere with a purpose. And regardless of whose descendant he was, it was incomprehensible how it was that his lineage was only now being found. Well, why did he ask for honest answers? Ask if he was sure his mother was the most normal person. The first memory in his mind is when the front door of the house opened and an ordinary woman, his mother, stepped inside. Returning the keys back into her bag, she began to look around the living room, urging her son to come out to meet her. And why he remembered how his mom was called to school, and she apologized for her son's behavior, saying it was all her fault. She then asked if the other children were badly hurt, but the teacher was quick to reassure her, saying that nothing serious had happened. His son wasn't bullying anyone. In fact, the 5th graders started the fight themselves while Sam was in 3rd grade. He was trying to return a soccer ball that 5th graders had taken away from his classmates who had brought it to school from home. Sam, witnessing what was happening, told them to give the ball back, and then things escalated into a fight in which no one was hurt. In this case, they provoked the conflict themselves by signing up junior high school students, so their parents have nothing to say. If there were any problems, she would let them know immediately, after which Sam's mom bowed low, thanking the teacher. They then headed home, while the mother carefully held her son's hand so that he would not stray far away. Why she turned her head in his direction, turning to her son, asking about the fact that he must be angry with her. But the boy only lowered his head guiltily, saying that he understood that it was all his own fault, and his mother had nothing to do with it. To which the woman replied that the man had done nothing wrong, but sometimes he just had no other choice. She knelt down and said that she wished she had never had to hurt someone in her life. Looking back, even back then, Sam had a vague feeling, and that time his mom hadn't just instilled in him an aversion to violence. Then she held out her pinky finger to him, asking if he could promise and that he wouldn't fight again. The surprised boy held out his pinky finger in response, lacing the two together, agreeing to his mother's request. She was doing it in no way parental, but rather like a friend who was asking for a very important favor. But he didn't understand why. Afterward, the woman hugged her son, thanking all the gods for being so understanding. Though the reason was a mystery to him, he subconsciously felt that this request was something incredibly important to her. So from then on, he never resorted to violence again, until he became a yokai, deprived of his choice. His dad was in martial arts. He met his mom at the age of 24, married her, after which the guy came straight into the world. And his mom is in the antiques appraisal business. She brokers deals from time to time, so she's the most common person. If that wasn't the case, how would he have known of the existence of the yokai a few days ago? But perhaps his mother had kept him in the dark on purpose. It sounded wild to him now, but if you didn't compare him now to who he was a week ago, his whole essence had changed. When grandfather first met him, he had far more in common with humans than he did with the yokai. Then he simply put the last goblin down to the fact. However, the guy wasn't as useless as the guy had assumed. However, it wasn't a very pleasant story. Babai agreed, but his speed of development is nothing short of phenomenal, even considering he's a goblin. That's why he has to question his mother, because he may have been used as a tool to force Barney out of the shadows. However, such a statement angered the guy who loudly asked what the hell he was talking about. But the chances of such an outcome are extremely slim. Gustav, he said that the problem is that only they hold this opinion, but it can all be explained in a simpler way. People aware of the existence of the yokai, such as his shaman friend, see him as a dangerous monster connected to Barney. Today, cases of mass disappearances across the country had come to light, and the news made Sam come to a surprise. Around noon, police determined that all residents of the apartment complex were missing, and police received multiple reports. In addition, the same cases have been reported in other cities, and newspapers and online publications have already written articles about it. The operation they pulled off last night had been carefully planned for 2 weeks in conjunction with the shamans. For the sake of this operation, the shamans asked the government for cooperation, said they would simply close their eyes for 1 night. Then they promised that they would get rid of most of the invaders in the country. But just 1 day later, this happens. He held the phone out to the guy who was reading people's comments, growing more and more shocked and horrified. Babai added that the current situation obliges to take drastic measures to sort out the problem. Though at least during his fight today, none of the humans were hurt. The aftermath of the fight was seen by quite a few Gawkers. Using this excuse, the shamans asked that Sam be handed over to them to punish the yokai who caused such a commotion. Guiltily lowering his head, the guy said that it was indeed his fault for acting on his own accord and without his permission. He disobeyed the judge's order, but the yokai he fought killed countless people and broke the law. And Sam has not harmed a single person or appeared before him in the form of a yokai, and therefore it is his grandfather who will be writing his fate. And their suggestion is a direct assault on his authority. But even though they've submitted such a request to them, the guy can take it easy. Babai loudly declared that he would definitely protect him and his mother, which at first made the boy not even believe what he heard. He queried this, to which he heard that it seemed the shamans had also become aware of Barney's existence. They are sure that his family is connected to him, so they see the woman who raised him as a criminal as well. Whereupon, Babai and Castor looked at each other, and the grandfather noticed the dumbfounded expression of the guy with glasses, who was also surprised by this news. And the two of them turned their heads toward the window at the same second, noticing Sam speeding toward it. But the guy immediately stopped unknowingly, realizing something was holding him back, and the grandfather said he understood how he felt. But he can't let him go after her on his own, because that's exactly what the shamans are after. He'd already sent someone to protect her, so let the kid take it easy, and he'd better stay here, protected. Gustav advised to heed the judge's advice, especially given his current physical condition. If he gets into a fight with the shamans now, it's hard to predict how it will end. But the guy claimed it was all his fault. Not only did he not get permission, but he went without even letting anyone know, which is what made it all happen. He pleaded guilty and was willing to suffer the appropriate punishment, but he didn't realize the consequences would affect his mom. He apologized, saying that he was a nuisance, but if anything happened to Mom, he would never forgive himself. After which he tensed all his muscles in his body, feeling an unimaginable pain that traveled from head to toe. This caused the lad to scream loudly, but the fetters with which he was bound began to give way and tear. A second later, he exerted the last of his strength, whereupon the boy finally broke the restraints, finding himself free. Babai looked dumbfounded at the sight, thinking about the fact that the lad had severed the unpredictable ligament with brute force alone. Sam said that as soon as he saw with his own eyes that his mom was okay, he'd come back and take whatever punishment he could get. After which he jumped out of the window of a multi-story building, letting raindrops into the room that weren't even going to subside. The two men who remained in the room only stared silently out the broken window, hesitant to say anything. After a few seconds of silence, Babai irritably asked Gustav why he was just standing there watching. He also added not to even try to play dumb and say he didn't have time to react. Then the guy showed up. There was no water nearby that he could use, and he didn't feel like bursting the pipes. The old man, trying to contain his anger, asked the boy if he realized that it was pouring outside, but he only smiled guiltily. Grandpa said that because he's so soft, even his sister, who lacks skill, bypasses him. But Gustav said the referee didn't treat the kid too harshly himself, even though he knew his potential was head and shoulders above expectations. An unpredictable bundle is not a technique that can be handled by simply tearing it apart, but the guy did it. Regardless of what Sam does now, their relationship with the shamans shouldn't change much. But the old man wasn't cruel enough to turn a blind eye to the tears of a child wanting to see his mother. At this time, the woman was surprised that her son did not pick up the phone and did not answer the message. She was wondering where he went. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door, which surprised her, because Sam must have his house keys. Unsure, excitedly approaching the door, she asked who was there. However, no one answered her, wanting her to open the door. Letting the guests go, the woman asked what they wanted, but then she already heard an order to be silent and not to move. This order was given by Sarah standing behind Sam's mother, and the woman immediately succumbed to the magic and obeyed the order. Nibbling at the door behind her, the girl said that Celine was right, and she seemed to underestimate people. Turns out they can be so annoying that she even wants to kill them, despite the fact that it's forbidden. Suddenly, a guy ran into the house, asking if Auntie was okay, and at the same second he was pulling a sword out of its sheath. The boy turned menacingly to the girl, but she did not listen to him again and activated her magic, ordering him to sit on his knees. She used a unique technique, purple whispering, transmitting energy through her voice. Sarah can control the minds of those who hear it, thus those who fell under her control did her bidding. The girl thought that he didn't bear his sword right away, meaning he was worried that his attacks might hurt the woman. Afterward, Selena walked in, saying that she was worried they might be late, but apparently they got there just in time. But something was bugging Sarah, given his skills. Even if they came a little later, there would be no problem. However, compressed space doesn't do much good to the bodies of normal people, and we'd have to think about how they could get her out of there. But she didn't have time to finish her sentence. Sensing something strange, Selena's look confirmed her concern. An incredible amount of energy began to swell around the house they were in. Impossible not to feel. Since they were born already after the last festival, this was the first time they experienced something like this on their own. What was happening around them, they sensed on an instinctual level, and they were the only ones here trying to avoid a fight. It was a barrier, and it was clearly not the kind of barrier you can put up in a couple minutes. They had clearly been preparing for this moment for hours. That meant there was a clear reason they'd sent him to them, as a friend of the sword guy rose from his knees. He was racked with anger over being stopped by some girl using her voice alone. Dumbfounded, Sarah thought he had dispelled the effect of the purple whisper with his own powers, even though it had worked on him on the first try. But the next second, he threw away his sword, that he was not going to fight them, for the woman beside them was the mother of his friend. He only came here to protect her, and if their goals converge, he's willing to cooperate with them. Sarah realized that Selena knew him, and the girl confirmed that he had looked after Sam the day before yesterday when she wasn't around. Guy stated that they don't have much time, and they already felt that a barrier was starting to be built around the apartment complex. And when it was completely finished, they would no longer be able to leave it. But the girl asked not to explain the obvious things to them. Not understanding anything, the guy asked what she was talking about, to which he got the answer that he was a shaman in the first place. Sam now and the person he was a few days ago are completely different people, especially from a shaman's perspective. And therefore, she would not believe that he intended to betray his clan because of their friendship, even though it was a cynical judgment. But she was right. If this whole situation is set up just to let their guard down, then agreeing to his proposal could be dangerous. Well, suddenly, the guy lifted his hand, making a sudden movement, and Sarah thought about the fact that this was a setup after all. But contrary to her suspicions, the shaman began to beat herself with her thumb on different parts of her body in pain. Such a picture surprised the girls, who only looked questioningly at the actions the guy was doing. He then said that by turning on the veins injecting blood into his dantian, he had temporarily paralyzed the meridian responsible for the flow of his ki. He wasn't much different from a normal person now. By using mental magic on him, she would be able to see all of his intentions. Sarah wondered if the man understood what he was saying, because she might not stop at the memory reading, making him her puppet. He couldn't say he didn't care at all, but right now, Keeping Sam's mother safe was the most important thing to him. If at least he succeeded, the rest wouldn't matter anymore. To which the girl asked why he was going so far. I wonder what his relationship with him really is. To which the guy replied that he's his friend, that's all. Looking at the sweating guy who could barely stay on his feet, Sarah sighed heavily, releasing her hands. She then said that the guy is either just an idiot or Sam has a great personality, though probably both. And then she decided to listen to how powerful spells they, the shamans, used. Meanwhile, Sam, oblivious to the pain echoing throughout his body, raced toward his house. What made him stop, however, was a strange sensation that suppressed even the desire to see his mother as soon as possible. He realized that his eyes could see nothing unusual, except that something was clearly wrong here, and that something would change if he took a few more steps. Suddenly he heard a voice saying that he was much smaller than he had imagined. You couldn't tell he had goblin blood in him. But seeing the guy stop everything a few steps away, it's obvious he has a keen sense of intuition. The guy introduced himself as John, adding that he was a third-rank shaman of the Constellation Hall, and it was a pleasure to meet him. Constellation is the name of the organization led by the Yuno family for a century, if Sam remembers correctly. John stated that he had introduced himself so they could get right down to business, then asked the guy to turn himself in. He realizes the situation he's in because they've already put up a barrier around his house. And if he escapes, his mother could get hurt. Plus, all the shamans in the country are after him, so it's only a matter of time before he's caught. Sam realized that a fight was inevitable, but there was only one problem right now that he was very late in remembering. At the same time, he tried to take a quick look at his opponent and see what he might be capable of. Suddenly, he felt behind him and someone appeared, swinging a foot toward his head. He turned around, unable to get a detailed look at his attacker, but automatically put his hands out to defend himself. He made it in time, causing the entire blow to come to his hands, but the impact force was enough to knock him away. But against all odds, the boy remained standing on his feet, trying to scrutinize his new opponent. But instead, he only opened his eyes in surprise when he saw a huge barrier of pure energy in front of him. John said this barrier is like a catch net, because that way the fish inside won't break out of it and new ones will keep coming in. It seems obvious, but the guy has to realize that he can't get out, no matter how much he wants to. His choices are still the same though. Just like John said, he can surrender or try to escape. Nothing has changed in that regard. Either he would meekly accept the situation, or he would shamefully run from fate until his death. However, the young man had no intention of backing down, but at that moment, a spell echoed to his ears from a girl he knew. The source was more than 100 meters away from him, a short phrase he wouldn't have heard if it weren't for the amount of energy. He knew exactly who that energy belonged to, so the guy immediately snapped out of his seat, certain that Sarah was inside the barrier. Though he wasn't quite sure, but given the direction, he could assume she was at his house now. If that's the case, then what he needs to do now is not run headlong to his mother, but to get the shamans away from her. John was hardly being honest with him, saying that his friends and mother had already been captured. Well, he knew for a fact that Sarah was by his mom's side right now. Even if the shamans have some ill intentions towards his mom, he decided to run around leading them away. That should be enough to buy Sarah some time and let escape from the barrier with her mom. Well, as soon as the guy started picking up speed, I too noticed that someone was aiming for him incredibly fast. John, who was unwilling to let Sam go, I decided to attack him, disrupting his running pace by provoking him to dodge. Smiling, the shaman stated that the kid had pretty good reflexes, which meant he could have a lot of fun today. And then he lunged at the young man again, beginning to shower him with blows from all sides, preventing him from making a counterattack. Realized that his opponent was quickly strong, head and shoulders above Yuno, who was probably just giving in to him. Sam was able to defend himself from another blow after a new one to his side, but lost his balance due to the strength of his opponent. Managing to stay on his feet, Sam continued to defend himself, realizing that he shouldn't but forget that this wasn't a one-on-one fight. John stated that the young man had exceeded his expectations, and one must assume he had studied the art of shamans or something. The guy didn't know what tactics they were going to resort to, but he could tell from their auras that they had more cumulative energy than he did. Sam stated that it would sound a little strange in a situation like this, but he wouldn't want to fight here in the middle of a bedroom neighborhood. But John replied that this barrier wasn't standing there just for him, and people would immediately pass out once inside. Everyone inside has been asleep for a long time and will only wake up in a few hours when the barrier is removed. His excuses are ridiculous. He still thought it was funny, however, but the next second Baton reiterated to Sam to humble himself and give up. He then lunged at the young man again, grabbing his arm and delivering a blow that he put a great deal of force into. However, it was a blow the young man was able to stop with his bare palm, saying that he could not worry about making any noise. The guy grabbed his opponent by the pecs, thus causing him to be displeased, but now he could not hold back in his strength. He then used a lightning strike on John, sending a discharge of electricity into him and striking him with incredible force. The masked girl who had first attacked the guy was now just standing there silently watching their battle. Sam stated that he slowed down towards the end, not because he wanted to mess with him, he just hates the very idea of killing people. But it was unlikely he would let him go just because of such words. At the same time, John was shivering, trying to catch his breath after the attack. The guy also decided to warn that he would try to keep his cool, but he couldn't promise anything. These words pissed off the enemy, causing him to grin and lunge forward at the young man in order to overpower him. Swinging his foot, he aimed clearly at his head, hoping that he wouldn't have time to fend off this attack and have a chance to win. Against all odds, Sam didn't even put his arm out to defend himself, but remained firmly on his feet even after such a blow. This infuriated John even more, who began punching Sam in various parts of his body, putting an incredible amount of force into the blow. He didn't understand how it was possible. To say he was tough was to say nothing at all. It was like he was beating a giant wall with his fists. And after a few dozen blows, the guy remained standing still, but then punched John once in the face with his fist. It was enough to throw his opponent back several meters, punching his body through the asphalt. Realizing that his opponent was now out, Sam turned his head towards the mysterious girl who was still standing there. He thought she was waiting for a moment to attack from the back, but she never moved. Maybe she didn't specialize in close combat. Sam stated that his warning was about her too. He didn't want to get into any more pointless fights. The girl, however, stood, prepared for a battle she was unwilling to give up. But if he had to, he wouldn't hesitate, as suddenly John stopped her with rude insults in a gruff tone. He asked her to stand still to the side and watch, but his comrade only stood still in silence. He yelled loudly, asking if she understood what he was telling her, or if she was just provoking him, then asked her to answer him. There was a conflict between Sam's adversaries, though the guy never realized what the reason for their disagreement was. But he knew exactly what he should do now to turn the tide of the battle in his favor and come out victorious. He ran at the girl, thinking about the fact that she hadn't engaged in combat yet, and by the looks of it, she had more than enough energy. He didn't know what she was going to do, but he just needed to disarm her as fast as he could while avoiding her attacks. Taking out 3 pieces of paper that immediately lit up, the girl used the shackles of 100 demons, exorcism, and beast barrier. The 3 seals immediately burned in her hands, which meant she activated her amulets, preparing for battle. Sam couldn't get to her as energy chains emerged from the ground and completely shackled his body. They were the shackles of 100 demons, the chains that bound evil spirits, and the guy realized he was in deep trouble. But that wasn't the end of it. Following this, a stream of energy descended on the young man, an exorcism that cast out evil entities. But as soon as the dust cleared, a powerful fist was already flying towards the mask behind which the mysterious girl was hiding. Sam was able to bypass her shackles and hoped that now he could catch up to her and finally defeat her. She said she used 3 high-end amulets, but only the barrier from the beasts somehow works. The girl was behind a barrier from the beasts that the guy's fist couldn't overcome, saying that exorcism against the yokai was ineffective as well. But this only angered the guy more, and a horn immediately grew on his forehead, empowering him. Sam thought it was as if his attacks were missing their target. Just now, it felt like he was just slicing the air with a club. She wasn't thrown back by his blow, she recoiled on her own. But if a barrier can block attacks, then there must be limits. Putting her hands together and infusing them with energy, the girl began to cast a spell that was like a prayer. The guy thought the barrier's effect was limited by time or the number of attacks it could block. But while he was thinking about it, he found himself in some dark space, and a fire of energy was burning behind him. At this time, Yuno was saying that besides him, 5 shamans, 3 attacking and 2 supporting, had been sent here. The unusual basis of the barrier is some sort of pillars or talismans around its edges, but this barrier is quite unusual. It was based on the shamans themselves, which means they just need to defeat those shamans to deactivate the barrier. Yuno replied that it was merely just lip service, even though he realized that the girl was quite strong by the standards of the yokai. Well, as confident as she was, the yokai under 666 had never seen a real fight in her life. Most of the techniques practiced by shamans are aimed at suppressing the yokai while they simply measure their strength against each other. In comparison, fighting against shamans is akin to walking into a trap specially prepared just for you. In addition, 3 of them hold the title of Guardian Shaman, a title that is bestowed upon a select few among shamans. A fight they couldn't avoid anyway, so he would recommend engaging only one of them at a time. He'll be able to take on one of them while they take on the others, but they'll need to handle everything quickly. After that, you need to escape with your mother before the remaining shamans notice anything amiss. Sarah asked if he was now able to use energy, since he had said himself that he had paralyzed his meridians a little earlier. Yuno had completely forgotten about it, and so he didn't find something to answer, trying to realize the stupidity of the plan he was up to. Celine said she knew they had no choice, but it would be difficult to defeat 2 shamans under such circumstances. Even though all the people around them are unconscious, they still need to try to do exactly harm. Sighing, Sarah clarified that they weren't the only ones affected by the restrictions. After all, they themselves will be primarily concerned with the safety of the neighborhood residents, so they won't be able to fight at full strength. But Yuno said they are far more obsessed with Sam than they realize, even if they have to make sacrifices. A dumbfounded Celine asked why resort to such reckless measures just to grab Sam, but it wasn't just him. The reason for all this is their pride and the power they will gain in 6 months, because the shamans are also waiting for the night of the yokai. The brunette didn't understand. After all, these hundreds of years were the most favorable time for people, and they could live peacefully. As it was, mankind advanced far more in technology in a short period of time than it did in 1,000 or even 10,000 years before that. Human civilization had reached its peak, or rather more accurately, the part of it that was free from the threat of the yokai. After the threat disappeared, ordinary people took over in a world of culture, technology, prosperity, and development. And shamans, on the contrary, are forced to hide in the shadows. From all respected defenders of humanity, they have turned into a relic of the past. Inferiority complex, thirst for recognition, a sense of self-selectedness, here it is, the portrait of the modern shaman. Chances are, in 6 months when the sun goes below the horizon, they'll be laughing at the way people usually scream helplessly and run. On this day, they will once again rise to the top of the hierarchy of people, no longer a pathetic echo of the past. And in today's incident, after a night of hunting, they don't care about the number of possible victims, even though they assured the government otherwise. So now they are trying to catch the main culprit of what happened, so that no one doubts their abilities and authority anymore. Selena tried to say something back, but was interrupted by Sarah, saying that meant they didn't care if the people living here got hurt or not. As suddenly, all 3 of them felt a strong surge of energy that happened somewhere not far from them. Looking out the window, Sarah asked what it was, but Yuno couldn't answer anything as he himself was confused. As suddenly the guy's eyes lit up, he realized that this energy was the activator of the White Gathering, but he didn't know who had activated it. The abilities exclusively used by Korean shamans can be categorized into just 2 groups. The first is the recitation of sacred texts, for the use of which one must memorize the holy writings and recite them at the right moment. In this way, shamans multiply their abilities, unable to immediately utilize the most appropriate technique. Most shamans possess this type of ability, while the second group is the descent of the gods. These shamans, and sensitive to the energy of the White Gathering, are endowed with incredible divine powers. Through the appropriate meridian, they connect measures, on the whole conduits for the gods, who use their bodies as vessels. In this way, they can summon the powers of heaven to earth, as John has now done by summoning a general dancing with blades. It was the first time in his life that Sam had encountered the overwhelming presence of such a divine entity. But it was at that moment that something in his body responded to that energy, causing him to feel something new within himself. When confronting entities that are beyond the comprehension of mortals, it makes absolutely no difference whether you are a yokai or a human. At such a moment, it is quite natural to succumb to panic, which unconsciously instills itself deep into the mind. However, despite this, the guy didn't flee. He only clutched the weapon he was holding tighter. He had the courage to attack first to try and take his opponent by surprise, channeling dark energy in his direction. His weapon pierced the spiritual shell of the summoned general, yet from the look of him, it was clear that he felt no pain. This strained the young man, who realized that his body was not a material object that could be destroyed so easily. In that same second, John completed the merge with the summoned being, and 2 spirit blades appeared in his hands. Following that, he swung his swords, sending forward a cross attack created from the energy of the summoned spirit. Sam watched the 2 blades fly towards him, but couldn't decide what to do, fight off the attack or dodge. Well, contrary to that, John didn't stay still, determined to crush his opponent with everything he could. Then he began to swing his blades relentlessly, creating more and more lines of energy that could hurt Sam. However, the young man was not satisfied with this turn of events, so he actively began to repel every attack that was sent at him. He couldn't fend off every attack due to the sheer number of them, causing him to receive many small scratches. But in spite of this, he continued to fend off attacks, standing firmly on his feet, but not going on the offense. The girl watching him didn't understand what was wrong, because with his speed and agility, he could dodge even powerful techniques. Still, he chose to adopt a defensive stance, simply taking his blows, putting himself at a disadvantage. The next second, the fighting stopped, and Sam felt his opponent grow stronger. Where John had been standing before was empty, but with a sharp raise of his head, the young man was able to display his weapon in time to defend himself. He was attacked from above by a shaman without putting an incredible amount of strength into that blow, causing the road beneath them to begin to crumble. Despite his confidence in his defense, the lad noticed that the general's blades began to break through, slicing through his weapons. John's eyes shone the blue light even brighter, letting him know that he would go all the way to break through the defenses. As expected, Sam's club couldn't withstand the onslaught and snapped in 2, thus revealing a gap in his defense. Not wanting to waste a second, the shaman decided to attack again, using all the speed and strength he possessed. This time, the young man couldn't do anything to counter him, causing him to resolve both hands at the same second. That wasn't enough for John, however, for he knew it wouldn't cost the boy anything to grow new limbs, for which he again began to swing his blades relentlessly, chopping his opponent without leaving a living spot on him. A few seconds later, the shaman stopped, looking at the bloody mass he had turned the guy into. The spirit then personally asked the masked girl if this guy was the target of his summoning, to which the girl agreed. He also wanted to know why they were fighting him, for he was unwilling to fight for no known reason. The girl replied that he was a half-human with goblin blood flowing in him. He was the cause of chaos in the human world. She then apologized for calling him in a hurry without doing the proper ritual, but he advised her to be careful with her words. But then the spirit asked if this guy was really guilty of nothing, or if they just decided to frame him with false accusations. Had it not been blind, then she would have seen that he had opportunities to dodge his attacks, but chose not to use them. Quite possibly, he was afraid that the locals might get hurt because of it, even when his own life was on the line. The spirit did not believe he had broken the law or harmed anyone. We must assume they falsely accused him due to their delusions. If it had been anyone else in her place, he wouldn't have even responded to the call, to which the girl bowed her head and apologized. At the same time, the guy was literally on death's doorstep, and there was a reason he was in such a lousy state. And it wasn't just in the injuries he'd just received, for this wasn't his first battle in a while. There was also the fatigue that had accumulated during the fight with Barney and Tao, which had exhausted him greatly. There were also problems due to taking a lot of pills that pressed him harder than the wounds themselves. To the average yokai is similar to a high-end supplement, overuse of which simply led to waste. However, due to the fact that Sam had swallowed 2 doses in just a couple of minutes, every last drop of life energy had been squeezed out of his body. The result of which was his current state, because his core was completely empty, not reacting to external stimuli in any way. Under normal circumstances, his wounds would have had time to heal twice or thrice, but now he could only count on the recovery of 1 arm. But suddenly the guy lifted this very hand, which was shaking very badly, after which he snapped his fingers not very loudly. In the same second, a scroll appeared in front of him and levitated in the air in front of him, awaiting further command. The spirit in John's body turned its head in surprise, questioning the fact that the guy still had the strength to move. He felt sorry for the young man and didn't understand why he was so stubborn, for it would have been easier to escape when his body was still unharmed. And then he asked the girl again. He could see whether it was necessary to kill him, in response to which the girl nodded, confirming his words. This answer satisfied him completely, for he would hate to take his life, realizing that he was not guilty of anything. However, they did not notice the young man holding a golden vial in his hand, which required one to clasp it in his hand and utter a savaha to activate it. A little earlier, Yuno had explained to him that if time was running out, let him just throw it on the ground so that the alchemical formula inside would activate. But instead of throwing it, Sam Guy just crushed it with his palm, knowing that the 3 colored bubbles weren't limited to one magic. They contain 81 mystical techniques when activated independently, choosing the most appropriate one for the situation. The 3 colored bubbles chose the right magic on their own after analyzing Sam's current state. They didn't activate any technique, but simply used the energy contained within to restore the user. The girl was surprised to see 3 colored bubbles, and not the weakest ones, because even strong shamans would have taken years to create them. She was amazed at the quality and amount of energy within them, but even so, what they could be capable of in the hands of a yokai. And as if answering her question, the guy stood calmly on his feet, fully recovered, contemplating his body. The general stated that it was truly a rare sight, that a yokai was not harmed by righteous energy and could use it. The spirit decided to continue the fight by attacking the guy, but the guy immediately reacted and put his arm out to defend himself. Sam was surprised to notice that the blade that had been aiming for his flesh never reached its target, stopping a couple of centimeters from his hand. But in the next second, the general began swinging his blades again, the young man sprawling. The guy was thinking that Yuno's 3 colored bubbles had healed him. He realized that, however, there was still some strange feeling. It was as if a new nucleus had formed within him. But he was wrong about that, for he did not know one important point. It always had 2 cores inside, but they both stopped functioning due to not being used for 17 years. One of the nukes awakened the consequence of Sam's rebirth, thus drastically changing his appearance. The second was awakened now. During his confrontation with the general, the void of the core filled with energy from the bubbles. However, there was no time to think about that, because right now he was fighting with his bare hands against a spirit with a dangerous weapon. Bouncing back a bit, the guy squatted down, but managed to keep his balance by staying on his feet. He noticed that, judging by the effect and the way it was controlled, this energy was no different from the energy of the yokai, making it easier to block attacks. However, he can't materialize the club. He's also having some problems with his roots, and he's been trying to figure out why that's the case. Perhaps they require different types of energy to use. To summon a club, he must use specifically the energy of the yokai. But it was incompatible with his current energy. He didn't know what to do, for his opponent would not be defeated by physical force. He had to urgently think of a way to utilize this energy, as his hand was suddenly filled with a charge of electricity. On instinct alone, he thrust his hand forward, releasing a bolt of lightning, directing it towards the general. Surprised at his new ability, Sam froze, transferring his gaze from his hand to where the spirit had just been. The girl looked in amazement at the beast that suddenly appeared next to the guy, and the guy mutually appraised the girl. Then, the snow-white ferret flew forward and stopped in front of Sam, who looked at his new companion with surprise. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Kieran was telling his sister that the last time he had eaten was at the airport in the morning, and it had been one measly sandwich. The girl replied that he should order food delivery to his room or go to eat in the hotel restaurant, but he refused. The guy didn't understand why all of a sudden she was acting so cocky. After all, she was the reason he couldn't go out to eat in the city in peace. After what she had done, they supervised us, although we were not forbidden to leave the hotel, but we were restricted from traveling around the city. Lying on the bed, Kira replied that she was aware of it, for if it weren't for that fact, she would have gone looking for him right away. My brother wondered who she was talking about and what had happened to her there, to which he heard the answer that it was about a goblin who was half human. Thanks to his help, she came back alive, their goals with him converging. He too had come there to fight the Tartars. The boy couldn't believe his ears, for he had heard from the locals that things were quite different. But what was happening was obvious. They are trying to pin everything that happened on him, that way, and won't be able to save face by telling the public that the perpetrator has been caught. Kiran, that the shamans here are not much different from the Japanese, but her feelings are clear to him, for she was worried that he had received false accusations. But they can take no action about it, and the girls should be well aware of that. Besides the fact that they are guests here, we should not forget that they will be competitors in the near future. The fact that they are responsible for Korea, and they and the rest of the families are responsible for Japan, is just an echo of the past. To the heirs of the Joseon dynasty and the Korean government, they are but myths from a distant antiquity, legends of ancient scrolls. Even if they believe them, they are unlikely to risk it, because shamans all over the world are also watching the situation. and their direct intervention they may see as a violation of the status quo, that's worth understanding too. Though Kira doesn't want to do anything about it, there isn't enough strength on her to do so. But now she understands what the teacher meant. Before lunch, she thought she just didn't matter. But when she had to use her power to its fullest, she realized she had weakened. But her brother didn't feel that way, though she controls Shikigami, so she has a much harder time in that regard. And why he asked about Raiju. But Kira replied that this crumb was even worse than her right now, after which the girl tried to call him out. She concentrated, asking the animal if it wanted to come out here to see her, whereupon she and her brother froze. There was no answer, and the beast did not appear, causing the girl to be shocked, asking where it had disappeared to. She remembered the moment when Barney had grabbed her by the throat and turned to Sam, asking him to obey. After all, if possible, he wouldn't want to hurt him. In that second, though Kira was in pain, she absorbed every word he said. Sam answered nothing at that moment, thinking only of how he could save the girl who was in his hands. But such thoughts did not only arise in his mind, for the ferret beside him was also powerless. There was nothing the two of them could do at this point, but the beast wanted to do something useful. He depended entirely on his summoner, but when she was captive, he was of little use. And, without receiving energy and orders from the shaman, it was no different from an ordinary soul that was unable to help its master. However, due to his loyalty to his mistress, he still did the best he could, choosing to attack Barney with a lightning charge. However, the strength was such that the goblin only glared angrily in the direction of the small beast, startling it with a mere glance. Upon seeing the terrifying face, the ferret immediately trembled and goosebumps traveled down his body from head to toe, after which he flew off to the side. But after he took a moment to pull away, something split the air near Barney's arm and severed an entire hand. Then the beast noticed that its mistress had escaped the goblin's clutches and fell to the ground, unable to keep her balance. At this point, Gustav took full charge of Barney so the others could move farther away and catch their breath. Due to the primal terror before the unimaginably strong Yukai, it was as if he was numb and couldn't even move towards his mistress. Then the beast only watched silently as Gustav summoned a huge water demon and ordered it to go on the attack. While the water spirit was having fun with his opponent, Raiju tried to quickly escape from the scene of the battle by heading towards his mistress. Coming to his senses, he rushed to the rescue, spotting Kira not far from him, who was sitting in the same spot. No sooner had he gotten close to her than there was a deafening explosion behind his back that ruined his plans. And under normal circumstances, Raiju would have simply returned to his mistress. But something unforeseen had happened. The beast flew forward at full speed, wanting only to find himself in a safe place, close to Kira, who would not let him be harmed. But his path was blocked by a man with the gift of a shaman, who stood between him and his mistress. Then Raiju flew into Sam by mistake, not expecting that such a thing could have even happened in any way. Sam's body seamlessly took in Raiju like a sponge that easily absorbed water. Once inside, however, and seeing only the energy of the Yukai hovering around him, Raiju realized that he was stuck here. And presently, he was able to get out of his confinement, and the first thing he decided to do was to look at the man in whose body he was stuck. However, at this second, they didn't have time to look at each other for long, for the enemy was about to go on the attack again. Sam caught a glimpse of John rushing toward them, swinging his blade along with it, sending out a bolt of energy. Reacting in time, the young man grabbed the beast and pulled it close to him to protect it from the attack. Their combined intelligence and knowledge was not enough to understand what had happened at all, or how Raiju had ended up on the loose. However, both of them instinctively thought the same thing. If they didn't unite now, they would probably die. But at the same moment, a spirit in John's body approached him, giving him no time for prolonged reflection. But after recovering, the guy felt much better, and therefore could reflect the blows sent at him. Unexpectedly, Sam noticed herself holding the object that Mistress Raiju had used to attack. Using Raiju's power, the young man stopped the general's blades with his bare hands without feeling any damage. Even though this thing was different from his club, the fact that it could block attacks was enough for the guy. And now he outclasses him in terms of speed and strength. His advantage in combat is due to some unique technique. As soon as he tries any kind of hold, it's as if he anticipates it and counterattacks, not allowing you to dodge. However, the guy still managed to do some damage to him, even though it did double damage. But Sam continued to stand his ground, trying to defend himself against every attack while trying to counterattack. The masked girl didn't realize what it was just now. It wasn't that he wasn't keeping up with the general's attacks, he wasn't even trying to block them. The general was also getting curious, but the guy could no longer reverse the outcome of the fight, so he bluntly asked him to surrender. He doesn't even try to defend himself against attacks, and only blocks those that could lead to instant death. Sam said out loud, whether his scheme would work or not, he doesn't know. But it was his only chance, that's all. Smiling, the general said he would show him his strongest technique, and he would see how long the guy would last. And in the next second, an incredible hail of blades, called the Dance of the Blades of the God General, rained down on the young man. It was literally a god dancing with blades that destroyed everything in its path, regardless of material or strength. Such an opponent was clearly no match for Sam, who, even if he wanted to, would not be able to come back from so many attacks. Against such machinery he was helpless, and the general added that all his efforts were futile, and therefore this was the end. Of course, Sam was aware of that too, but he believed what he had seen earlier, and so a thought popped into his head. No matter how strong his opponents were, he knew that even the strongest of them could be immobilized, remembering Barney. The spirit noticed that he didn't seem to be trying to look for his weaknesses to begin with. It was the Achilles heel of the gods from down in their world. Regardless of how powerful the god taking control of the body is, it is still limited by the limits that the vessel can withstand. The spirit realized that the guy was holding on as best he could, waiting for the lightning energy after hitting and his shoulders to pierce through the vessel's body. Exhausted by the incredible number of cuts, Sam was still firmly on his feet, lunging straight at his opponent. While he stood still, the young man was able to catch up to him. I struck him in the face with my fist, knocking the general's vessel to the ground. Stopping, the guy looked at his defeated opponent, saying as he did so, this was his only chance. The general raised his voice, saying that the guy had deliberately restrained his power. Wouldn't do that. He would have taken John's life in a heartbeat. The shaman's body trembled as the spirit said that even so, if he had been even slightly weaker, the kid might not have gotten a second chance. Sam replied that if that happened, it would indeed come back as a problem. But in the end, he'd made it through after all. However, it wasn't even his body, so it was too much, reasoning about death when you yourself didn't put your own life on the line. The spirit smiled, saying that the lad was daring him to the end, but agreed with it, for the loser had no right to reason. The general then left John's body, saying that if they were destined to meet again, they would dance once more. Whereupon the spirit fluttered in the wind, leaving John's unconscious body lying alone on the ground. Then the girl spoke up, saying that was it, to which the boy only turned his head in her direction. Meanwhile, she milled about that she had no combat skills, nor did she have the energy for the second summoning ritual, so they lost. Sam frowned, thinking she was lying. After all, she had only attacked him once, but it was enough to realize her capabilities. He really didn't know how much of an art she was in combat, but certainly stronger than the guy he'd fought earlier. It was a mystery to him why the hell she was giving the back of a hand at a time like this, as suddenly someone called out to them. The young man turned his head in surprise, trying to examine the one who had risked interfering with their battle. But contrary to expectations, instead of a new opponent, he spotted a trembling Yuno heading in his direction. The boy immediately asked himself why he was here, not believing that the Yukai had just let him go off alone to fight against the shamans. It was also something that the kid had been freaking out a little earlier, because Yuno had told him to be confident, to keep his cool. The young man immediately made a guilty face and started to apologize, saying that he had a very inconsiderate friend, but it was obvious that he was faking it. Frowning, the shaman replied that it would be great if an apology alone could fix things. The guy then began to look around the place that had, until recently, been a battlefield, noticing John lying unconscious. He then noticed the silent girl, telling her not to rack her brains, for everything was exactly as it looked. This guy's been his best friend since middle school, and he's definitely not the type to attack people. The girl replied that it was no longer for him to decide, especially if he was related to the alleged perpetrator. She wanted to add something about the clan heir, but Yuno interrupted her, replying that he was not such a shameless person. Obviously, his actions are simply unacceptable. No matter the circumstances, the heir to his clan should not be siding with the yokai. But the shaman decided that from now on, he would renounce his own clan, so as not to break their rules. The girl was surprised by such news. Not believing in such a thing after all, why would a person give up something that many people desire so much? But that wasn't a problem for Yuno. Everyone would pretend to be furious, but in reality would only be cheering. After all, now the place of the heir would be free. after which he decided that the explanation was already enough and asked the girl to make a decision. The guy said he didn't feel like killing or maiming her, so if she would just stop maintaining the barrier, they could part ways. But if she's going to carry out the mission to the end, he'll do anything to finish her off, trying not to hold back. The girl's hand reached for the mask she was about to take off, murmuring that apparently she had no choice. Opening her face, showing the scars under her eyes, she said she could not refuse the Lord's request. At that second, Sam was interested in her eyes, which she never showed, keeping them closed. Putting her palms together, the girl began to whisper something quietly. Quite possibly, it was deactivating the barrier. The girl then stated that she had done as he asked. He would disappear if one more of the 5 stopped maintaining the barrier. A surprised Sam thanked her, even though he didn't know what was going on here, and Yuno said she had acted wisely. He then asked her to take her brother and hide somewhere, but she can't be told that she surrendered her part of the barrier without a fight. After all, nothing good would end for her. She fully accepted the instructions and, taking her brother under her arm, headed away. At this point, Sam looked at his friend uncertainly, not knowing what to say to him in a situation like this. But a voice came up from Yuno, saying that he didn't come here because of him. He was dragged out of bed and sent on a mission. The other 5 shamans were told to erect a barrier. They waited for him, though they didn't know if he was coming, and he was told to go inside. He was supposed to deal with any yukai and bring his mother, but in the process, he met the yukai who came to rescue her. They had agreed to cooperate with them, so they shouldn't have worried, but the situation they had gotten themselves into was extremely tricky. After all, as the guy could already guess for himself, there are 3 more shamans holding the barrier, and each of them is stronger than those 2. Sam clarified that by saying put together, he also meant that it was the girl who would take part in the fight, to which he heard agreement. Not counting those 2, everyone sent here, including him, are guards, but they barely make it to guard, so they were drafted in a hurry. But even if they do join forces, in reality, the younger brother relies almost entirely on his sister's skills. Yuno thought Sam would notice something was wrong, so he was glad the guy had come after all. But then he heard a question asking if he had hurt himself. He replied that as it was, there were 3 guards left. To leave this place, you had to defeat one of them. Then asked how many vials he had left. Sam said 2 pieces, but Yuno asked for 1 back. Without doubting his decision, the boy handed his friend a purple vial to help him out as soon as possible. Without thinking long, the shaman squeezed the vial in his hands, telling the vial to shrink and fill, whereupon energy began to envelop him. Sam shielded himself from the torrent of wind as his friend said that one of the 3 watchmen would fight against one of the yukai. His mother is next to them, but the fluctuations in energy tell him that the battles between them are now in full swing. However, his mother is now being led out of the barrier by another yukai, so it's the boy's job to find them and join them. He will take on one of the 2 remaining guards, while they themselves will need to hide from the last one. And as soon as one of them defeats their opponent and destroys the barrier, they must leave here immediately. Sam wanted to tell his friend not to make him laugh, but the words stuck in his throat because they would sound defiant and reckless. Yuno had already told him in the training room that with weapons their abilities were twice as strong. His friend was willing to sacrifice everything. But Sam didn't want to burden his friend with his own worries that didn't concern him in any way. But in the same second, Yuno flinched, abruptly pulling his blade from its sheath, preparing to fend off any attack. However, in the next moment, he decided to change his plan, rushing into the attack first to prevent his opponent from giving him a convenient moment. With a swing of his sword, his opponent immediately repelled the attack with a huge scimitar, causing a very unpleasant clang of steel to sound. Sam marveled at his friend's great reaction, turning his head in his direction, watching his opponent approach. The huge masked man said that if the old man found out, he'd have a stroke. He's already dying. And then there's the only son flirting with the yokai, though he wouldn't mind seeing it. He then suggested to the young gentleman to come to his senses, but the latter replied to make the man forget it. But he liked Yuno as a future leader because he has all the qualities needed for that. Also, a great character. Whereupon the man offered to turn his sword on the goblin beside him, since almost no one knows what happened here anyway. And he would somehow get the witnesses to keep their mouths shut, because he really didn't want to fight him. Deciding to press the sore point, the man offered to think about his mother, but Yuno didn't know his uncle had such an opinion of him. And unfortunately, he had already been seen on his way here by a girl who was dragging her brother along. The man called her a sneak. The young shaman stated that he had been thinking about leaving home for a long time because he was tired of being caged. Sighing heavily, the masked man replied that he slightly misunderstood his train of thought, but had no right to argue with him. Yuno told Sam that his mother would be on the roof, and as soon as the barrier went, they should fly out of there. Right now, he needed to run as fast as he could, and whatever happened, stay close to her. Pressing his lips together, the boy wanted to respond with a speech of thanks, but only an understanding of the instructions escaped his lips. In the next second, he jumped up sharply, heading in the opposite direction of the reflected as they prepared to fight. His uncle asked that he and he were friends, surprised at this, but the lad had nothing to answer him, for he regretted nothing. The man replied that if a man who risks his life for a friend is accepted as such, then the whole world has gone mad. His clan has 7 strongest disciples, each of them strong enough to give a fight to a high-class yokai. Yes, and in terms of physical strength, they are worth an entire army. Depending on their proclivities and techniques, they have been given titles of deities. And now 2 of these disciples were to fight amongst themselves, namely the 3rd and 7th. The immortal butcher stated that he would have to fight Aru, one of the few true masters. After which he added that he would try to end things quickly and promised that the guy would die painlessly. A few minutes earlier, Sarah and Yuno had felt a powerful surge of energy that was pressing with its force. The guy immediately recognized that aura. Someone had summoned a deity, after which he would like to clarify something with the girls. But he was interrupted by the concerned voice of Selena, who was holding the phone with trembling hands, saying that this couldn't be happening. Losing patience, Sarah asked what she had seen, to which she was informed that Sam was coming this way. The girl with 2 braids turned pale, adding that the message was sent a little earlier, so he should be here by now. Yuno cried out that he was crazy to run here without a second thought. He knew shamans and what they were capable of. But the next second the guy froze, for he sensed that one of the pillars was also approaching them. And the next instant, an unfamiliar voice surprised what he saw. It came from the side of the balcony. The masked girl stated 2 things in one place at once, but she didn't understand why the young lord was having such a conversation with them. Impossible. He worries that the woman they need to bring with them is harmed, or so confident in their own abilities that they think they can intimidate them with words and authority. The 5th apprentice of the Constellation Hall, soaring fairy Cindy, couldn't understand it, but she continued to watch them. Yuno thought that the guards were supposed to guard the barrier, although Cindy isn't the most formidable opponent, but right now he's out of energy. If only he had a little more time to recover, as he suddenly remembered something that could help him. Tricolored vials, if Sam didn't use them all, just one would be enough to fully heal. Suddenly, Sarah declared that she didn't know how strong a shaman she was, but she seemed to have a problem with her ability to make friends. And as if responding to her statement, Cindy sent a small knife forward, which surprised the young gentleman. Sitting in mid-air on a curved wooden object, the masked girl watched the flight of her knife, after which she asked how come the yokai was protecting him. At the same time, Sarah caught the knife with her bare hand. Her hand trembled as the weapon managed to slightly cut her fingers, which were now bleeding profusely. Removing the mask, Cindy decided that the young lord had forgotten his duty and had gone over to the side of these creatures. The next second, the guy felt someone touch his arm. It was Selena, who stated that they needed to leave. The guy wanted to say something back, but Sarah interrupted him, saying it would be a good idea to use him as a hostage. But it looked like even a human shield was so bad, and so she motioned for him to stop slowing down and go find Sam. At first, the girl wanted to give him a message, but then decided that she would tell him herself later. Sarah's eyes lit up with a purple haze. She herself stated that Cindy wouldn't take much time away from her. The girl in the white coat said there was no need to be so nervous, for she was of the same opinion as Sarah. No matter what happens to her or the other yokai, but their target must remain unharmed, so she doesn't mind waiting. After all, they won't be able to escape from here anyway. It's just a matter of who will catch them and how fast. Why did she ask if her arm hurt? After all, even monsters have to feel pain to some extent. Sarah replied that if she had even a stronger soul in her cursed one, maybe she would be in pain. But that wasn't the case now. Overjoyed, Cindy marveled at this music that Sarah knew what it was, saying she had made it herself. A cursed knife contains a human soul torn by resentments and strong negative emotions. But unlike the appearance of ordinary evil spirits, the creation of a cursed knife is a carefully calibrated process. And after catching the man whose soul is going to be used for the knife, he is subjected to numerous tortures. The blade, however, which is then used to finish off a tormented person, becomes a powerful magical weapon. This knife is empowered by the soul of the deceased, filling it with the suffering and pain that this weapon carries. The girl put a lot of effort into creating it, and it alone should be enough to kill a middle-class yokai. In a dejected voice, Cindy said there was nothing that could be done, while Sarah marveled at the next picture. The girl sitting in front of her raised her hand, causing a couple dozen of the exact same knives to levitate. She said she'd have to enlist the help of her friends because she thought they'd waited long enough. By now, those guarding the target should be far away from here, so the reverberations of the battle won't affect them in any way. Smiling, Cindy stated that there was no point and further was long gone, so it was time to start the battle. With a snap of her fingers once, the girl caused dozens of knives to abruptly tear forward, heading towards their target. At this time, Sarah didn't even change her stance as she continued to watch the blades that were flying incredibly fast in her direction. Just as the knives flew into the house, there was a rumble of thunder as Sarah started moving and jumped out of the window. As soon as she hit the ground, she immediately looked up to see Cindy floating in the air and the knives coming back to her. The overjoyed shamaness declared that that one was fast and even better than she thought, but it was even more fun this way. But then she sent her blades again towards her opponent, who continued to stand on the wall using her energy. Bouncing off the wall, Sarah used the Great Demon King's summon. The top half of a huge demon appeared behind her back. This managed to surprise Cindy, who watched as the huge man swung his spear, throwing all her knives away. There are many deities honored by shamans, and among them are those who were human during their lifetime. The reason they became deities is not at all about power. It's all about the prayers and gifts they offer to the living. Those who prayed did not need to have their own spiritual power at all. Religion, formalities and rituals did not matter. The only thing that carries weight is the sincerity of their prayers and offerings by which they received due honor. The countless prayers of multitudes over time fill the void and create the core of the deity. You could say that shamans who invoke deities are the people who have been given the right to use this power. Cindy said that this subordinate demon king was like a deity, and she didn't understand how the yokai managed to take control of such power. But with a wave of her hand, she added that it was no good, abruptly removing the smile from her face. Suddenly, one of the knives went straight into Sarah's chest because the girl lost her guard for a second and did not have time to dodge. After all, the shamaness could not turn a blind eye to it, after which she insulted her rival once again, not shying away from expressions. There was a deafening explosion from the fall, for due to her injury, the grey-haired woman had stopped controlling her energy and fell to the ground. Following her, Cindy also went downstairs saying it was just disgusting and her nose was getting stuffy from its stench. Everyone knows that their species specializes in all sorts of tricks, and as far as she knows, she has two unique techniques. It's fox pearls and magic that clouds the mind, but right now, she was looking at a girl whose body had been pierced in several places with knives. Cindy had learned a lot today. She would have to take this experience into consideration when she needed to kill more foxes in the future. After which she pointed her knives towards the tailed girl once more, wanting to end this battle. And just as suddenly, without raising her head, Sarah answered her that she could take it easy there, which surprised the shamaness. For in the same second, all the knives stopped a couple steps in front of the fox, not coming closer or attacking. Cindy was dumbfounded to think that something invisible hadn't even blocked her knives, but had stopped them altogether. The Fox clan only had two unique techniques, but the one Sarah was using right now was not one of them. It's not some special skill inherent to faces, but other than Sarah, no one knows how to use this technique. The shamaness didn't understand how she had overpowered her knives, to which she received the reply that her knives were quite mediocre. As the girl sauntered off before the fight began, Sarah analyzed the technique she used to control the knives. After that, she simply created a spell that could use them much more effectively. In addition to yokai magic, she is able to use the techniques of humans and shamans, for she is a genius who is also able to modify them. Shaking with anger, Cindy shrieked that it couldn't be, but Sarah, rising to her feet, replied that she had made it after all. Yokai energy and the righteous energy of shamans actually originate from natural energy, chi. Passing through their bodies as if through a filter, it's as if it's being converted into different fuels for a particular wearer. Each has its own individual application, so interchangeability is out of the question. And shamans can't use yokai energy for their spells, nor can yokai use shaman's energy. Cindy was dumbfounded to think that Sarah had improved her spell, because she literally had to create a similar spell with the same function from scratch. Even if she could create a technique identical to her spirit control, there was no way it could be accomplished so quickly. Obviously, this technique is limited to a certain number of commands, but her pondering was interrupted by Sarah's voice. She wondered how common this technique was among shamans, for from their perspective, there was nothing unusual about it. For humans, magic whose purpose is to harm their own kind should definitely be taboo. But Cindy stressed the issue. She replied that Sarah has a lovely misconception, but that creating a yokai is forbidden with them not because it harms another person, and because it's a simple and very effective way to build strength by adding that there's something called understanding the topic. After all, humans understand their own species best, but the problem is that they are creatures who find themselves accepting the status quo. It is only natural that, based on innate differences, members of the same species line up in a hierarchy. And only people deny this state of things, even if it costs them their lives, they will bark at those above them in status. Ethics, morality, laws and rights, all this pretense is only needed to trim and pacify such creatures. Fortunately, they believe this, believing that they do have some rights and potential, thus comforting themselves. Sarah replied that she didn't know how true what she said was, but she knew at least one person who held a different viewpoint. He was genuinely sad and suffering over the death of his kin, not just pretending, even though they weren't even related to him. However, Cindy was bored with this conversation, whereupon she pushed herself off the ground, powering herself up, and landed on a flying object. At this time, Sarah watched her carefully, for she didn't know what other tricks she was willing to show in battle. The shamaness shouted that her friend was an idiot as much as someone who just stood there scratching his tongue in front of his opponent. As she flew higher, Cindy thought she couldn't reach her at this distance, then opened the mysterious vessel. The girl, with several tails behind her back and knives levitating nearby, watched her opponent in surprise. As a friend, Cindy asked loudly if she would try to intercept this curse as well. If she could manage it, of course. A dark mass began to flow out of the vessel, and the girl said that this guy's hatred was the strongest she had ever sealed. However, this didn't particularly impress the fox, who only replied with a withering look that it was simply laughable. She then folded her arms in a sign, saying that although they hadn't agreed, it was in their mutual interest not to make too much noise. She then clarified that the shamaness didn't care so they could hurt people during the battle, but only saw a smile in response. But suddenly, the smile slipped from her face, for her instincts suddenly screamed that danger was approaching, while Sarah started drawing hieroglyphics in the air, saying that she didn't mind, especially since there was already no one around them right now. Turning her head uncertainly, Cindy was slightly horrified when she saw what was behind her. Somewhere in the distance, almost on the horizon, something or someone the size of an entire mountain, if not more, was staring back at her. With a raised hand, Sarah declared that 5 tails per hand was not ideal, but right now she should be happy with that result as well. But the closer that hand came, the more fear enveloped Cindy, who was riddled with animal fear. But in spite of that, the hand didn't stop, heading towards the shamaness who was like a flea in comparison. Suddenly Sarah smiled, mentally ordering her hands to stop, saying that was more than enough anyway. Whereupon she held out her hand, prepared to give a flick, and in the same second, the huge hand repeated the same actions. The fox gave free rein to her finger, followed by a huge explosion that threw the shamaness a great distance away. On the ground lay the bloody object Cindy had used to fly, but the mistress was nowhere near it. Sarah's hand trembled, and she remembered asking Babai about a restraining spell she'd never heard of. Grandfather replied that even if there is permission to enter the human world, some portion of beings fall under the need to limit powers. This applies to all yokai who equal or surpass the high class, and everyone knows that she has already reached that level. She then asked how she ends up in such ridiculous situations that she's not experienced enough to qualify for entry, but is too strong. The old man advised not to feel left out. It was the king's will, and even he was affected by this spell. And if she does have a need to use their power, she will, through her ingenuity, find a way out. The old man was looking for Sarah for the same reason, but the girl only tilted her head in an incomprehensible gesture, not understanding what the old man was talking about. And now, having defeated Cindy, Sarah said she really did well, but at the same second, her nose and eyes were bleeding. Even if it was only one hand, summoning her with only 5 tails was too much, her channels cracking at the seams. Going a little beyond her limits was the right thing to do, though, for the soul she was about to summon was powerful. If she had let her release it, it would have taken somewhere more effort to suppress it. Just as suddenly, the girl felt the second candle go out, which meant that the second pillar supporting the barrier had been struck down. She realized that the one she had defeated was already the second one, but the barrier would not disappear instantly after losing its bearings. But he definitely didn't have long left, and so she decided it was time to go find Sam, wiping the blood from under her eyes in the process. Taking a couple steps forward, she was surprised to notice the open and completely empty vessel that held the dark soul. Sarah froze, horrified to realize that the shamaness had managed to unleash him in time for him to massacre her after all. She heard an otherworldly voice thanking her little sister, for because of her, he was finally free, and so now they could play. While on the roof, Celine thought happily that the barrier was weakening, which meant they had succeeded, and she hoped no one was hurt. Then she looked at Sam's mother, thinking that the barrier hadn't completely fallen yet. But if she tried hard enough, she could break through. Although such a maneuver will not harm her, but the human body is much more fragile and is unlikely to be able to bear such a maneuver. The right solution is to wait for it to dissipate completely. The main thing is that nothing happens during this time. Just as suddenly, she glanced behind the woman's back and saw a panting Sam there who was out of outerwear. She immediately told him not to worry because Sarah had used her magic so as not to scare his mom. The boy immediately realized why his parent hadn't reacted to his appearance, then sighed and thanked the girl. It's nice that they risked their lives to save his mom, but it's the least they could do. Sam said he felt something strange on the way here, like he was breathing easier, so the barrier was starting to dissipate. He then asked if Selena planned to fly out of here with his mom, to which he received an affirmative answer. She wanted to take him and the woman with her, but the boy protested, asking her to take only his mom and leave him behind. My girlfriend replied that she understands his feelings, but now you need to think soberly. But the guy didn't make this decision on emotion. He thought about the shamans acting strangely. The moment they got inside the barrier, they could have easily dealt with them by combining forces. But after he and Yuno neutralized one of the supports, the next shaman immediately came up, as if he had been waiting for this. He considered two possibilities. One, there is some sort of restriction preventing the shamans from being close to each other. And two, for some reason these shamans are out of eye contact with each other, though that was an unlikely outcome. In any case, they must have envisioned a scenario in which the barrier appears to be completely destroyed. But more importantly, there was still one shaman left, and if he were, he would focus his attention on those who would try to escape after the barrier fell. Upon reflection, Celine agreed with his thoughts, for as it was, since the barrier was dissipating, that meant Sarah had won. Sam didn't know what state she was in right now, but he and she definitely needed to join forces to deal with the last shaman. He asked the girl not to worry about anything because he was sure it was the right thing to do and they would get out of here in one piece. In the same second, a voice belonging to Barney declared that his judgment and determination were admirable. Without noticing the goblin's appearance, Celine shrieked loudly, bouncing back, taking a second to be very frightened. Sam paired up with Ryu and flinched as well, turning to look at the man who had recently been personally defeated by Gustav. The young boy waved his hand happily, greeting Sam, saying they'd met again. While Barney was busy greeting him, Sam grabbed Raju firmly before tearing sharply at the goblin, kicking him in the face. However, the man remained standing still as if he hadn't felt the blow, speaking of what he had come here for. However, he was once again prevented from speaking as an energy-infused feather flew towards him rather quickly. However, its destructive power is only enough for middle-class yokai, but it is hardly a threat to the rest of us. Barney calmly caught the feather with 2 fingers, but there are still some things to keep in mind with this technique. Skillful users of this technique are able to store wind energy in the feathers, thus adding a new function to them. Holding out her hand, the nervous Selene released the energy she had stored in her pen, ordering it to dispel. And in the same second, the feather that Barney had caught exploded in his hand, thus depriving the goblin of his limb. The guy thought that even if they attacked him with all their power, he would just brush off their magic like a speck of dust. In that case, he had to use his new technique, after which he took the item to work with Raiju. Making a spear out of it, the young man decided it was worth focusing on sharpness rather than violence to pierce his opponent. Selene realized that her comrade was plotting to attack her opponent, causing her to run to his mother in an attempt to protect him. A second later, an energy beam appeared from the roof, as if it could pierce the air itself. As Barney suddenly stated that was the right decision. That's exactly the way to counteract root like that with piercing types. Also, poisons, curse or fire attacks are all good, but of course provided you can hit with them. But that was exactly what Sam failed to do, for the goblin simply intercepted his arm, dodging the beam. Barney then twisted his arm, thereby causing the lad a fit of pain in his arm, which he couldn't resist. Celine, holding her friend's mother close, watched worriedly at the battle that immediately fell out of their favor. The goblin said that the guy was deft at controlling righteous energy, as it was quite difficult to learn how to control it quickly. However, bloodline also matters a lot, after which the guy turned his head and looked at the young man's mother. In response to the good-natured look, Celine pulled out 2 more quills, hinting that she would not give up the woman without a fight. She realized it was the goblin Sam had fought today, whereupon she said it had better not come any closer. Barney smiled, saying that that feather she'd thrown was entertaining, and it was unlikely he'd be able to block them. However, the unfortunate state her friend is now in will not allow her to use her full power. But if she does decide to try to kill him, she's sure to blow up everything around her, and maybe Sam will manage to survive. But while she has the burden of being the boyfriend's mother on her shoulders, using that magic isn't the smartest decision to resort to. However, the goblin was still glad he had come to their aid, and those words surprised the girl greatly. He told Sam that the reason for the whole misunderstanding was that he hadn't even tried to listen to him and ask him why he was here. Glancing at the shivering and catching his breath, he asked him, a couple of blows having cooled his ardor. Barney didn't think they'd meet so soon, but these guys were out of line, and he knew they were planning to do something about it. After all, he had even left a couple of trails they could have used to find him. Yet they chose to capture Sam. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would have initially acted quieter, after which he decided to apologize to the guy. And then the goblin stated that he was here to help them, before adding that Sam was right in his assumption. Barney didn't know how it was that the barrier had already fallen, but getting out of here unharmed was going to be very difficult. Even if there was only one guardian left here, surely the rest of the forces were already on their way here. This information dumbfounded the guy and the girl. The goblin said that they had allocated forces to catch the guy, which together should have been enough to pull even with him. What happened in the end, in their minds, should never have happened under any circumstances. 4 guards, also 2 shamans. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a force is enough to guard all of Seoul. Though the entire city could have been turned upside down in the absence of the guards, his capture was of great importance to them. So it's not at all surprising that his friends didn't have the strength. After all, having selected the best shamans, failure is not what they expected. And having come this far, the only way for them to minimize their losses is to go all the way. The rest of the forces won't be in front of them in a flash. They're probably on their way, so they'll have to act quickly. Barney asked Sam not to worry, because he could make sure they all got away in one piece if he did him one favor. The guy decided to clarify the details, but the bot immediately replied that his girlfriend was also concerned, because he wasn't that heartless. After a bit of thought, the guy agreed, asking what he wanted from him, to which he received a satisfied smile in return. He then moved as close to the young man as possible, beginning to whisper in his ear that it was nothing difficult, after which he quietly spoke the request. When Sam heard her, his eyes widened in surprise, for he hadn't expected something like this. Stepping away from the half-naked guy, the goblin asked what the guy would say, for it was quite a request. After allowing himself a few seconds to think about it, Sam firmly and confidently agreed to his proposal. He then wanted to say something else, but Barney interrupted him, telling them to just get downstairs right now and leave. Not understanding anything, the boy looked questioningly at the goblin, for they could not leave the barrier so easily. Barney replied that there was no need to fly. They could just go downstairs and literally go in any direction. No one would stop them. Perhaps he should have told it a little sooner, but it wasn't that long ago that he killed the last guard. But he apologized for only talking about it now, but otherwise their conversation could have taken much longer. At the same second, the phone in the goblin's hands vibrated, and he looked at the screen in surprise, not hiding a smile. While Selena, sitting next to her friend's mother, hesitated to listen to the order and leave, Barney decided to take the call. When asked who it was, the goblin casually replied that he was obviously the one who killed the owner of that phone. Why, he suggested to the man on the other end of the wire to get straight to the point, adding that it was not at all necessary to insult him. Distracted by the phone call, the guy whispered to Sam for them to get down and leave, because he promised he'd take care of everything. At this time, Celine looked at the guys in surprise, not guessing what decision her comrade would make. And a few seconds later, the goblin was good-naturedly waving goodbye to both the guy and the girl who was leading the woman under his arm. As the Yukai and Sam's mother descended the stairs, the half-naked young man looked at the goblin, helping them with disbelief. Getting down and outside, and I had no trouble at all, but everyone was still in suspense. Just as suddenly they stopped, and Celine froze, seeing a rather unusual picture before her. Sarah was sitting on the ground in front of them, who showed no emotion, not even paying attention to them. Lifting her head, she asked and her comrades not to worry, for she had just stepped on something very annoying. At the same time, Uncle Yuno, speaking on the phone, said that he understood everything, and now he would quickly clean everything up and leave. After finishing the phone call, he said he didn't understand why he had to drag them here to then order them to retreat. But he thought it wasn't so bad for them. Then he told his nephew that it didn't look like their friend was in any danger. The masked man explained that the real culprit had shown up, showing himself as if asking to be caught. From what he understood, the goblin had also killed one guard, whereupon his uncle asked Yuno to stop gawking and walk faster to his friend. Before letting his nephew go, however, the man decided to summarize the fight, but it made the boy tense up even more, as suddenly the masked man pointed the blade of the scimitar toward his hand, willingly wanting to cut it off. A dumbfounded Yuno asked loudly what he was doing and what it was for, in response to which he heard a question as to why he was making such a fuss. After all, it's the least he can do, so he won't be blamed for letting them go when he returns, even though they'll be grumbling anyway. Oh, and it would be easier for him to come back later if word got out that he had defeated his uncle on a guy didn't like that outcome. But he himself must realize that force decides everything, and even if his old man is angry, deep down he will be glad. When he comes to his senses and decides to come back, he'll already have an accomplishment to be proud of. But that's for the guy to decide. The uncle had one more request. Since the guy was going free, he asked to live his life in a way that would be worth his hand. Then the masked man turned and headed away, adding lastly that he could ask no more. A week had passed since then. You could say the world hadn't changed at all and life went on as usual. At this time, Selena was wandering around the supermarket, wheeling her cart and scrutinizing what was on her phone screen. Suddenly, her attention was caught by a little girl standing next to her cart, sucking her thumb. Deciding to greet the child, the girl smiled sweetly and waved her hand, radiating friendliness herself. Just as suddenly, her mother jumped up to the girl, nervously grabbing the child who had unauthorizedly walked away from her parent. Although the measures remained the same, this could not be said of the people living in it, who were suspicious of everything. And they are quite understandable, because unlike the yokai, for humans recent events are still shrouded in mystery. The appearance of a goblin named Barney, the calamities called the Dark Gods, or rather, the calamities threatened by their appearance. A catastrophe like the week before hasn't happened again yet, but it's clear they are still active. All the people there are tormented by a vague fear, something that neither the media nor the government is talking about, but which undoubtedly threatens their lives. A suffocating, visceral sense of anxiety that makes people stay alert and ready for anything all the time. Babai said there was no work for her as an envoy for now, so she could just rest. Given Sam's situation, she'd better stay by his side for the near future, adding that she'd done a glorious job. On any other day, she would probably have been overjoyed at such words, but now she was overcome with sadness. Under the circumstances, she feels bad about not knowing the details of what is going on. If she had been doing the job of the judge's messenger like before, she would at least know how things were. But things were different now. The only thing that calms her down in any way, and the reason that allows her to keep her cool, is her being here. After all, it was no less important than the messenger's job. At the same time, Sam's mother ran to meet her. The girl said hello when the woman told her that the store wasn't that close, after which she offered to go there together in the evening. Selena replied that the weather was beautiful today, perfect for a walk. Why asked where the woman was going. The woman smiled in agreement, adding that she was there and back, since she had come suddenly from her hometown. Sam has been living here for a week, but because of that incident by the shamans, his house was destroyed. It happened during Sarah's fight. To the public, however, it was filed as a gas leak, and as compensation from the construction company, he was put in a country complex. But in fact, someone helped him with the move, namely Gustav of the Hatha clan, who was a landowner. As for Selena, she is legendarily a classmate of Sam's who coincidentally lives next door. As the woman said goodbye to the girl, running off to run her errands, Celine smiled sweetly, wishing her a good day. The girl turned her head in surprise as she heard footsteps heading in her direction. She saw Gustav walking casually out of the building, a little belatedly catching sight of her acquaintance. The girl said Sam's mother had gone to meet a friend, but would be back soon, then asked if the guy had been laboring all week. Fixing his glasses, Gustav asked me not to worry about him, and he just can't neglect his duty. Even though the odds are extremely slim, everyone tries their best to protect Sam's mother from any possible danger. Entering the elevator at home, Selena decided to text Sam, asking him if he was awake and if he wanted to come over to see her. The girl decided to cook something delicious to cheer up her friend at least a little. Taking out the groceries, she began to cook, thinking about the fact that the guy had been extremely exhausted by the events of the past week. And in all that time, he hasn't left the house at all. But today is the first time she's seen him since they moved in. With a trembling hand, Celine wielded the knife, still thinking of ways to make him feel better. While she was tormenting herself with these thoughts, Sam came over to her, telling her that she didn't need to slice each layer separately. It is better to put them together and then cut them already, and if the knife is too blunt, you can just use scissors. Then he asked if she had sugar or soy sauce. It would also be nice to sprinkle hot pepper on top of it. Selena hesitated and didn't answer anything, to which the guy said he'd bring everything he needed right away, asking her friend to wait. After a while, the steamed stood in the kitchen, saying that rice sticks better soak in water for a bit before boiling them. And fish patties and vegetables don't have to be sliced perfectly, you just have to cut them in a way that's comfortable to eat. Along with that, he asked if Selena liked it spicier, and what about the broth, whether to make more or less. However, she hadn't tried the different dishes too often, to which the guy asked her which ones she liked the most. She said the ones served in the huala. The guy immediately understood what she was talking about. He said that there they pour a lot of broth over them. After a little while, the dish was ready. And even though Sam had prepared it instead of Selena, it looked appetizing. The girl was a little uncomfortable as the young man poured a generous portion into the plate she was holding. Sam hoped he'd added enough spice, so he asked to be told if it was suddenly too spicy or too bland. She put a piece on her fork and put it in her mouth, and for a few seconds she tried to taste the dish. She shrieked that it's delicious. Rice sticks are much tastier than the ones sold in the store because they are freshly cooked. The girl knew this before, but Sam is very good at cooking, all because he just likes to cook. As a kid, his mom taught him a little bit at a time, but then he asked what she decided to go grocery shopping in the morning to give him a treat. Selena stiffened from the suddenness with fork in hand, realizing at that moment she had briefly even forgotten about it. Then the guy said that all week he had been going over those events in his head, and he didn't know if it was right to go out alone to rescue people. In the end, he was unable to save anyone, and in addition, he exacerbated the situation, which led to even more casualties. Even his mom and his best friend were hurt because of his actions, but Selena replied that it wasn't his fault because he hadn't broken the law. The shamans were entirely responsible for what had happened this evening in the residential neighborhood, to which the boy tentatively agreed. He knew what Selena was worried about, but it was okay. Even though he blamed himself, he wasn't going to let that feeling break him. In addition, this incident helped him realize a lot of things, after which the young man clenched his hand into a fist with force. She realized the consequences of rash decisions and how hard it can be to take responsibility for one's actions. He now realizes that he was acting far more arrogant and selfish than he thought. Even his own fate was not in his hands. Then he added that Sarah should have been back by now, and he would try to learn everything he could from her. A surprised Celine asked that Sarah was back already. After all, she thought she was still in the yokai world, but her room was right above them. The guy said he heard footsteps there in the early morning. They actually woke him up pretty early. The soundproofing in this place was so-so, it was tolerable. But Selena thought to herself that something was definitely wrong. After the battle with the shaman, Sarah returned to their world to rest and has not been heard from since. And now, on top of not telling her anything about her return, she hadn't heard from her all day. Without thinking long, Celine headed to Sarah's room and upon opening it said that if she was back, she could at least stop by to say hello. But upon entering the room, she noticed the girl's body lying unconsciously on the floor, showing no signs of activity. Selena immediately ran over to her friend, checking to see if she was alive, noticing that her appearance left a lot to be desired. She called Castor, who began asking if there were any visible injuries or wounds and when she had last seen her healthy. The girl replied that she had been in that condition all week, for he knew better than she did how proud she was of her straightness. Guy concluded that she pretended to go home, thinking she would recover quickly, but things only got worse. In order to heal her, It's worth bringing Sarah back to their world as soon as possible, as there isn't even anyone in the human world to examine her. However, even if they managed to cure her, she would probably have to forget her status as a clan member. Even among the other yokai, Sarah's clan stands out for its worldview. Even blood relatives there bicker with each other. Deception for their own gain and conspiracies are common to them. Some of them even die in feuds. However, in their opinion, it was the weakling's own fault that they were weak, and many members of the clan were targeting her place as a representative. But Sarah surpasses them by a head, and so they can't do anything to counter her and take her place. Now, if anyone knows she's not feeling well, word will spread incredibly quickly. And in this case, no one knows what her relatives might do, thereby making things worse. Caster that there was one way, but there was no guarantee that it would help. However, the girl replied that it would work. If she is in this state after the battle with the shaman, and there is no visible damage, then it's not a matter of illness at all. It was most likely a punishment from the gods, but Selene replied that there was no way that could be, that Sarah would be so tormented by an ordinary evil spirit. But if the reasons for her condition are indeed Dao, going to the world of the yokai will not be necessary, for he knows an expert. By happy coincidence, he lives where they do, so you won't have to look for him. The guy said he had already called them, asking the girl to meet him, after which they ended the phone conversation. The next second, the doorbell rang, and a woman's voice at the door said she was eager. Wanda asked why this noble vixen suddenly needed a pathetic ghost like her, but the guy standing in front of her didn't answer anything. Surprised, but asking no questions, they were allowed inside as soon as possible to examine Sarah, who looked rather scantily clad. However, that didn't change Wanda's good mood, who continued to smile as she examined the girl. After checking her pulse and doing a few more manipulations, she was able to draw some conclusions, which she immediately voiced. She could tell for sure that if she didn't take the necessary measures, she would only last 3 days at most, and after that, she would die. Selena stated that there had to be a way to save her. The woman replied that the one the dongtai was used against was like standing in the rain. The treatment methods for this problem are often quite simple, which means there may be several options for dealing with the problem. The best of them is to dispel the very clouds that caused the rain, once the sky is clear again, body and robes dry. If the downpour has already grown into a storm that can't be shrugged off so easily, you can find somewhere to shelter from it and just wait it out. It wasn't the most effective option, but in their case it was possible. Then she asked where she'd picked up such dangerous stuff. Selene replied that she didn't know who had thought of creating such a curse, but such idiotic acts were bound to be punishable by death. Though she was used to handling spirits, something like this would be scary for her to even just keep in her possession. The woman apologized, saying she was beyond the power of anything, but Selene asked to at least try. But Wanda replied that the girl had misinterpreted the situation and feelings had clouded her mind, but she was under no obligation to save this lady. Yes, and like she said, and I can handle what's lodged inside her, even if they want it very badly. Even trying to retrieve it could turn out to be an incredible disaster, and there's no telling what that might do to her. If they forcibly try to take him out, things would end badly for more than just her alone. The spirit's anger and hatred would spread. She roughly estimated that over 1,000 people would fall into his hands, and Sarah had only managed to hold out this long because of strength. Regardless of the outcome, the only true solution is to return her to her homeworld, and there she may already have help. Trying to do anything to help her here was too risky, as her speech was suddenly interrupted by the voice of a guy who didn't agree with what she was saying. Doesn't know too much about spiritual entities, but she must surely know a way to exercise it. Let him be dangerous or reckless, he didn't mind her taking advantage of him, just as long as he didn't hurt them himself. Even if these guys messed up somewhere, their conscience wouldn't let them pull us with them, which made the guy feel safe. To be sure, he asked the girl if he was telling the truth, to which he received an uncertain assent. A surprised Wanda looked at the guy, not understanding why the young master personally expressed his desire to help, and he replied that this fox was unworthy even to be in his rival, so why not have mercy on her? Yes, and it's pathetic to watch them stand helplessly, unable to help their dying friend. In response, the woman is touched, hugging the guy and saying he's adorable, asking when he had time to grow up so much. Sam, who had only silently watched the unfolding scene until then, quietly thanked the guy for helping Sarah. The blue-eyed boy wanted to say something and already sucked in a breath of air, but suddenly he closed his lips, deciding to keep silent. Sam stared at him in surprise for a few seconds, No idea what he was going to say or why he'd gone silent. A while later, I was walking down the street, keeping his eyes on the screen of his phone, but his thoughts were only on Sarah. The gang said to prepare two things in advance: someone to perform the ritual and a vessel in which to seal the spirit. Celine asked about the vessel, if it couldn't just be destroyed with the spirit afterwards, to which he received the answer that it was impossible. The strength of the spirit is directly related to the negative emotions that gnaw at him. At the moment of death, it then determines how strong his hatred is. Also, how attached he still is to those currently living, and once it is entirely used up, most spirits disappear. Only very rare exceptions like her turn into vengeful spirits, gaining new bodies. But it's different with the damned, and the hatred that overwhelms them keeps us from disappearing, and they are unable to turn into vengeful spirits. Therefore, in an exorcism, all those around him may come under his control due to the fact that they can neither disappear nor gain a new body. That is why, for this purpose to appease them, vessels for them are often used in the form of weapons, though they are not made of flesh and blood. The problem is also that the stronger the two to be sealed, the better the vessel for them. For weaker spirits, any spacious vessel will do, and for the strongest spirits, you will need the highest quality weapons. Sam asked what she meant by how she'd agreed that they'd need an exorcist since it was a technique created by humans. Wanda didn't answer that people's skill in this field was vastly superior, but by exorcism, she was referring specifically to an expert. But if he was wondering where they could find it, the woman had already said so, and the opportunity to use that method was extremely small. Sarah's life was at stake, and the guy couldn't afford to just stick around the house, but coming here wasn't the best idea. Standing in front of the building, he didn't notice a package that some person had dropped landed on the ground not far from him. Suddenly, the girl who had spotted the guy trembled with anger, thus managing to get his attention. This girl looked a lot like Gustav. You could tell by the shape of her face, her eyebrows, and the blue color of her eyes. The surprised guy nodded in her direction and said hello, thinking about the fact that he had seen her a couple times. She was Gustav's cousin. But before he could do anything, he immediately felt the girl's foot slamming into his face at breakneck speed. Call it Sam lost his balance and fell. The girl bounced off, hoping with all her soul that she had been able to hurt him. She then asked him not to pretend, for she knows he's far from the weakest yokai, and she won't be lenient on him. As the guy came to his senses, he heard a question in his direction as to how he dared to come here so brazenly. The annoyed girl kept talking, asking if the man had any idea how much trouble he had caused her master. Not understanding anything, Sam decided to clarify what kind of trouble he was able to cause, in response to which he met the girl's surprised look. This was due to the fact that Yuno came out saying that if anyone listened to her, they would think he almost personally killed him. Then he turned to Sam, asking if he had called, for he was asleep and could not have heard the call. Then asked the guy to get up and come in, because it was already clear by the look on his face that he was going to drag him into the adventure again. When they entered the house, the first thing dropped on the table was a bottle of liquor and 3 plastic cups. After looking all this over, Yuno A asked if she was being too harsh after all. They have tons of drinks in the house. She could have made tea bags. And actually, she did say on her last visit that she was thrilled with Sam, but she said it was because she's not a good judge of character. Because of this, she ends up serving someone like him, a fool who put a cross on his future and rolled downhill. Yuno replied that she should look at things more positively. He had just become more free and independent. The girl sarcastically apologized for getting so worked up, at which time Juno told Sam that, well, he heard everything. The shaman clarified that he had left home, and had not just flared up foolishly, he had completely disowned his clan. Afterward, he said he could see the guy was not in it, though he probably wouldn't be able to convince him of that, though he had planned it for a long time. He had no excuse, no more working for the government, because he believed his actions were the only right thing to do. To serve humanity, to protect people, including him and his mom, to do anything for the welfare of this country, it was a duty. But now he's not a government employee, just an ordinary beggar teenager who ran away from home without any plan. He then asked that the guy needed an exorcist, after which he sipped from his glass, stating that he had come to the right place. He may not be the best in Korea, but he's definitely in the top 3, a statement that impressed Sam greatly. However, anyone who wants to use his skills for their own personal gain has to pay a price, even if it's his best friend. Sam immediately agreed, saying that even if he couldn't, he would definitely think of something he could do to repay him. Hearing such a sincere answer, Yuno turned to the girl with a caustic smile, hinting to her that his friend was a good person. He then proudly announced that the man in front of her wasn't just his friend, he was their first client they would be working with. After which he asked her in a serious tone to treat him appropriately and not to do something stupid. Surprised at this attitude, the girl closed her eyes and sighed heavily, accepting reality. Yuno said that the world is divided into two big parts, where humans and yokai live. In these two dimensions, most of the creatures live. Simply put, the human world and the world of the yokai are conventionally two continents separated by an ocean, with islands in between. Even on these islands, though not in large numbers, there are humans and yokai, and they live outside the laws of modern society. At the same time, they are also beyond the control of the king of the yokai, such an autonomous zone, but Sam has probably heard or read about them in books. A fairy tale paradise nicknamed the Dragon Palace, which is said to be located somewhere high up in the mountains, or fantasy cities and kingdoms deep in the ocean abyss that are very hard to reach. Sam was surprised to ask if there were many such worlds. Yes, he got the answer that not very many, and in size they were tiny, with a small city. Those who live there can be called elite. Some of the yokai who lived there were once kings, but then got tired of the worldly hustle and bustle. Of the people there, those who have attained enlightenment live there. They have surpassed the limits available to man and have left behind the squabbles of their world. Sam didn't understand how this information pertained to payment, to which Juno replied that he had nothing to pay right now, but he said he would figure it out. And in 2 days, a very important banquet will be held in one of the places he described, the Dragon Palace. The occasion is the birthday of the Dragon King's youngest daughter, but they are also having a small tournament. He and Sam will take part in it as a team. That's how the guy will be able to repay him for saving his girlfriend. On the East Coast, the short figure of a bald, smiling woman dressed in a green cape floated out onto the shore. At the same time, there were 2 guys standing on the shore near the gazebo watching the vast horizon. They heard a voice greeting their dear guests, causing them to immediately turn around at the call. The short figure introduced herself as the manager of the East Wing of the Dragon Palace, but they could address her as Lady Gu. Yuno replied that he was no longer affiliated with the Constellation Hall, and he came here as an independent member. So he asked that no formalities be adhered to regarding him, but that does not detract from his skills and talent. After all, he was able to climb so high at such a young age, whereupon the woman asked who his companion was. Placing a hand on the shoulder of the guy who was wearing the mask, Yuno replied that he had been serving him since he was young. His name is Max. Although he wasn't a member of the Constellation Hall, there can be no doubt about his skills, and he brought him to participate together. The Dragon Palace is a unique place. Although the Dragon King himself and his tribe are yokai, they did not interfere in the writhing of other yokai. They were claimed as a neutral party to the conflict. Due to this, both humans and yokai are allowed to participate in the tournament. Moreover, spaces like the Dragon Palace strictly adhered to their orders. The king maintained good relations with the people. People might feel safer in his palace than their own world, and the yokai might have a problem. The fact that a yokai is participating in the tournament with him is bound to cause a stir. But Sam didn't understand, after all, the heart of the tournament was the duel. And without the use of the yokai's energy, he couldn't do anything. But Yuno replied that there were other ways, for he clearly sensed that the guy had used righteous energy during the time of the long-ago battle. However, Sam didn't know how to use it as well as the yokai's energy, but that didn't matter. Yuno would deal with strong opponents on his own. He, on the other hand, just had to pretend to be human. And before inviting them inside, Lady Gu wanted to explain the regulations of the tournament. The tournament is being held in honor of a birthday celebration, and the finals will unfold during the banquet, but finalists need to be determined in advance. Since it is not possible to hold all the fights on the same day, there will be qualifying matches today. The woman apologized for the inconvenience, but it was a forced measure as the number of participants greatly exceeded their expectations. The jade plaques she held out to them would be their membership cards, allowing them to remain in the palace. Once they touch the plaque, it will lock them in as the owner, so they will be considered a participant. She can also roughly measure the amount of ki they possess, determining their approximate level of strength. At Sam's worries, Yuno whispered for him not to worry, for the mask on him completely hides his energy. The plaque recognizes the man in him, and in the meantime, Lady Gu thanked them for deciding to participate in the tournament. And now she could take them to the site of the qualifiers, followed by a maelstrom in the ocean. In the next second, they were teleported into a huge arena that was isolated from the rest of the world. Turning his head, Yuno noticed somehow the opposite side of the arena teleported 3 more people. He said that they must be their opponents, and at the same second, Sam turned his head in their direction, looking at them more closely. In front of them stood a long-haired guy and a girl in battle attire, and behind them was another manageress. She told those to listen to the rules of sectionals. Each pair would battle the others consecutively until they lost twice. Yuno immediately clarified that there wasn't any condition for promotion, to which the manageress immediately agreed. Once they are defeated twice and qualifying is over for them and they need to wait for further instructions. Once the pairs finished the qualifying battles, those with the most points would pass on. This was a clever method to select the participants. Considering that the final of the competition will take place only tomorrow, today is like a marathon with no end in sight. They decided to greet all the guests in person so that no one could calculate how many people were attending the tournament. Well, did it really need to go that far? It doesn't look like preliminaries before the competition anymore. As the boy reasoned this out, he was surprised to notice Sam striding confidently forward toward his opponents. The shaman immediately began to ask where he was going, to which he received the reply that endurance was a key element of this competition. It would be more than prudent to conserve his strength and let a weaker teammate take the first few rounds. After which he asked Yuno not to worry, for he was sure he wouldn't lose, confirming it with a smile. Lady Gu decided to introduce the opponents to each other, saying that on one side were the yokai from Korea, members of the red millipede genus. They take part at the initiative of the Millipede King, and despite their young age, they have both already reached the middle level. Yuno marveled that they had reached that level without even eating humans, then told his own that if his powers weren't enough, let him leave. The second manager announced that on the other side were 2 shamans, one of them a former member of the Constellation Hall. The girl with red eyes said that she heard that the strongest of the humans were made up there, but was meant that he was no longer. But the boy decided to end the chatter, for he wondered how strong those called guards were. Judging from the aura of the one approaching them, he had reached a below-average class at best, while the other had reached a solid average. The superintendent was then heard asking if there would be liability for the death of the enemy, to which she answered in the negative. All participants are prepared for the possibility of accidents entering the tournament, therefore no liability is assumed. Overjoyed, the long-haired boy told his sister that he could easily deal with both of them alone. Well clarified that the preliminaries are not held to save forces, but then to absorb opponents before they give up. This is necessary in order to become as strong as possible for the finals, but this explanation only made my sister surprised. He asked her not to worry, saying he knew the girl had never tasted humans before, but they would share this meal. After that, a long-haired guy and Sam, whose face was hidden by a red mask, walked into the middle of the arena. The first to make a move was his opponent, who held out his hand and waved his fingers in an unambiguous gesture. He urged Sam to attack, wanting him to make the first move and show what he could do. Yuno thought this guy was brash and impulsive, but it was clear what he was counting on: a quick counterattack, killing Sam. However, the shaman had already had a chance to experience firsthand how well his friend's instincts, intuition, and sense of combat were developed. Jumping up from his seat, Sam headed towards his opponent at an incredible speed, wanting to attack him directly. However, this was what the opponent was counting on, while Yuno became worried about the outcome of this fight from the beginning. At this time, the masked guy got as close to his opponent as possible, swinging his fist blatantly. He threw his first punch, but his fist immediately met an obstacle in its path, while his opponent only smiled. Yuno turned his attention to the hand and the red-eyed boy, recognizing the innate skill, the poisonous strike of the Earth Dragon. And right after that, the opponent decided to launch his attack, and the outcome of this fight was predetermined by 2 factors. For one thing, Sam had already had to fight an opponent using poison as his primary attack. Secondly, before becoming a half-blood yokai, Sam was someone who had mastered many types of martial arts, and these martial arts will be seen for the first time by many in attendance, not knowing how to fight against them. The young man performed an incredible leg kick, a martial art originating from a distant continent, combining acrobatic elements. His opponent did not realize what kind of ballet this was, for there was no force or effect in his movements that violated the laws of nature. They're just effective on their own, which made it hard for a guy using one technique to counter anything. Any techniques ever devised by humans are merely movements born out of the weak creature's desire for power. However, that didn't change the fact that Sam was now simply beating his opponent with his bare hands. He didn't resort to any technique, relying only on his knowledge of martial arts, which was his key to victory. The girl watching from the side was surprised that he was able to give her brother 3 blows already with this dance. Yuno was satisfied that he was able to take the initiative. However, his opponent was originally much stronger. Sam's amount of energy is extremely low, and because of this difference, even with 3 strikes, he was only able to scratch his opponent. However, the masked guy continued to pounce on his opponent, circling and making various unusual attacks. The opponent thought furiously that all he had to do was to seize the moment and launch a counterattack, and once should be enough. As suddenly, Sam decided to change tactics, using the power of his new comrade Raiju instead of martial arts. After creating a sword out of lightning with a Raiju item, the guy declared that it was time to finish, then struck. The red-eyed boy stood with his arms outstretched, while Sam froze to see the result of his attack. He then removed the energy with his weapon, realizing that his opponent lay cut in two, shivering and resentful with anger. Yokai are truly a tenacious creature. Though there are differences among them, it is not a problem for most of them to fully recover. However, even yokai with outstanding regeneration abilities have an organ that they are unable to restore back. It's their core. It's like a second heart to them, though to put it that way would be even diminishing. Even if it can be restored by some miracle, after regeneration, she will return to the same state she was in when she was born. And yokai, who had been saving up energy for a lifetime, would have to start from scratch. And now Sam held his opponent's core in his hands. Passing by the red-eyed fellow, the young man ignored the fact that he was asking him to return the core. However, Sam only hid it in his hands, unwilling to do what his opponent asked him to do, for he had defeated him in a fair fight. The shattered guy's sister immediately cried out, "Was it normal after all? He had taken his brother's core and it had nothing to do with the tournament." Sam asked her why she was yelling like that, because instead of trying to cover herself with rules, there was a much simpler solution. The young man offered to kill or knock him out, and afterward take his brother's core back, for there was nothing difficult about it. He can, in turn, assure her that he doesn't mind if she eats him if she wins, can do whatever she wants with his body. The manageress was surprised that, judging by energy alone, she didn't sense anything unusual about him, thinking it was all about his skills. If the servant was so good at fighting, it was hard to even imagine how strong his master, who was just standing by for now, was. Lady Gu said that she now understands why Yuno's eyes fell on him when choosing a partner. His skill is commendable. An incredible amount of experience and intuition to bridge the huge energy gap. He also conserved his energy to the last and then distributed it over the area of impact instead of concentrating it in one point. If he had demonstrated such a technique at the beginning of the fight, there was no way his opponent would have behaved so presumptuously. Judging by his energy, he's still just learning the basics of controlling it, but if he keeps practicing, he'll surely accomplish a lot. He is indeed quite talented, but this fight is hardly an indicator, just the kind of opponent he's clearly not up to. But in fact, Yuno didn't think so, and his plan was simple. Sam's mask not only hid the energy, but prevented it from being released. Besides, if one has the ability to control righteous energy, constant training is simply necessary. Rising from dirt to princes by devouring the weak, as the yokai do, is not an option for humans. So while Sam wears the mask, even despite his yokai lineage, he becomes an ordinary rookie with no special skills. So the outcome of something like this was quite predictable, however. Things didn't go according to Yuno's plan at all. Kneeling down in front of his friend, who apologized for not being able to help, Yuno replied that it was okay. Especially since the guy is still a rookie, his potential is yet to be unlocked. He asked to trust the shaman, and he would teach him all the techniques and tricks he knew, then they would hold the victory. The words made Sam tear up and even let a tear escape from the slits in the mask that served as eyes. That was roughly how the shaman had envisioned it. But his friend easily handled it all by himself without blinking an eye. In fact, Yuno wanted Sam to participate in the tournament, not for any awards or achievements, but to redirect his techniques in another direction, so that the guy could practice learning how to use righteous energy. Yokai and shamans, whichever side Sam dedicates himself to, success in one direction or another awaits him unequivocally. Especially he is still just learning how to control both types of energies. Yuno thought he would be able to develop the talent of a shaman from his friend. At this point, the difference in his skills isn't that significant, but how quickly he learns is negligible. If any suitable opportunity to nurture his shaman skills presented itself, his power could suppress the effects of the yokai energy. After all, he only wants to become king of the yokai to protect as many people as possible with his power. Sam was soft-hearted, which is why, even after gaining his powers, he is incessantly tormented by mental anguish. And the world in 6 months will be a battlefield where the power of one single person solves nothing. Instead of trying to change everything, he could have lived a happy life as a shaman, respected by all. Finding himself in such a position, his only choice will be to free himself from his illusions to accept reality. Even if his path will be full of regrets, he cannot have it any other way, for he has voluntarily embarked on this road. With the help of this tournament, Yuno will definitely raise a shaman out of him, for it would be best for his friend. Without starting a fight, the red-eyed girl stated that they had lost. Asked if that was enough, or if she needed to fall down in addition. The manager replied that it was not necessary, declaring the total to be an end and a win for Team Yuno. Or you further actions that are capable of harming your opponents will no longer be within the scope of the tournament. And just as suddenly behind Sam, the guy behind him finally collapsed, and his sister immediately rushed to his aid as well. She wondered loudly if he was okay or not, and if he could recover, while Yuno asked himself why every plan he had was going to fail. The girl held her brother, who was trembling and resentful with anger, realizing that he had lost his most precious possession. As suddenly, her voice changed to a more commanding one as she turned to Sam, telling him to remember today. They'll put their clan's name on the line, but make the guy pay double for what he did today. Next time it'll be different. But the man replied that he didn't mind. Whenever, as much as he wanted, he didn't care. He would look forward to their next meeting. However, he in turn promised that he would be much stronger next time, thus showing his nature. The dumbfounded girl trembled when she saw her, and therefore could not answer anything, looking at the guy excitedly. The manageress thought it was as if this man had become a completely different being for a second, an unfathomable entity. Yes, and the movement he had shown in the previous fight didn't give him away as the most ordinary person. Lady Gu turned to her colleague, asking in a thin voice if she had announced the winner of this fight. The one only flinched when she heard the question in her direction. Why then was she standing in a stupor, delaying the time? Apologizing, the woman immediately waved her hands, saying that she would return the participants she was responsible for right away. And in the next second, the brother and sister began to disappear, using the same teleportation that had gotten them here. Yuno asked about the next bout, to which she received the answer that holding qualifying matches could be unfair. All bouts start at the same time. Right now, some teams are still in the heat of battle, and a new match will start in 15 minutes. He then voiced his assumptions that no recreational facilities or recovery medication was provided. His assumption was correct, but after this, everyone would be extremely hospitable to everyone who participated in the tournament. During the preliminaries themselves, contestants can only use what they have with them, and Sam decided to quibble about it. Then he took out a gold-colored badge that fit completely in the palm of his hand, with a blue thread tied at the bottom. Yuno shrieked in surprise that it was a token of the House of the Rising and Dark Moon, and was only given to the most valued customers. It only shows me the importance of the guest, but they can use it to immediately summon a merchant from their home. The shocked shaman was trying to figure out where the guy had even dug it up, since their elders had put so much effort into getting it. But Sam was determined to play it out to the end, and so, without giving any sign, asked the gentleman what he meant, thus surprising his friend. And the guy in the mask explained that he had personally handed him the badge when they went here. Realizing his stupidity, Yuno turned to the manageress, asking her not to think anything strange, because he remembered that. If they were inside the palace, there might be some problems. But right now, they're at the training ground. However, summoning items tend to absorb energy depending on the distance of the summoning. With that in mind, it's worth getting the timing right on when to use the draft so that it's for the greater good. Lady Gu decided to see how the other matches were going, because this one ended so quickly that it could be called an anomaly. In other places, there were probably still heated battles going on. But in fact, the woman noticed that besides their arena, fights had already ended in 5 places. The dazed manager from the other arena trembled as she watched the bloody stains the contestant had left behind. Sighing heavily, the girl said that she just couldn't understand, because these two had a chance to save their lives. Looking at the girl, the manager thought that she had astonishing strength after all. She had finished off 2 very strong yokai. She said she intended to enter the tournament alone. He thought it was all due to her arrogance and pride. The man saw that this was the lineage of an insignificant animal that was able to reach the realm of the gods. Why, the girl asked that the prize for the winner of the tournament was so good, in response to which she heard an affirmative answer. His Majesty has high expectations for the tournament, so the winner will be entitled to take anything from the palace treasury. He will personally escort the winner to the treasure trove, providing tips and advice on what is best to choose. However, the girl was interested in one thing in particular: her ancestors' legacy, left in this palace long ago. Meanwhile, in the other arena, Castor stood looking at a monster-like boar frozen from head to toe. With slight surprise, he said that would do as long as no one touched it. Years from now it would melt away and he would be left alive. But then he turned to the man who was on the same team as the boar, asking if he and his friend were giving up, and then apologized, saying he couldn't give him time to think. I would then read that he wanted to continue the fight. Those few seconds refused to be interminable for the man. He tensed, trying to make the right decision. Whereupon he trembled, answering in a stammering voice that he was surrendering, not wishing to repeat the fate of his comrade. They were immediately teleported out of the arena, while Castor said they were far more skillful than he expected. The universe replied to him that no matter what, they should take the first place. Then they could take the spirit vessel from the treasury as well. Castor said he would do his best, but they could have warned more participants ahead of time. After all, they didn't know that the tournament would take more than one day, and so the guy didn't even close the cafe properly. But the girl replied that his coffee was perfectly ordinary, and that visitors only come because of his pretty face. The guy was surprised at such candor, while the girl decided to ask the manager a question. She wondered if her acquaintance was in the tournament, to which the blue-skinned man with the pointed ears mewed a bit. But Celine wasn't about to back down, and with puppy dog eyes, asked to be told if he was in or out. Unable to resist the cuteness, the man decided to clarify which acquaintance he was referring to which he heard Sam's name. Thinking about it, he replied that he wasn't on the list, but the whole point was that he participated under the name Max. Castor added that the chances of him being here were extremely slim, but if she was so worried, she should have told him straight up. Selena replied that if she had told him straight out, this one would have been spotted with the opposite effect, and he would have been followed. Still, it's unlikely he's in the tournament after all. He went in search of an exorcist, so he's at his friend's house right now. Onit didn't think he started to pull it out here, and at the same time, Yuno sneered because he was being recalled by two people. And then there were 4 more matches, Sam winning each of them without taking significant damage. Their manageress was in awe of the lad's strength, while Yuno watched his comrade dumbfounded. Once again, the masked youth returned to them, once again containing victory over not particularly strong opponents. The shaman then asked his friend to give him his hand, for he wanted to check something. Sam obeyed without question. Taking his friend's wrist, Yuno froze shocked, thinking about how he still had energy left even though he had spent so many fights. Even though it's almost running out, it should have run out several times already. It comes out. He avoids any unnecessary losses. The problem is that he reached them I mastered on my own, after which he asked him to turn around, take off his shoes and sit on the floor. After doing as his friend said, the guy sat down in a not very comfortable position, as a result of which both his back and legs immediately began to shake. Looking at his trembling comrade, Yuno said that he would soon get used to it, but for now he was sitting in the so-called lotus posture. This is the most basic pose for controlling energy flows. Then he asked to memorize the position of your feet. Placing his hand on his back, the shaman filled it with energy, saying it was about to sting a bit. Sam's body felt as if a flood of electricity had run through him. The sensation came on very suddenly, but the guy didn't move from his seat. Yuno clarified that he channeled some of his energy into his body, and when he presses down with his hands, he needs to inhale. When he lets go, he needs to exhale. The human body has meridians through which energy flows, and their intersections are called acupuncture points. Blocking points synchronized with the breath is the foundation of the mind-focusing techniques that he will have to do on his own later on. This breathing exercise will help his body recover and start to store energy in the shortest possible time. At the same second, 2 people teleported into the arena. Noticing this, Yuno immediately asked where the third participant was. After all he saw in front of him was a manager who wasn't participating in the tournament and a girl with a cocky look. Lady Gu replied that their opponent was quite brave, preferring to enter the tournament alone so as not to look for a partner. She's a descendant of the legendary Alexander of the Mountain, which is in the center of the continent, and therefore a pretty serious opponent. The girl also asked the rivals, to which he received the answer that he was the heir of the clan that was at the head of the organization of the Constellation Hall. Their clan has been defending their lands for 1,000 years, so she can be sure that her opponent is not so simple. However, she only cared about skills, while Sam recognized the girl as Saya, who had gotten into a fight with Sarah at the mall. He only took on 2 attacks, but that was enough to get a sufficient idea of Saya's strength. Sam had to go all out that time, however. All these yokai are able to achieve his results by simply using their skills. Just as suddenly, the masked youth noticed that his body wasn't moving, but he couldn't let Yuno fight her alone. At the shaman's words, he immobilized him, asking him to remember to keep a rhythm while breathing so as not to throw him off. Then, he suddenly turned around and said that he had already participated in 5 fights, but it was necessary to know the measure. The shaman stepped practically into the center of the arena, scrutinizing his opponent, mutually exchanging glances. Saya suggested getting straight to the point, as she didn't want to simply waste time here, confident in her victory. She immediately suggested the guy give up. The girl didn't see any scratches or wounds on them, so she figured they'd still have a chance. If he took too long to answer, he would either die or regret not giving up sooner. However, the guy wasn't ready to make that decision. Taking out his swords, he replied that for someone who had been through 5 fights, she looked far too unscathed. The high-profile title has gotten her this far, but he's disappointed to see such personalities competing at this level. He assumed that the yokai were just naturally too naive, as they grew up much later than humans. But instead of answering, Saya reached for her hair, plucking a strand off while Yuno decided to discard the scabbard. After infusing her hair with energy, the girl decided to use the taming of the divine wind to show him her power. At this time, the guy took out another small wooden one besides the main ball, using the soaring thunderblade. The scabbard fell to his feet, thus starting the battle, and immediately afterward a deafening explosion sounded. A cloud of smoke rose high into the air, thus blocking the view of the 2 fighting men, disorienting them. Saya was surprised at this start to the fight, as before this kind of attack had crushed her opponents in the first few seconds of the fight. However, the shaman was not so simple, and was already closing in on her, swinging his blade, aiming for her body. The attack was successful and he cut her in 2, but in the next second, the girl disappeared and in her place appeared a severed hair. He had lightning time to react to the sudden attack the girl decided to make with her bare hands. The guy noticed that her hand was written with energy, and therefore was very dangerous in a direct collision. She was fast, and it wasn't just speed. Her every movement was filled with grace, but Yuno only dodged. The situation wasn't so bad that he had no opportunity to counterattack, and it had already opened 5 times during the battle. Sam wasn't wrong in his conclusions. Yokai bodies are tough, but that doesn't mean they can't be cut, and Yuno's sword was perfectly suited for that. However, the reason for Yuno's indecision was because his instincts and intuition didn't allow him to go on the attack. He realized that this girl had single-handedly fought 5 fights, winning each one while still having the strength for another fight. As Saya soared through the air to attack the shaman, Lady Gu raised his hands, began to create a spell of his own. The shaman's reactions were flawless, so he was able to dodge the blow in time, which was able to do a weighty amount of damage across the arena. Manager Sai and Sam simultaneously marveled at the incredible power this girl possessed. It was all about the fact that after her strike, the arena that was standing on the water began to sway, thus making it move. Trying to keep his balance, Yuno thought it was the arena standing on supports rather than floating on water. But more importantly, it shouldn't move. Over the last 5 matches, no matter how strong the spells used, it has not wavered. The arena is built to take in kinetic energy, then redirect it into the water. The force of the impact seems to have exceeded the platform's capabilities, though it must weigh tens of tons, if not more. The spell-casting capabilities of a great sage equal to the heavens, rumoured through myths and legends, are truly limitless. Before he became a demigod, however, he was an ordinary yokai that few knew of, a spirit born from the concentrated energy of the earth. Saya said that she usually gives her opponents a second chance, but she would make an exception for him. Her unique magic allows her to control her own weight and mass. She added that he would feel the difference in their powers. Energized, Yuno replied that overcoming his own weaknesses and defeating the strong was his job. Yuno recalled himself at the age of 10, when he collapsed exhausted on the floor after practice, saying he was hungry. His uncle came over to him and asked him to stop lying down. He had to get up and continue his training. After all, it was still an hour before dinner. One should use the time they have as productively as possible after a good workout, and the food will taste better. The guy asked why it was always him, since the others just rest after their morning workout, and why he couldn't do the same. The uncle replied that if it had been anyone else in his place, he would have been done with the training long ago. The man said that Ball people have many similarities. In order for the sword to come out good and strong, it needs a lot of tempering. If you use low-quality raw materials for forging, the blade will simply not withstand the hammer blows and will crack, and the same was true for him. Yuno replied that if the man was trying to cheer him up now, he had failed. He didn't care about martial arts, the heir's place and all that. There are tons of people willing to do all this. Offer it to them, and they will train much harder than the guy. However, his uncle didn't understand him. The boy replied that he just didn't want to do it, that's all. There was no other reason. 1/10,000th, that's the chance of being born with the abilities of a shaman, being born chosen, and dedicating your life to training. To hone your skills day after day to confront the enemies of humanity, when viewed from this perspective, sounds exciting. Compared to this, the position of the clan heir is the most real nonsense. However, the clan head wasn't that much surprised. However, a guy should think about where the other half of his blood originates and the advantages he possesses. The boy replied that he understood, while the girl beat his legs with the pointer, making his legs shake in pain. The head also asked the guy to get rid of the waste paper as well, adding that if he sees something like that again, he won't get off with a few blows. Why, he asked the maid. For some reason she stopped, for he had told her to beat until he ordered her to stop. While Yuno received his punishment, the head said that in a few years the world would change and the whole country would kneel before him. Accept his punishment now. He must remember that lording it over the rest of us will become his sacred right. Time after time, listening to all this nonsense, the guy realized more and more clearly that they were not heroes of humanity, confronting evil. At best, they are villains who she, resigned to chaos, used the weak for her whim. 4 years later, Yuno managed to enroll in a high school famous for its approach to learning and discipline. Grown-up young man sat at a desk by the window, carefree reading a book, pay no attention to the new classmates. As he suddenly heard a voice that was directed in his direction, he was asked to move somewhere else. Responding to the two cocky guys, Yuno said that the seats were not signed and therefore they were late, asking them to sit wherever free. One of the guys didn't back down, asking if the guy knew who he was, noticing that Yuno was taking a lot on himself by talking so boldly. However, the shaman immediately motioned for the guy to come out so he could answer for his words when he called him impertinent. He offered to go out now or after school, suggesting he bring some friends from high school with him as well. Surprisingly, in cases like this, it rarely comes to the point of enlightenment, as it usually does in works of fiction. Unlike the villains in the story, predators in the real world are quite calculating, even though they seem fierce and violent. In fact, they are cunning and cautious. When something may pose a threat to them, they act carefully. They prefer to choose a victim who is much easier to manipulate, after which the two headed towards the guy with the glasses. Spotting them, the young man turned around unsure, distracted from the game he had been busy with all this time. One of the bullies immediately recognized the game kick hero, after which he asked a classmate to let him watch. Once again distracted by the book, Yuno heard one of the bullies refuse the exchange, calling a classmate an idiot. Then he said he'd just auction it off, use it for a while and return it. But the guy with the glasses objected. The bully assured him that he wouldn't lose anything because he had done it many times before, and then decided to demonstrate it in practice. However, this was even more disliked by his classmate, who literally turned pale before his eyes as he tried to reply something. He wanted to take his phone back, but accidentally snagged a guy who didn't like the accident at all. The boy in glasses tried to apologize, but did not have time, immediately getting slapped and hearing insults in his address. Bully rudely said he just wanted to play with him, and he's stirring up a whole drama over such a small thing. Then he handed him his phone back, telling him to know that if he ever looked at him again, he'd kill him. Bullies avoid stronger predators that can devour. They exploit the weak that are not difficult to deal with. Once you realize that this is the nature of humanity and the natural hierarchy of people, life becomes much easier. Shamans aren't villains who run from danger with their tails tucked while having power. They're just no different from other people. Stories always tell about heroes because you can't meet them in real life, because hardly anyone would go for it voluntarily. At that very second, a full-figured boy walked into the classroom, awkwardly apologizing for interrupting his classmates. The guy with glasses and the bully immediately stared at him questioningly as he recognized the acquaintance, saying they went to high school together. He didn't know what his tall friend's name was, but decided to introduce himself, adding that he didn't think it was worth going over fists. After all, they're all in the same class now, so they should try to get along. In response to this, the bully only swore. He thought they had it all figured out, and here some pig was running in. Then he asked Sam what he wanted. Hearing no response, the bully tried to kick him with his foot, repeating his question again, wanting to show his position in the class. But in the same second, his eyes widened in surprise, and Yuno once again broke away from reading, turning his head. Falling to the floor, the bully trembled, stammering, asking what the hell this guy was doing, not realizing how this happened. Sam asked for it to stop, but at the same second, a second bully grabbed him by the pecs, not wanting to give in to the fat man. The guy in the hat glared angrily at him, receiving an uncertain and questioning look that at first glance didn't seem to inspire danger. And the bully didn't understand what was wrong with this kid, because he didn't even move him, and Sam asked him to let him go. But not seeing the change, the chubby boy grabbed the guy's wrist firmly, saying that conflicts can be resolved peacefully without fighting. Why, he twisted his arm, knocking the phone out of it, the guy broke free, and he and his comrade headed for the exit. Turning around, one of them to me, she said they would see each other again. But that really stressed Sam out, who didn't want conflict. Suddenly, he heard someone tell him that he was in trouble, because guys like them don't give up that easily. If they're fast enough, let him wait for them for lunch. If not, after class, they'll drag him away and beat him up. It will continue, yes, until satisfaction is felt on it, except whether it was worth it. The guy he helped didn't even thank him. Now all he's thinking about is how he can get out of this shit. Chances are they'll have each other's backs, setting him up time after time and making his school life unbearable. Sam agreed with that, but he knew things could turn out this way, and he didn't regret what he did. He's a little scared, but if he didn't intervene, he'd feel even worse. It's his choice and his problem. He'll deal with the aftermath somehow. Avoiding fights and running away is something he knows how to do, so he'll get out of it somehow. He then began to swivel his head around, looking for an empty seat, wondering aloud where he should sit. Yuno said there was an empty seat, and since he didn't know anyone in the class, he could sit here if he had nowhere else to sit. Sam replied that he usually sits in the front, but Yuno stood her ground, giving her that it wouldn't make him smarter to sit closer to the board. It's not for him to point out, but if a guy sticks to it, problems will bypass him. After asking the full boy his name, the shaman introduced himself, adding that their school life would not be simple. And now the shaman pushed his memories away, realizing that he was now in an arena against a powerful opponent. Lady Gu thought about the fact that for years this place had been used by the generals for training. The platform that had stood unbreakable for centuries came to such a state from one step she took, and it wasn't even the attack she put all her energy into. To cope with such power is clearly not on the shoulders of a young man who is not even 20 years old. This match is over for him. In hindsight, Yuno thinks the reason for him to leave home was the very night Sam said he wanted to be king. He's most like the main character of the story, an ordinary man, someone he had to protect in the near future. Needless to say, his opinion on the matter hasn't changed. His claim is complete nonsense, the probability of which tends to zero. Saya attacked the guy again using her hair. However, the guy easily chopped the attack with his sword. The girl and Lady Gu were dumbfounded by such a prank, not fully believing that the guy was able to repel it. Yuno immediately asked his rival if she was surprised, since he was a bit out of line with her ideas of shamans. Sam is mired in daydreams. He needs to wake up and take a sober look at things, but Yuno himself couldn't help but befriend him. After all, his friend also often recalled his school days, when they were just kids and did all sorts of things. Back then, high school guys would try to beat them up from time to time. I remember a lot of them were in the same gang. However, against those guys, he couldn't afford to use abilities, using only the most basic techniques. That got Sam excited, but Yuno replied to himself that he still had to use something stronger a couple times. Because he was overweight, Sam was underestimated all the time. He took a lot of punches but never hit back. Yuno tried to focus, sighing and tightly gripping the hilt of the sword he had infused with righteous energy. Lady Gu watched the fight carefully, not understanding how this was possible, since this was the first time she had seen such a thing in her life. Her punch was far more powerful than she could have imagined. Even the generals from the palace would have preferred to dodge it. Even if they ducked, they would be cornered quickly enough. Defeat would be just a matter of time. In the same second, the guy tensed, sideways, as the girl hit the ground again, shaking the platform with her incredible strength. It was enough to shake the arena again, causing it to sway from side to side. Yuno tried to reason calmly. Seeing such an effect from a simple step, He didn't realize just how skilled she was at mass manipulation. While in the air, he thought about going on the offensive, because standing in defense alone would not win the fight. Saya decided to take advantage of the fact that the shaman was in the air by preparing 3 hairs, which she began to infuse with energy. It was the magic of the 3 divine winds, which she immediately put into action, creating 3 streams of tornadoes. The guy instantly reacted to this technique, preparing 4 small wooden swords, being forced to use them. It was an improved version of the spell she was already using. It had become many times more powerful, and it was unlikely that the talismans would be able to block them. Not even a dozen of them would be enough to block even one of the vortices that were rushing towards him. At this time, Yuno released all the small swords I was holding before, having previously energized them. Then, with a swing of his blade, he was able to shatter one vortex, giving himself some time to maneuver. With one careless swing of his sword, he was able to dispel such a strong magic, it was beyond the controlling woman's mind. However, that was not the end of it, for the 2 whirlwinds were once again heading towards the shaman, who was against the wall. Wasting no time, the guy stepped on one of the talismans, thus pushing forward, dodging the whirlwinds. He decided to head towards Sai, who stood in a fighting stance, waiting for any attack from the shaman. The guy was still far away from the girl, who waved her hand, wanting to change the direction of the trajectory of the vortices. Obeying the motion of his hand, the purple tornado turned and headed towards the guy. Judging by how well they retain their shape, we should assume they are not homing, but directly controlled. Using the talisman once again, Yuno managed to leap upwards, letting a torrent of annihilating wind flow beneath him. However, he had completely forgotten about the fact that there were 2 of them, belatedly turning his head and noticing the whirlwind approaching his back. That mistake was enough to get attacked by Saya, who spotted a huge explosion in the air. Without changing her stance, she watched as something flew swiftly towards the ground, falling loudly onto the stone arena. She said it was a predictable outcome, but when she saw the guy dispel the first vortex, she thought 3 might not be enough. And in fact, only 2 were enough, given her expectations. It's a rather disappointing climax. Lady Gu thought this was a lousy situation, most likely to survive the commas he was now expending all his energy. Even if he survives the duel, the 2 of them won't be able to continue fighting afterward, though 5 consecutive victories is a decent result. Extending her hand forward, the girl declared that the 3rd and final vortex was about to be the one that would wipe the shaman into powder. The guy, whose left arm was completely mangled, stood with his head down, trying to think of a way out of the situation. Saya thought about how he didn't have enough time to give up, but he would prefer a senseless death. She felt sorry for the guy being so stupid while he continued to stand still, waiting for the whirlwind to approach. However, Yuno was far from willing to give up, only gripping the hilt of his blade tighter, waiting for the most opportune moment possible. When the vortex was quite close, he turned around, swinging his sword sharply, cutting the airflow in half. Saya marveled at the tenacity of the guy who, while practically incapacitated, continued to fight fiercely. However, it wasn't enough to completely weaken the energy of such a strong and murderous wind. The shaman felt his body being overtaken by thousands of invisible blades, but he tried to hold on until the last. The girl thought about the fact that he wasn't putting energy into the sword right now, yet he was able to partially block the attack. His strength is barely enough to stand, and the left half of his body is completely paralyzed. Though he dispelled the vortex, he collapsed to the ground afterwards. If it was some sort of human magic, why didn't he use it against the second vortex that did the most damage to him? There must be some special condition, not affecting his strength or energy, that helped him this time. The guy stated that she relaxed because the opponent is standing with his back to her and she does not even try to strike. He'd like to give her the win, but there's no way he can. However, it was an obvious bluff as the guy was on the verge of death. His energy, which was the stakes in this game, was almost completely drained by the Divine Wind's hit. All the cards he has left in his hand are his body with one paralyzed arm, 2 unused azure lights. Also his flying swords, which could be used either as a small bomb or as a leg rest. All of these items were now active, some lying on the ground, some flying in the air, but they remained energized. None of the above would defeat the monster in front of him, for it was clear that this party would be behind her. Still, the guy went on the offensive, unwilling to accept that they would lose by coming all this way. However, it was unclear why Saya, in the face of such a reckless attack, also chose to engage in close combat. Whether it was out of respect for an opponent who had so unexpectedly demonstrated his strength, or whether there was something else behind it. Yuno flew forward at full speed, wanting to catch up to the girl, trying to prevent her from using another ability. However, Saya was also unwilling to just stand there and wait to be chopped by the blade, causing her to decide to make a palm strike. Making a slight movement, the guy dodged this blow, keeping his eyes on the girl, being in full concentration. Once behind her, Yuno knew for sure that his blade had reached its target, but it was unknown how much damage it had done. The girl remained standing still, not stopping to maintain the energy around her body, using a unique magic, the pressure of the mountain. This magic literally increases the mass of its user to a level comparable to an indestructible mountain. As a result, even the simplest of techniques become capable of altering the landscape of the battlefield. Therefore, to defeat a yokai wielding such magic, one must have the power to chop a mountain in two. A little earlier, Yuno had dodged her attacks precisely because he was well aware that trying to chop the mountain would get him nowhere. At the same time, a dumbfounded Saya thought about the fact that just now, it was as if the guy had just scratched her. But that was already an accomplishment. Perhaps he was trying to use the same method he used to dispel the divine wind, but he failed. But even if the attack worked, it would hardly make a difference, because so far none of her opponents were even close to her. The shaman realized that the chances of victory were getting slimmer by the second, but he once again indulged in his memories. The boy then asked his uncle during training if a man, no matter how strong, could defeat a yokai. That he received the answer that weaklings probably could, but there were already doubts about the top of the yokai world. If you don't account for differences in physical strength and endurance, they are able to regenerate energy simply by inhaling. The man said he'd been reading old books recently. It didn't say anything about methods of dealing with the yokai depending on their abilities. They can't exterminate the yokai, nor can they kill the strongest of them, but you have to at least be strong enough to deal with the middlers. It's like telling the average person to train until they can punch through steel with their hand, which is impossible. This example was the most accurate comparison of the powers of shamans and yokai, which were as different as heaven and earth. Even his uncle, the guardian of the Constellation Hall, doesn't stand a chance in a fight against the strongest yokai, for they would simply crush him. Yuno said that it was not appropriate for someone of his rank to say such a thing, but his uncle replied that he should understand one thing. There's a difference between something as strong as steel and steel itself, and it's a lot bigger than the guy thinks. Those words gave him thoughts that would probably help him in his battle against such an opponent. At this time, the girl, though she remained calm, was as tense and focused as possible. She noticed a flying wooden blade heading in her direction. However, she decided not to defend herself against it. However, it was the wrong decision, because the flying blades were not needed for attacking. Distracting Sai's attention for a second, the guy with the paralyzed arm decided to use that moment to make an attack. He had discovered a window of opportunity that he did not fail to take advantage of, for no matter how strong the magic of the yokai was, after all, she is only a temporary phenomenon created by their energy, so you can see the energy flows that make up the foundation. However, even if his uncle had trained all his life, it was unlikely that he would have been able to reach that level of skill. The same applied to Yuno. However, if he gives his whole self to this goal, the situation can fundamentally change, thus confirming the theory. The technique that Yuno first used in this fight was like a legend, an ability beyond human capabilities. The shamans of ancient times called such legends divine techniques, and today, one of them has been revived by a young genius. Catching up with the girl, Yuno used a divine technique, a finishing blow, putting the last of his strength into it.